Man, I could listen to this music for a long, long time. It's such a beautiful arrangement of the prelude that we obviously still have in there, but I don't know. It's reminding me somewhat of almost a bit of a remix of the Armorang theme from 14, obviously mixed in with the prelude from Final Fantasy. Either way, beautiful piece. But we're finally here. We are finally here with our Final Fantasy for the 16th time, apparently, even though I've only played... Well, yeah, technically this is my third one. If you count 14, and then I played through Final Fantasy 1, the Pixel Remaster. But let us get into this. So I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening wherever you are. It's still mighty warm here, so please excuse me if I may take a couple more breaks than usual today, although I don't really want to. I've had the game since yesterday, and I saw everybody started streaming it. Obviously, I think whatever, you could start it whenever it launched in Australia, I think. I always find it funny that a lot of people apparently, they get their codes from Square Enix and then they say, well, I got early access to stream, and I'm sitting here seeing all the Australian streamers already started, 3 hours ago, and sort of, huh? Wait, what? That's not early access? I love how people still get fooled by that, as if that was something special or exclusive that they're doing, but whatever, I don't really care. Point being, I got the game yesterday in the mail, and here it is. And we can play it. Finally. For me, it's still a little bit of a surreal experience, I'm not gonna lie, because, well, as I said, aside from 14, I was never that into Final Fantasy, not because I didn't want to or because I didn't like it, but simply because I've never played all the old ones, and it took such a long time for a new one to even release, especially considering how 15 was pretty bad. I mean, I played, I don't know, 6-7 hours of it or something. I got it on sale and thought, yeah, I play 14 a lot. Why not try 15? It was such a bad experience. So, yeah. I'm still not sure what to expect, really, in this playthrough. But I'm here for it. I really, really liked the demo. Yeah, sure, there were a couple of parts where I wasn't quite sure, where I thought, for a game that is... Because, well, I sort of have Yoshi P in mind, where they said that they want to make this game something that, is a must-buy for everybody again, which the old Final Fantasy titles sort of were, right? Obviously, we never quite know, is he referencing the Japanese audience there? Is he really referencing everybody? But considering the focus of the game, the focus of the cutscenes, for example, on English voice acting and lip syncing, makes me think that he really references everybody there. I don't know if the game really is that, although at the end of the day, I don't really care, as long as it's for me. As I said, the demo was good. It had a couple of things that were unusual, I want to say, or where I wasn't quite sure, especially with the pacing, with what they decided to start the game with in terms of cutscenes, but also in terms of gameplay. I wasn't entirely sure if I would have been on board with that if it hadn't got the Final Fantasy XVI in the title, right? That being said, I also thought there was a lot of intriguing stuff there, and especially, and that's, I think, the most important thing, it is, first of all, very clearly Final Fantasy, which is good. But then it simply does some things in a different way that we haven't really seen being done that way yet. And that's what I'm mostly excited for. Just seeing their vision of a new Final Fantasy title, seeing that come to life. And, if there are a couple of bumps on the road here and there, or a couple of things where I'm just, I'm not really quite sure if I like it or not, that's fine, because I'm here for what makes this game unique compared to others, because that's sadly something I think that especially AAA games have struggled with over the past couple of years is actually being unique, right? And coming up with their own identity and thinking about, well, what differentiates our game from others, instead of just doing the same thing over and over again, especially when it comes to sequels and other games that just seem to recycle their own franchise until it really is run into the ground all the way. But yeah, I was really excited playing the demo. I think while the combat seemed really easy, at least at the start, it was a whole lot of fun, and I think that's good. At the end of the day, you know, challenge is one thing, but it needs to be fun, right? If you nail that core thing, then challenge is not really such a big deal at the end of the day. Depending obviously on the type of player. Excuse me, I still have to drink my coffee here. I just wanted to start a little bit early today because, well, Final Fantasy. I like the cutscenes. I like the amount of cutscenes. That is typically something that I enjoy a lot. Is just having a ridiculous amount of cutscenes there. I also think that especially the writing during the cutscenes was pretty exciting. Pretty well done overall. And I watched an interview with Koji Fox yesterday, and I think he kind of nailed what my thoughts were on that in what he said, which is that you know, they didn't want to have people constantly talking to you and just spewing out, you know, exposition and just telling you everything. So you have the option to always go into that lore system to read up on stuff yourself. But for the most part, and I thought that was really well done in the demo, from what I saw, or maybe we should just say chapter 1, since the demo is technically just the first chapter of the game. And that is that, you know, the people just talk to each other like they would talk to each other, right? They're not talking to each other because they want the player to know something, but rather they're talking to each other because they have an agenda. They actually want somebody else to do something for them, or, you know, to ask them something, whatever, you know, and that's how things should be written. It's sadly, dialogue writing in video games is very, very often not very good. There are only very, very few exceptions, right? Disco Elysium comes to mind, maybe the later Uncharted / The Last of Us. Those are pretty much the only examples I know of that actually have decent writing when it comes to dialogue between characters. All other video games are pretty bad in that regard, right? To the point where they feel like children's books in terms of how they're written, not necessarily the themes they're talking about. That was different here, and I thought it was fairly well done, although obviously it remains to be seen whether or not the game can keep that up. And as I said, a couple of the sequence of certain events in chapter 1 was unusual, let's put it that way. Not that I disliked it, I was surprised to see it done that way. But yeah, maybe, you know, as a very, very quick recap, game starts off, as you can see here with the big logo, with a fight between Phoenix and Ifrit. And turns out that we see that through the memories of a person who seems to be part of a, you know, secret group of agents that apparently want to do something. We see a war going on in the background, ultimately turning into a big fight between Shiva and Titan. Through that, we already learned that apparently there are dominants in this world, as they're later called or referenced, and they can kind of turn into primals. Or primals. I'm saying primals, icons, right? I'm probably going to be interchanging those words, even though primals is the word from 14. Icons, I think, is what they're called here. So we see that big fight going on. Apparently, the small group of people that we're following is there to do something. We don't really yet know. They seem like a small group of agents that belong to sort of a third party that maybe wants to influence that war that we're seeing in a certain way. Either way, one of them ultimately dies, and we see, you know, the character that we're playing being dragged away. And then it all sort of turns into a flashback scene where we see young Clive, his brother Joshua, we see their parents, and we see how it all goes wrong, essentially, during that scene. Because their father, who is at that point the king of Rosaria, I think, just their kingdom, they want to prepare for war, right? The Iron Men, I think they were called. So all of those words and different factions and whatnot, we'll have to come back to and look into their lore a little bit more in depth later on. But they're preparing for war, right? And they're traveling to a specific spot that they apparently, in their traditions, they always do that to prepare, right? And Joshua, who is the dominant of the Phoenix in this particular case, also needs to do something there, commune with the Phoenix, or it's not exactly clear what should have happened there. What becomes clear, however, is that they're betrayed, and the people invade the castle they are lodging in. They kill their father, the king, and through that, the Phoenix powers of Joshua awaken, and he kind of kills off everybody that started attacking them. But then Ifrit shows up, and it's still, I'm not 100% on what exactly happened there. It ultimately turns into a very brutal scene towards the end. I actually rewatched another streamer yesterday going through that beginning to also, catch myself back up to what I did. And I thought that it was really, really brutally done, right? Because we see Ifrit just smashing into the Phoenix for quite some time, and it's, there's nothing else going on. It even draws back all the music, right? It's a pretty dark scene, and we just hear Clive screaming in the background that, well, obviously he wants his brother to survive, right? What's not really clear in that scene, and that's the intrigue here that I like a lot, the entire time it feels like as if Clive turned into Ifrit, but then at the same time, we sometimes see his perspective from Torgal, which is the small little puppy dog that they're traveling with. And, well, we also see that weird other person that seems to, I don't know, inhibit his body. It turns him into Ifrit. We don't really know yet, obviously, and that's going to be the exciting thing moving forward. I want to find out what the hell happened there, right? And why he seemed out of control. So that's what made that scene even more brutal to watch, is because it felt like Clive was kind of still Ifrit, but not really in control of his own actions. So he sort of had this weird out-of-body experience where he saw himself essentially murdering his brother without being able to control that, because apparently somebody else or something else was in control at that point. Either way, though, it was a very, very exciting opening. And if we get into this finally here, if we go and load the game, as you can see, it says demo complete, so it imports your progress from the demo into the main game. I wasn't entirely sure if I was, wanting to do that, because it would have been equally exciting to just replay that opening scene. But then at the end of the day, I thought, well, I already did it, might as well skip the tutorial and everything and just go right into the game and experience what the hell is going on here. So I think this has been going on long enough in terms of an opening. Let's get into this. Let's find out how this continues. Oh, yeah. As just to wrap this up, we then see their mother, right, apparently having betrayed her own family. And it's still quite unclear there, because she seemed pretty fond of Joshua. She didn't like Clive, right, because she deemed him a failure because he didn't have the Phoenix powers. Seemed like she was very fond of Joshua, but then seemingly didn't really mind that he was killed. So I'm suspecting that she might know something. At the end of the day, he is the Phoenix, or has the Phoenix's powers. So in theory, maybe he can be revived, can be reborn. I don't know what her plan was there. But yeah, she seemed to have betrayed her family. So, and that's where it ends, more or less, right? that first chapter. So let's get into this. I don't know what's going to happen, if it's just going to start us out with the next chapter, or how this is going to work, but we'll see. Oh yeah, it will. All right, so this is after the flashback scene. Possibly right after that beginning scene between Shiva and Titan. Ah yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, 13 years later. 873. So this must be shortly after their buddy was killed via rock.
Welcome back.
I think these two are left.
What's our situation? Let's just say Shiva and Titan's little spat hasn't made things any easier.
Ouch. Oh, he's still... Okay. So one of them died.
It's as you thought. The Crusaders have sounded the retreat.
Then we follow.
We're down a man, Sergeant.
If we return without Shiva's head, our fate will be no different from Biast's. I'll take my chances with the Iron Blood. At least then I might die fighting.
After you do, that is.
Okay.
I won't be dying. Not today.
Then it's settled. No dying. Now, if you don't mind, we have an army to chase.
God, I love these musical themes that are coming in. A chance encounter. Okay, sorry that I have to pause for a little bit here again. I need to wrap my mind again around what the hell actually happened. So, this is the small party that we were with when the whole thing went down between Shiva and Titan. One of them died during that ensuing battle. I wasn't quite sure what they were. The interesting thing is that now Clive here, but also the others, they have this mark, right? This tattoo thing on their cheek. And as far as we've learned during the demo, that is actually a mark of, I think they were called bearers, which is sort of the slaves of this world. They're regarded as being more or less tools, not really humans. People that can utilize magic, but because of that, they're enslaved, right? Because that magic is just used, as I said, as a tool for the day-to-day life of other people. And it's easier to enslave people that are capable of that magic rather than using shards or crystals in this world for those things, because those are very rare, right? Ultimately, all of these nations apparently are fighting over what are called mother crystals, which is interesting, right? Because mother crystals are kind of a different thing in 14, and there's only one in 14, whereas here apparently there are 5 that different nations, fight over all the time. And then apparently there's also some sort of blight that is spreading that makes magic disappear more or less, right? Or that sort of these magical capabilities are kind of withdraw. The ether is not there anymore to use those abilities. So yeah, all kinds of creatures, but also men obviously try to get away from that blight, which makes the whole situation even more complicated. That being said, I don't know what kind of party we are here, considering that they also have these things on their cheek. I don't know if maybe some nation, for whatever reason, is using them to... yeah, they feel a little bit like a small group of agents with a very specific purpose, but then at the same time, they're also kind of in that group that would have been regarded slaves 13 years ago, at least in that flashback scene. So, I really don't know what that's gonna be. And also, I thought that they were a little bit more tight-knit, honestly, and now with this scene, it seems like there's definitely, they aren't necessarily there for each other, right? They're there for whatever purpose they've been sent out to accomplish, and beyond that, aren't really super keen on fighting for each other's life. Maybe. Either way, we get apparently a new iconic ability. The iconic abilities Scarlet, Cyclone, and Heatwave for the Phoenix are now available for acquisition and upgrade on the Abilities tab in the main menu. Do not forget that once acquired, new abilities must be equipped on the Gear and Icons tab.
How do they expect us to kill something that can do this?
They don't. Only the girl holding its leash.
Okay. Yeah, so we're supposed to be killing the woman that can turn into Shiva. I don't know why. I don't really know who was fighting each other. Maybe we can dive into the lore here in a second, but yeah, that was all very, very interesting. We are also level 10, and we have some Phoenix abilities here. Let's see. I'm sorry, this is probably going to start off fairly slowly because I need to reacquaint myself with all the capabilities that we have, but also with the different attributes and powers and whatnot. First of all, our current active quest chance encounter. The year is once again 873. So again, 13 years later, this is the present, as far as I can tell. And Clive has returned from his reverie to the chaos that smolders in the wake of Shiva and Titan's terrible encounter. Tiamat reminds Wyvern of their mission and that there is no escaping the inexorable fate of the branded. Yeah, it seems like they're branded, right? They would typically be regarded as slaves, so I'm not entirely sure. Maybe because of their capabilities in terms of magic, they can pursue the sort of murder mission that they're on currently. I don't know. Gonna be interesting to see. Right, I probably potion. Let's put the high potion here because the others I currently don't have. Then we got our attributes. Gear and icons. So this is our current gear. Let's quickly go through this because I think this is different from what I had in the flashback. Obviously it should be, right? Imperial Infantry Blade. When a bearer dies in service of the Sombre Croix, I think is what it was called. Sombre Croix. Yeah, Imperial Army. It's more likely his sword, not his body, will be retrieved from the battlefield, that it might be provisioned to the next unwilling volunteer without additional cost to the crown. Yeah, so this seems to be suggesting that we are regarded as less than others, but maybe volunteered for some sort of murder mission here because of our capabilities, and we're allowed to do that. This seems to suggest that we are on this mission because the Sombre Croix nation set us up to do it? I don't know. Which is very interesting because that seemed to be the people in that flashback scene who betrayed Clive and his father in that kingdom. I wonder if that's why he's doing it. Maybe Clive is on some sort of alternate mission here for his own sake, and kind of wants to infiltrate Sombre Croix in some way. I don't know. Imperial Infantry Belt. A crude strip of leather fitted with a pocket-eyed buckle. This belt is provisioned to bearers of the Sombre Croix Imperial Army with the understanding that it will be lost when the poor lad eventually falls to an enemy blade. Having deemed shields too costly a resource to be wasting on mere bearer assassins, the Sombre Croix Imperial Army now provides their frontline pawns with a pair of simple iron bangles that might stop an enemy blade if the bearer can raise his arms in time. Alright, so there's definitely a little bit of information here. Seems like we are part of the Sombre Croix Army, which is very interesting. Interestingly enough, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm reminded that the people who betrayed his father, right? The Rosarian Empire, they were from Sombre Croix. His mother kind of pushed him into their army, probably thinking that it would result in a very cruel death for him. Apparently it didn't. But that might be why he's here now, right? Having survived 15 years. It's very interesting to me because, I mean, it mentions bearer assassins, but it seems like, especially considering the status that bearers have in this world, it seems to me as if there is... As if they're just using them literally as pawns, right? So nothing super big going on. It's just they probably essentially tell them, hey, by the way, we regard you as less than human anyways, but if you want to have some renown to yourself, you know, go on that assassin's mission. And the, you know, Sambaqua army, they probably don't really care much if these people die. But if they can accomplish their goals, obviously that would be pretty good for them. Let's see, I don't really want to equip any of these. So these are the charms. Again, just as a reminder, these are the charms that can make the game quite a bit easier. I don't want to equip those, obviously. And then these are our current abilities. We have the Phoenix Shift. That is to, I think it was circle to get to the target really quickly. And then we have the square, summon a fiery wing that deals damage and can launch enemies. Spin quickly, creating a ring of fire that burns all enemies in range. That's a new thing. Scarlet Cyclone. Right. And then these are the abilities. Can I remove abilities select? Oh, okay, that's cool. So we only have those two currently, and then obviously here we can unlock new things. Have a couple of ability points currently. Heatwave. Summon a projectile dispelling a wall of liquid flame before launching several deadly shockwaves. Wave force is amplified upon dispelling a magic. Okay. Well, that sounds very interesting. I don't know how many of these I can equip at once. I'm imagining 2. Because I think all the other buttons are already being occupied by other things. Precision dodge, lunge. These are going to be supposed to be close in. Well, in the edges. I thought I had already unlocked this. Maybe it didn't. Oh yeah, I unlocked this one, which seemed... Hadn't I already mastered this? I kind of wanted to, I think. Yeah, let's master this real quick. Because I had a problem with this ability in that it took way too long for the blade to actually catch fire, but with it being mastered, I think it should do so more quickly. We can taunt. Not entirely sure why I would want to do that, but yeah. While in the air to kick over a nearby enemy, increasing jump height and duration. Apparently I haven't unlocked that either. Hold triangle to increase the potency of a magic spell released to cast. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm imagining that I can probably unlock most of these things, so let's just learn this real quick. But I do obviously want to focus on things that just seem better for me. But seeing as we're now just starting out, I kind of want to, you know, just unlock a couple things here. So let's go with this and go with this as well. Alrighty, I hope everything else is fine so far. I turned up the volume because it was definitely way too low in the demo, so I turned that up to 100%. Hopefully that's going to be fine. I feel like this is enough in terms of setup, so let's get into it, finally. I wonder, this seems to be taking place in a place that might have already been influenced by whatever blight is going on, because this seems incredibly barren, like even more barren than even a desert would be, right? So I'm thinking that might be why. It's possibly because the ether has already, for the most part, left this place, and that's why everything is so incredibly barren. Music currently going on reminds me a little bit of a particular zone in Stormblood, actually, from 14, which is also very interesting. One that I liked quite a bit in terms of music. Stone Skin doesn't seem to bet. Yeah, it's currently still active. Still not a big fan of these arrows, I have to say.
All the old trails are gone. It'll be hell finding a way out.
Do you think a retreating army and their dominant will fare any better.
Oh boy. Holy shit. That's definitely a lot of people that died in this battle. Interesting to me, I mean, it's Shiva's eyes, right? I'm thinking that it's probably magic based and therefore it doesn't really melt all that quickly. Holy fuck. Couple people impaled on this. See all the blood in the background? On the mountains? Ooh, that's very cool sound design. It sounds as if they're melting somewhat, doesn't it? I don't know. There might be. Over time. Strength tonic. Yeah, that with the potions. I'm thinking that a lot of these rocks here in the foreground probably also have been created by Titan, right? Oh boy. Yeah, what I wanted to say is, in terms of items, it's a bit awkward that you have 3 shortcuts and there's like 4 items that I currently can use, right? It's a bit of a weird thing. And maybe for the high potion it would make more sense to go into the menu or something. We'll see. Another stone skin tonic. I don't think I can find much in this particular environment. Ugh. It's a lot of blood splatter here, but yeah, the sound design of the ice slowly melting is very interesting. I do wish it would actually break apart somewhat in the distance. That would be very, very cool to see. You know what? Actually, in terms of gear, considering that we're currently apparently holding... Ooh, it's always weird when you just RP walk and your character suddenly does those fast motions. But considering that the current gear that we're using, you know, is considered quote-unquote slave gear, or, well, not really worth much.
Down there.
I wonder if somebody is gonna, you know, think that it's weird if we acquire better gear.
So, Titan has knocked the fight out of our Iron Blood friends. Where are the rest of them? That can't be the main host.
Wait. Our fortunes have turned, Sergeant. It's her.
The Dominant. Are you certain?
The Crystalline Orthodox is a backwards faith for a backwards people. In the Iron Kingdom, they teach that dominants are unclean aberrations, born of blackest sin. Only their priests are allowed to perform the rites of priming, and I see many.
Alright, very interesting. Prelude coming in. So how can we 3 do anything against them? Oh, that's how they're forcing her to fight as Shiva? They don't seem very bright, those Iron Man. Ooh. It's a very cool looking rapier.
Let this be the end.
Oh, we're fighting. I thought for a second we were going to be fighting. Oh, she can. Okay.
You focus on the target. Understood.
Yeah, I think now that ability is actually better. Alright. I need to remember how everything worked. Oh, okay. Ah, right. Yeah, I need to... Interesting. Okay. Thought I... There we go. Alright. Getting back into it. Oh, I parried that, right? Yeah, okay. There we go. I wanted to... It's a little bit strange still for me to see those cooldowns going on. Oh my god. Oh right, I have a ranged attack. I completely forgot about that.
Icon? She's not even fully primed. Not this time. Much appreciated.
I will not have their blood on my hands.
That is really... I was gonna, you know, I was questioning how well they were going to use the ranged abilities, but I hadn't considered that my enemies would actually be moving away from me as well. Oh god. There we go. Oh, that was fun! The combat is really, really cool, I have to admit. I hadn't expected that. Especially since at first it seems like you're just fighting a bunch of normal, you know, I don't know, guys, whatever. And actually it turns into quite the interesting battle with her being not fully primed, as they call it, right? So the word primal, I feel like, is still very, very fitting for these. It seems like, once again, just like in 14, different nations have different words for that sort of... for these abilities, right? So they have been called icons, but it seems like going prime or something is also what's been going on here. So she's Shiva, apparently, or Shiva's dominant, whatever you want to call it. And they forced her to fight for them, which is very interesting, but ultimately ordered their retreat because they couldn't do anything against Titan. That is very interesting. What I love a lot so far about the story is it seems like it's these smaller, almost medieval nations fighting each other, right? So it's not that super large scale, oh, we have these, like it's maybe Lord of the Rings, you know, armies with tens of thousands of people fighting each other. It's a bit more, it's a bit smaller, a bit more contained, a bit more like small medieval nations having these small-scale battles between each other for some very, very small territorial gains. And I like that a lot. That is very, very interesting. I hadn't considered that they just simply forced her to fight. I wonder who these kids were. Because that seems like... I don't know. Those Iron Men didn't really seem like the most intelligent bunch, right? Because first of all, they apparently just gave her up. I mean, they had to know that she was going to die here, right? It's also interesting to me that they apparently thought that they wouldn't be able to fight us. I mean, they were, what, like 20, 30 people at least? And they thought that they couldn't fight us. Maybe they wanted to retreat. I mean, at the end of the day, if they do start fighting us, they potentially run into issues with their retreat and would be captured by others. I don't know. This all seems very, very intriguing and very interesting. But I have to say, I really, really like the battle. I have to get back into it. it's not really all that difficult, but it's super, super interesting how they're, how they actually have those magical indicators, telling you where the attacks are going. And then also thinking about the abilities you have, the abilities that are still on cooldown. It's very, very cool how that is all set up. So I'm here for it. I'm interested to see where this is going. All right, but we got some loot apparently from this battle. 2 frozen tears, and as she thought, she shed tears of ice, which shattered on the blood-stained earth below. A Dhalmekian soldier's account of the Battle of Nisa, Year of the Realm 873. Interesting. So that's a quote from the battle that we just saw, I'm pretty sure, right? Or not just saw, but saw in the demo, the thing the game starts out with. Dark Potion, High Potion, and Steel Silk. A rare case in which Hyperbole has played no role in the item's nomenclature. I never know how to... Is it nomenclature or nomenclature? Nomenclature, I think. Whatever. Steel silk is every bit as strong as steel, yet soft as silk, making it a popular choice for tailors tasked with crafting durable armor that does not hinder movement. Used in crafting, so apparently there is a crafting system, which is very interesting. All right. Is she just dead now? Oh, I like his sword. I just saw it. He has a pretty cool sword. We were meant to kill her, right? So technically...
Is she dead?
I don't think so.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I feel like we know her. Yeah, that's her, right?
No, that's not you. Not here.
I'll bloody do it then.
Well, he's dead.
Fuck.
Guess that explains why they went away so quickly. They had another ambush planned.
We've got company, Wyvern.
Okay. They're just...
What the hell are you doing?
I was gonna say, are they just letting that happen?
With these bastards!
Sorry, Jill.
For a second I was confused why he might not recognize her, but we have to remember it's been 13 years. And she, grew up, obviously.
With you, Wyvern?
Dominant. I know her. Know her.
Nope.
Look around you! Do you think any animals care? I need you here!
I definitely have to learn how to fight, like, groups of enemies.
Stay down.
Oh, right. We have those. Completely forgot about that. We are quite capable, honestly. I mean, he is too, so...
Won't ask you again.
I don't know what exactly is going on here, though, with that.
So we can be done with this.
I wonder if we're gonna be fighting him, though. Because that is...
I won't.
You would betray the Holy Empire?
Betray? I don't recall ever pledging allegiance to your emperor. My service may have been bought with this brand, but not my loyalty. I just fight to survive.
Okay, so we...
I don't. The Empire will have our heads if we return empty-handed. So if you won't take hers, I'll have to take yours.
Okay, there.
I told you, Sergeant. I'm not dying here today. And neither is she. Let's find out. Too slow.
There we go. It is also... It's awesome how quickly you can dodge. Ah, damn it. Okay, he has like a double attack there. So sometimes they do an attack while you're still attacking, and you're still able to dodge that, which is really, really awesome. I like that a lot.
Not this time.
The one thing that I'm not entirely sure about is whether or not it's better to actually wait for them to be staggered to use all of your cooldowns. So I'm not entirely sure if that's a good idea. And I also still don't know, like, if I'm a fan of the... Oh god, okay, that was bad.
You speak as if we don't bear the same brand, Sergeant.
I was gonna say, so he is...
I've always had a name, and I've not forgotten it.
Still clinging to the past like a torn blanket.
Then you will die, as you should have 13 years ago.
For nothing,
Oh, okay. Oh god, he's...
and I will not fall by your hand.
I was gonna say, let's quickly heal. God, I love the music. That's so cool. There we go. Sometimes their attacks are also a bit delayed, which is interesting. Yeah, not really perfect fight yet.
Traitor's blood.
There we go. Bam! Ability finish. Tiamat bested. Alright, that was very, very interesting. I wish we would have gotten, although we're still probably getting a little bit more input on that. Let me just finish my coffee here real quick. I wish we would have... Well, no, I don't wish. This was very interesting. So, sounded as if he was the one who apparently maybe took Clive under his wings, right? No idea what the hell actually happened there, but that was very, very interesting. So they've been together for 13 years? Because if so, wow, that would be quite something. Would explain why they're all so capable. I mean, well, we cannot glean that much from it right now, right? So let's see what this is going to mean for us. Virite? To most, this nondescript lump of rough-hewn stone is but a nuisance upon which to stub one's toe. To the blacksmith, however, it is much, much more, for the metal contained within may be fashioned into inexpensive yet durable gear favored by warriors across the realm. Okay. You'd think that if it's so, well known among blacksmiths, that other people would also be, more interested in it to sell it to them. I don't know. Maybe you just find a lot of it. Meteorite. Just as drops of molten iron fall from a smith's oven to the floor to cool, so too do they fall from the celestial foundry where the gods forged their divine instruments of war, or so it is believed. We call these otherworldly outcastings meteorites. So they're actually meteorites. Interesting. There's so much lore in these small entries here. I still love his sword. Can I have that? Well, that's going to be a problem if we're fighting alone now. Don't know how we're going to get ourselves out of this one. Or maybe somebody else will. That's not her abilities. Ramu? Question mark? That was lightning. Okay.
This way.
Sid? What?
Bloody wind. Well, come on then.
That is... What is going on?
Fuck.
Okay, that was a crazy amount of information all at once. I love the pacing of this game so far. I love the pacing of the cutscenes. There's so much stuff happening constantly. Don't even get a second to think about all of it. Oh, she's still around, though.
Hugo, dear, my proud desert lion. Would that you had taken care when chasing the hare? I expected more from the mighty Titan.
So she's not a fan of them still being alive?
You put the Ice Queen on her back. No doubt. But you'll have to work harder if you're to claim this prize.
Who the hell is that behind her? I don't think we've seen him yet.
The thunder.
We'll be hearing more soon enough. You always were fucking snakes, Sid.
Oh, so they all... It's like a family reunion or
We
something.
have work to do.
Isn't it? It seems like all the dominants are here. Like all of the different elements. I don't know if that's really... If they have Ramu's power. Isn't she also... Doesn't she have the like Garuda's powers? At least to a certain extent. Maybe they're not really... you know...
Jill,
A full dominant? I don't know.
really you? And who's this fine hound I see before me?
A fine hound who saved your life. That's who.
Torgal.
Eh?
His name is Torgal.
You two acquainted? Well then, you won't mind taking him off my hands.
He immediately recognizes him as well? What?
Funny. I'd always pictured you as more the chocobo type. Clive Rosfield. Come now. Fleet as flame, fierce as a wildfire. That there was the blessing of the Phoenix. I'd heard rumors that you'd survived, but I never paid them much heed.
How's this all suddenly happening 13 years later? Out of coincidences here.
Calm down. I didn't come all this way for your handsome mug. Now her, on the other hand, she seemed worth muddying my boots for. None the worse for wear. Still, might be best to get a second opinion. Back her up.
His voice seems rather deep. Or for him, I don't know.
I mean it.
Well, I'm not about to leave her here. Not one with a warm bed waiting. It's all right.
Who's this friend there?
You're welcome to join us. You do want to help her, don't you?
Sid, if we aren't back soon, Nan'll have our heads.
I'll explain everything once we're back at the hideaway. Come on.
Yeah. There is a lot of explaining that needs to be done, I feel like. What is going on? So we've seen Titan, we've seen Shiva, we've seen Shiva's dominant, we've seen people now apparently knowing Clive, and then Torgal's here all of a sudden? What happened? Oh, and we see a lot more of the map. That's very interesting. Do we get a second here too? I don't think we immediately have to go there. Hey, hi! Welcome in. How's it going? I mean, going great so far, question mark? It's been very awesome. I continued the game after the demo chapter, and oh boy, there's a lot going on that I don't quite yet know how it all fits together. So for the first time, we actually see what seems to be more or less the entire map of the game. So that's where we started out, right? This was originally Rosalith, I think is what the capital was called, and then Rosalia might have been the entire empire. It seems like these chains are here to indicate the current you know, the current lines between the different empires. Although I'm not entirely sure. The Iron Man that we just saw, weren't they supposed to be hailing from these islands? Because they were fighting over this particular shot, right? Or this particular mother crystal. And we see the other mother crystals here as well. I mean, obviously I don't really know what all the other nations are, but it's interesting to look at. What the hell is this? That seems interesting. So, and this is like a big battlefield. Or wait, that's our hideaway? Close to the battlefield where we were, Central Storm Deadlands. The withered remnants of a once verdant valley, long consumed by the blight. One would have to be either extremely foolish or extremely desperate, or an extremely desperate fool to make this wasteland their home. Okay. So all of these sort of black, dead-looking parts of the map, I'd expect to be already covered by blight, potentially, right? So there's a lot here, which, again, in this case, I think that it's super interesting that the blight isn't necessarily just, oh, you know, there is some, you know, crazy dark force that is encroaching upon the land, or there's, I don't know what else you would be able to come up with when it comes to fantasy worlds, right? But rather, it's just that the ether is going away, so you cannot really live there. It's just a barren wasteland where you can't really, you can be there, but ultimately you cannot survive there for very long. At least not with, without, you know, food and whatnot coming in. But yeah, maybe not the worst spot for a hideaway where nobody can find you. I do wonder why this fight that we just witnessed took place there, but maybe that's because it's between different nations. Don't know. But yeah, there was a lot going on in that particular scene. I feel like there's a bunch of really, really odd coincidences that are happening there, but I also think that probably happened for a reason. So now we can, well, look into what the hell even happened and kind of find, you know, ways to explain that. Let's see. The hideaway. That sounds interesting. Why is the Sid guy? It's so funny to me that he's just called Sid. Weird. Central Storm. The Deadlands.
Much further now.
But we're in the middle of the Deadlands.
Keen eye, you. The blight sucked this place dry. Meaning no trees, no birds, and no magic. But it also means no neighbors.
The last place anyone would think to look.
I mean, technically we do have neighbors, right? It's just they won't come here. It's like ash.
Home sweet home.
still find it interesting, and I thought that in the demo as well. Like the voice acting is really well done, and like character animations and so on is good, but the voice fitting the character, that is something you definitely have to get used to. But maybe that's because they all look like Final Fantasy characters. The Hideaway. Central Storm. Well, there's a lot of people here. So how do they survive? That's a Moogle! Hello, Kupo.
This place. These are fallen ruins.
Well, we didn't think they'd mind. And it keeps the black from our lungs.
But how do you survive without magic?
How does anyone? Hard work and a bit of nerve. You must be starving. We grow them here, believe it or not. Suit yourself.
You're back.
Okay.
Talia.
Talia.
This is the Dominant.
How cold since we found her. I was hoping you might give her a look over.
All right. Goots. Get her
Goats.
upstairs.
Already love this place.
None will...
Don't fret about Karen. I've taken care of her fee.
All of it?
She's the best healer this side of the belt. You've nothing to worry about.
They're very welcoming and open, right?
I'll be in my soul.
To someone they just met and... Oh, wait, no. Okay, he did know us, so hideaway. So maybe he's, maybe he simply knows who we are and why we are, and... Alright. What the hell? I don't know what somebody is doing outside. Hopefully that's not coming through too loudly. Local map. Pressing the touchpad opens a detailed map of your current area. Main scenario destinations are marked with a red symbol. Speak with Sid in his chambers. Okay, so they mentioned Fallen Ruins, right? So apparently that's where... Who the fuck is doing that outside? Damn it! I hate that. It's so unnecessary. I don't even know. Feels like they're taking the entire place apart, doesn't it? Okay, you know what? Since it is very, very warm, and I said I was taking a couple more breaks, let's take a very quick break, and hopefully whoever has too much time on their hands will have stopped by then. So I'll be right back in like 2 or 3 minutes. Alrighty, we're back. Thankfully, it's not super hot today, right? Because otherwise this would have been... Oh my god, that's annoying. Whatever. Let's get back into the game. I'll probably be taking a break in an hour or so to open my windows back up whenever they're done with whatever idiotic thing they're doing out there. I think it's just a little bit of grass that they're cutting for whatever reason with some exceptionally loud thing that probably, you know, needs more fuel to cut down a bit of grass than to... Oh yeah, somebody is, there's like a small... I don't know, what do you call that? Small yard here, I think? And they're technically a little bit of grass is growing there. But instead of just, cutting that normally, they have these tools that require fuel and are annoyingly loud. And instead of doing that when it makes sense, they're doing it in the middle of summer when the grass isn't really growing anyways, and it's all, just kind of dead already. I think if they hadn't done anything, it would look the exact same like a couple weeks later, but I don't know. It's weird. They always come in when there's, like, it doesn't really make sense to me. Anyways, whatever. Let's get back into the game. Alright, I can just... It's already getting warm. Whatever. Right, so they mentioned Fallen Ruins. That is very, very interesting. Actually, you know what? Ooh, Okay, so this opens the local map. Let's not look at that for too long. Can I somehow open the... I cannot? I was expecting to be able to open the ATL, I think it was called, the Active Time Lore, but maybe that's not a thing that we can currently do. Either way, there was a lot going on. There's still a lot to unpack here, but I feel like that's going to be difficult to do without us knowing more about these people. What I found really, really interesting, though, is that beyond all the coincidental recognition that was going on here, Torgal apparently being back? Like, how can 13 years later, how can we suddenly run into that many people and animals and whatnot that we know? It's very, very interesting. But these fallen ruins I was very interested in from the start, because those were already visible when we were running, through that battlefield between Shiva and Titan in the first chapter. Because they looked very interesting. They have that sort of these spiraling markings going on. I don't really know. Looks like they were a very sophisticated nation. I wonder if they just perished because of the Blight. And that's also very interesting with the Blight. So up until now, it seemed as if the blighted parts of the land were simply just dead, right? I don't know. I associated that a bit more with... Well, what did I associate it with? Definitely with land that was just uninhabitable, right? That was completely taken over by some maybe somewhat unknown dark force. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all. It's just simply magic cannot thrive there anymore. And so naturally, all of these people that seem to be relying on magic don't want to live there or cannot live there. But it seems like if you grow stuff like they're doing, but with your hands without magic, quote unquote, normally, as we would do it, right, in our world, then it seems like you can very much still live here. So, how very interesting. Yeah, considering that the Sid guy seems to know us, I would assume that he was maybe looking for us, right? I mean, that seems like way too much of a coincidence to not be the case. Then they have quite a few people here, so...
Still hungry, are you? Might have something round here.
That's really Torgal? Woof. He looks good. He has a very interesting bracelet on one of his legs. How would this have happened? Torgal was there, right? He was there during that night where the Phoenix rose. And then it seemed like we were watching that scene through Torgal's eyes at some point. Huh. Very, very interesting. Very peculiar, right? This all... I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of this because it all happened so fast, right? Suddenly we were fighting our own commander. Suddenly we found Jill. Oh, by the way, so Jill is a very, very interesting person, I thought, because, and I said so when I played through the demo, I love this idea that they're taking these different, I guess, concepts or things that happened, you know, during medieval times. Also was a staple in Game of Thrones, for example, where nations essentially took the children of other nations in. I think there's a specific like name for that I've already forgotten again, but the idea is that they can pressure other nations with that, right? So if they all have... So I don't exactly know how that always happens. There might be a trade, right? Or if they're defeated, one of their children is taken, essentially. But the idea is that because of that, they won't really attack each other, right? But obviously their children might not be treated that well. It depends, right? Jill, in this particular case, was definitely treated quite well, as she was like a sister to Joshua and Clive, as we saw. Wonder how she got into the hands of the Iron Man. Ultimately, I think maybe the entire nation of Rosalia got taken over by the Iron Man. I mean, they were already fighting over that crystal out on the coast, so I'd imagine that since we were betrayed and Sambuqua might have taken over at least part of that land, that the Iron Man had an easier time to take over the capital of Rosalia, or Rosalith. Those are still kind of interchangeable for me. And because of that, we, or rather Jill, got taken hostage. I wonder, well, we don't yet know where she came from, right? So I don't know if anybody ever suspected her being Shiva's dominant. A ward or something, yeah. I feel like there's still another word for it. I think it was also mentioned in the lore tab of her, but it might be a ward as well. Yeah, it's a very interesting concept when it comes to storytelling, because it opens up so many avenues, right? It's such an interesting thing because they're not really slaves, right? I mean, they're sometimes kind of treated like that, but also kind of not. I think there was even, like in the real world, I think there was a certain protocol attached with that as well, right? They might not have been treated that well, but but sort of in an underhanded way, right? So in theory, they were still royalty, and so they had to be treated as such, even though technically they were sort of a slave to them, in a sense. But yeah, there was a lot of interesting stuff going on. And then obviously sometimes those children were also taken as, they were married off, or married somebody from the nation that took them in to make connections, to then also prevent war or take over the other nation through that, right? So there were all kinds of very, very interesting and sort of intriguing things going on there.
The washroom floor's all mended then? It'll hold, for now.
Washroom floor. There is water here. Okay. Because I would have suspected that water couldn't exist here either, since ether isn't really flowing here anymore. Looks very interesting. So if the ruins continue down. I haven't really seen much of potentially older nations that existed.
Then you'll need to speak with Blackthorn.
Blackthorn, that's the smith I'd expect. In terms of older nations, I thought that it was really interesting. That first fight that we saw between the Phoenix and Ifrit, they fell down into this really, really elaborate, insanely big open space, right? Almost like the Balrog fight in Lord of the Rings between Balrog and Gandalf, where they also fall into that insanely large cave. Makes me wonder if those sort of, I don't know, spaces once belonged to some big, ancient, magical nations or something. A Game of Thrones called it Hostage Ward. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was Ward that the game called it. I'm sure we'll get that entry at some point again. I really, from a storytelling perspective, I'm sure it wasn't that great for the people back then, right, who had to live like that. Although I'd imagine it still would have been a much better, considering that they were still technically part of the of a somewhat royal family or family of leaders, even though they weren't with their family at that time. It was probably still a much nicer life than most people had, all things considered. But I'd imagine it also heavily dependent on the family they were put into, right? Ooh, that was a, what? That was a weird musical transition. Okay, I cut off rather suddenly. And it's just completely gone. Jailer, okay.
Another newcomer. You mind the rules round here, or our next chat will be through the bars.
Okay. Is there anybody in here? What? It's insanely dark in here. Huh. So they have jails here? Weird. It's like they're building their own little nation here. With rules people have to follow? This all seems rather overwhelming to a certain degree. Not necessarily only for me, you know, as somebody who's experiencing the story, but imagine coming into this as Clive. Wouldn't he be completely blown away that something like this even exists? Feels like not many people would know about this. Okay, they're working on some stuff here.
Still hungry, are you? Might have something round here.
Still a little bit on the fence of how the NPC interactions work.
The smell of war is thick about him.
Oh wait, they also all have their bearer symbol. Maybe this is all... Oh, yeah, that could be it. I just remembered. So the bearers, they are enslaved, right? Maybe this is also like some sort of free nation for them? Place where they can take refuge? Yeah, I guess nobody would really expect people that are capable of utilizing magic to flee to a place where they cannot use that magic anymore. Definitely a good idea to hide out here. What I was going to say, in terms of NPC interactions, I think the world is made out to be quite lively, and I like that, but the way NPCs only ever speak when you approach them, it's an interesting thing. I don't think I mind it as much. At the end of the day, I think this game is quite linear in terms of storytelling.
Scampering back to his solar, but no.
Lonely, are we, August?
I don't know. It's just, it's a bit weird, right? I feel like we should have already moved on from this particular type of NPC interactions, but then again, I also don't mind it as much. This I love a lot. Why is there an orchestrion here? So this is like a jukebox from Final Fantasy XIV. I wonder if... So for somebody who hasn't played many Final Fantasy titles, I don't know if these orchestrions have always looked like this, and that's why it exists here in this particular state, or if this is supposed to be a reference particularly to Final Fantasy XIV. It's very interesting. I wonder if we can change the music in our hideaway.
Lay off the man. He's got plenty to brood about.
So is Sid like their leader, or at least some sort of commander? Spoony Bard.
Lightning struck, his yoke did break, his life his own again. With thunder's roll he knew his fate, and would fight it to the end.
Okay.
What do you think? I woke this morn inspired.
Interesting. I don't know what you were talking about there in your small little verse, but interesting either way.
I think he'd have time for a nip with old August before scampering back to his solar, but no.
Lonely.
I kind of forgot that he did some lightning magic, right, when he was helping us. Wonder if Sid's also a dominant then. Lank-locked bearer.
If you can read, don't let Otto know. We'll put you to work on the ledgers too.
Okay. Lots of books here. Oh, they're keeping tabs on, I guess, their inventory and whatnot. Everything they have. That's what it looks like anyways. Lots of books here. I love the little, the things they put on the papers so that they don't fly away. They're like little chocobo carvings. That's very cute. But they have a lot of stuff, right? Lots of bread. It looks pretty well. Like they live quite a decent life out here. Makes me wonder where they get the, for example, the meat from, right? Because I had assumed that most animals would have fled the wasteland by now. But then again, maybe they're also just, maybe they have their own livestock here. I don't know. Well, let's talk to Sid first. I imagine we can still glean a lot about this. The game gets quite dark from time to time. I wonder if I need to turn the brightness up at some point. Hey, yeah, sorry, I won't make them that dirty. Technically, we just came from a barren desert, so... Yeah, the lighting the game uses from time to time is interesting. I think it kind of makes sense that it would be fairly dark back here, but I don't know, it's also turning the screen quite dark from time to time. Okay, somebody's chambers. Very interesting how they built this place up, right? They just kind of put their own wooden structures into the fallen ruins, it seems. Wonder why they're called fallen. Because technically fallen, you know, when I think back to Tears of the Kingdom currently, did they fell? Like literally fall in terms of, you know, falling from a high place? Or is it fallen because the nation fell at some point? Huh. Well, let's see what we can figure out here. Who this guy is. Oh, he has one of those owls that we saw in the beginning.
She's working on a pet project of mine. Though she's not above biting the hand that feeds her. All right. I was hoping we might try and solve the mystery of poor Clive Rossfield.
Yeah, let's do that.
A bearer of the Sambrequois Imperial Army sent behind enemy lines. With orders to wait until it turned into a brawl, then slit the dominant's throat in the chaos.
I didn't know it was her. How could it be?
And so, to save her neck, you slit your sergeants, then set your sights on the hills. Conveniently forgetting how the Empire deals with deserters. Because with that on your chop, my friend, we both know you won't be getting far.
Okay. So they do care about that. I was wondering, right? Considering that the bearers aren't really regarded as much.
Lord Rossfield.
How do you know about all of this, though?
I'll not have it said that I'm a poor host.
What do you mean to do with her?
Do with her? Why, nothing. Her life is her own now. If I wanted to use her, do you think I'd be talking to you? All I want to do is help. Dominants like her, branded like you. Of course, the realm doesn't approve, which is why we live in a cave.
And why are you doing that? Just out of the goodness of your heart?
Also why we need help. From branded who know one end of a sword from the other. What say you, Clive? Will you join us?
It's reflection.
Sid, was it? I trust that you'll do right by Jill. But until my brother is avenged, I must walk my own path.
avenged.
My brother was murdered by a second dominant of fire.
The Phoenix's evil twin. Oh, bugger me. Another rumor proven true.
I only stand here today because of Joshua. 13 years I've waited for this chance. I've slept in filth, drunk from a gutter, killed more men than I can count. You're right. The Empire will not suffer a deserter. This will be my best opportunity. My last.
Which is why you should join us.
I told you I'm not
interested, I know. One of my scouts sent word there's a group of branded fugitives north of here, in the Imperial village of Lostwing. Among them is one he believes to be a dominant of fire.
How does that work? What?
Is he certain?
What say we go and ask him?
This doesn't mean I'm joining you.
Just to be clear, huh?
Let's make ready then.
God, still so many questions. What the hell?
The main hall, as well as a few things you don't. Have fun.
I'm having trouble wrapping my head around what the hell is going on here. Because, I don't know. Is he really just doing that out of the goodness of his heart? I mean, maybe, but there still had to have been something that initiated that. And then, isn't this putting a giant target on them if Clive would join them? If that Empire really is so strict about their deserters? I was actually wondering about that because they seem to be, well, at least it sounded as if they're just sending out these assassins, these bearers, with the knowledge that they just might not return and they don't really care about it, right? Because they probably have quite a few of them. But then maybe I was a little bit wrong on that. Maybe they are quite a bit more important to them than it made it out to be. I don't know.
It's downstairs. Try not to get lost.
I also wonder what Clive was doing all these years, because 13 years is a long time, right? So was he staying with their army because he had hoped that somehow he would find whoever betrayed them? Because at the end of the day, I'd imagine that he would have known that they were betrayed by Sambaqua, right? By its mother, essentially, joining them, the Empire. But ultimately, the person he's looking for, or the thing he's looking for, is that weird hooded figure that summoned Ifrit, right? So maybe he had hoped by staying with said Imperial army and fulfilling their assassin tasks, he would eventually find something that would lead him towards whatever happened to his brother, right? Or whatever happened with Ifrit, I'd imagine. God, there's so much going on here. It's just... It's very, very interesting in terms of pacing. It's throwing a lot of stuff at you all at once, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. I think that can be quite cool in terms of storytelling, right? Because it means that a lot is going on, very fast paced. But then, yeah, you really have to wrap your head around what the hell is going on.
Oh, no. Good, was it? Perhaps you can help. Sid asked me to make ready for our mission. How does one go about that here?
There's old Nan's place. On second thoughts, you maybe want to see Blackthorn first.
blacksmith? To the forge it is, then.
Oh wait, no, hold up. You'll be needing this. Blackthorn won't take no notice of you otherwise. Might not anyway.
To give us some more crafting stuff? Continental, speak with Blackthorn. Okay, so it seems like we're now getting the bearings of this place. Still very strange. I mean, they're just inviting us in, right? Without any second thoughts, it seems. That being said, maybe they are very much used to it, considering that it seems like they're a nation of these bearers coming together to live free lives. So maybe they're very, very used to just new people showing up all the time. I still imagine, since they technically are all deserters, right? Or former slaves, you'd think that they should be very wary of somebody coming in here to... Oh, then again... Maybe it's one of those weird things where people wouldn't really care enough about them to find out what the hell happened or where they went. But it's still... Yeah, it's very, very interesting to me. Okay, we just got something. Strength tonic. So these are crafting materials, right? Oh. Continental rum. Oh, he gives us rum for the black. Okay. Is that a reference to what's his name? Well, in Final Fantasy XIV, the smith that is always doing the relic quest lines. The reason why he has to do that and craft so many relic weapons for the player is because he drinks too much and is constantly in debt. So in order to pay that off, he then crafts you all those weapons. I don't know. Or is that just... Is it a staple of the Final Fantasy series that the blacksmiths always drink? A noisome spirit better suited to stripping oil from a painter's canvas than consumption. Oh god. Grants overworked conscripts a few rare moments of sweet oblivion on their long, arduous sea journeys north from the continent. Overworked conscript, okay. Long, arduous sea journeys north from the continent. Okay, what the hell is going on to the north?
Forge is down the end. Just follow the sound of Blackthorn's hammer.
Yeah, we've kind of already been there. Let's get our bearings first. I don't think they... Oh, Torgal. It's just sleeping. It's so weird still, though.
When we're done. As tight as shit boulders.
Weird answer to that? That was a different line from when we first were here, right?
Are you Blackthorn?
What if I am? I've no time for idle chatter.
I'm not here to talk. I'll be accompanying Sitter Lostwing, and I need you to see to my equipment.
You could be accompanying the goddess Krieger to our holy bedchamber for all I care. I'm not lifting a finger for you.
Goddess Krieger.
Is that so?
Have some rum to help me. Okay.
Do you want that or not? I can take it back.
Oh, damn you, Goots. All right. No need to be hasty. Let's have a look at you. I doubt that lot could stay a Moogle's fart. Bloody Imperials. They'd rather see their bearers dead than kitted out properly.
Yeah, I got that impression.
I'll do what I can, as a favor to Goot's mind.
See, that's exactly what I meant. It's so strange still. And I'd imagine that will be answered down the line, but it seems very strange to me because the Empire that's sending out these bearers as assassins, it seems like they don't really care much about them. I mean, obviously they don't. They're bearers, right? They're considered their slaves. But yet they are sending them out on assassin missions. So I don't know. Do they not expect them to succeed? Do they not care that they succeed? Because when Sid was talking about deserters, he made it seem as if that's bad. And I'd imagine it is. I mean, obviously they wouldn't be... well, if they got wind of somebody deserting and that's just a bearer, they'll just kill them, I'd imagine, right? I mean, yeah, sure. If they got wind of that and they came back and it became clear that they deserted them at one point, they'll just kill them, I'd imagine. All right, but Sid made it seem as if that was something really, really bad, right? Like it painted a big target on them, essentially. So, forging. The crafting of new gear, as well as the upgrading of existing gear, can be done at a forge, blacksmith, as long as you have the recipe and the proper materials. Select a highlighted item from the list and hold X to craft or upgrade. Okay. Iron belt. Well, it's great that we got the needed materials for this then. Iron belt +1. That's the belt that we're currently wearing, right? More leather than iron, it is nonetheless considered an improvement from the crude cording worn by Ackerman and acolytes. Okay. Let's craft that. Yeah, sure, equip it.
And the belt, Caesar Square. You want anything else, you bring your own materials.
I'll bear that in mind.
Potog, hi, welcome in. Morning, I'm doing great.
Don't let Sid decide what's best for you.
I hope you're too. I've been looking forward to this the entire week already, and very, very excited to finally be playing the full game. When something is changed in the hideaway, a notice will appear in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. In addition to stock updates for Charon's Toll and new forging recipes for the Black Hammer, there are also notices for new quests, new missives, and many other things. A yellow point icon will appear in-game, as well as on the local map to indicate recent updates. Okay, interesting. So the recipes we don't really have to get ourselves. It seems like they just appear at some point, all right?
I suppose I should thank Goots.
Right. Very interesting. Let me double check that belt that I just equipped. Where would that be? Gear, right? So it's iron belt +1. And this is what we had. So it's much better, obviously. Something about this still strikes me as odd. I don't know what. It's so weird, right? You have that insane story going on, right? That's very fast-paced. And then suddenly, oh, hey, here's your main hub with, you know, your typical, oh, there's a blacksmith and there's a shop. And I don't know. This is still, it's kind of funny how it transitions from one to the other. I don't necessarily mind it. It's just, I guess, somewhat unexpected. I wonder how this is ultimately going to work. But,
Make it quick.
okay, let's ask him.
Well, I ain't the cook, am I?
Oh, wait, this is not voice acted? Okay, that's weird. Though if you've tasted Kenneth Brown, I might as well be. This is not bugged though, is it? What kind of odd choice is this? I mean, I know that Japanese developers very often have like weird, or make weird choices when it comes to voice acting, but this I haven't seen yet. That like a couple of words are voice acted at the beginning of each sentence, but then the rest of it is not. Sid needed a smith and I needed a smithy. Called it a marriage of convenience. Doesn't hurt that the forge here is the hottest this side of hell, or that it works without magic. I won't have no bearer suffering for me. Okay, so, but how exactly did you light it? I mean, they would have still had to supply you with, I don't know, coal? And somehow make the fire in the first place?
Got anything needs repairing?
That is... Okay, that is seriously odd to me. That is so weird. What the hell? Who came up with that idea? You got anything that needs repairing or retooling, you bring it here, along with your own materials. And any scraps left over, I keep. Okay. And now we get a check mark that we've already talked about that. right? Oh, there were big thunderstorms and even tornadoes. Yeah, I had somebody, somebody, a friend of mine showed me what was going on with their living, and yeah, the weather is kind of crazy currently. Although we always get lucky where I am, there's not much going on here. It's just warm. Although much easier to bear today than on other days, I think. Yeah, it's always crazy to watch that, especially since, well, none of that is really ever going on here, so it's kind of surreal to see all those, you know, nature going crazy, essentially. All right, let's see what else he has. Broadsword +1. You need Frozen Tears for that, and the Warite. Virite? Virite? I don't know how to say that. Iron Braces. Oh, these one we could craft. I mean, I don't know what makes the most sense here. I want to say that it's probably better to keep that stuff for the broadsword, but on the other hand, we'll probably get more than enough anyways. It's also weird that the +1 seems to be the basic one. You'd expect the broadsword to just be the basic one, and then reinforcement would get you to +1, but you're immediately just forging the +1 and then reinforces +2. Okay, very interesting. Oh, we need meteorite. We have meteorite. All right, so let's craft these ones then.
No scratches, right?
Equip them. And then I can just immediately upgrade this stuff. Oh, we can upgrade either or. Let me see. 26-2, 26-2. I guess it doesn't really make much of a difference then.
My best work, but it'll do.
Okay. I wonder if there's going to be any intricacy to this, or if it's just simply go for the best stuff all the time.
And?
If there's going to be like different things to choose from ultimately. Let me just double check the gear. Also, I don't know what we can do with the stuff that I don't need anymore. Is it just going to go away? Like this, what do I do with it? Iron braces +2, van braces. Though little more than crude leather straps reinforced with even cruder iron plates, boundless tales of dexterous doers of daring, deftly deflecting Dorlax. Oh god, Koji, what the hell are you doing? Boundless tales of dexterous doers of daring, deftly deflecting Dorlax and redirecting Dins with naught but these wristlets have made the equipment a popular choice for those who dream of being a hero but currently lack the monetary means. Oh my god, what kind of item? That's an even crazier item descriptions than what you see in 14 normally. So do I see those? I don't think they are reflected in our gear though, right? The gear is just, that's our outfit and it mostly stays that way, I'd imagine. You're expected to get thunderstorms too? Okay, be careful with that. It's always... Thunderstorms are weird, right? It's very unlikely that anything bad happens, but if it does, it kind of sucks. Is it just you, or didn't we really have tornadoes? Yeah, that's... It feels like that's the case. It feels like the weather has definitely gone crazier, which technically, yeah, we kind of know that it should, but it's still somewhat weird to actually experience it. So I was in California in... well, that was much later, but it was pretty bearable, all things considered, because it's very dry heat, and I like that a lot more than very humid heat. Usually in the 80s, but we get a week or two of 100. That's so that 100 is about 37 Celsius, right? And 80 would be what, like in the mid 20s, probably higher 20s. Yeah, that actually that's all right. I mean, if you get like a week or two of it being extremely warm, I feel like that's fine. If it's more than that, then that would be a bit of a problem. Brown bear. Oh, what kind of pun is that? I like it. Oh, I did. I did a road trip with a friend. So we got a car and did like a big circle. So we started in San Francisco, went to Los Angeles, then Las Vegas, and drove back to San Francisco. Kind of a round trip, and, you know, looked at sort of everything on the way. Was a lot of fun. It's very, very good. That was at the... When exactly was that? Start of October, I think. Yeah. It was still very warm, obviously, in certain parts, especially in Las Vegas, but it was very manageable. Obviously, I had to watch out for the sun. I had to put sunscreen on, but aside from that, it was very, very comfortable, honestly. Didn't really mind heat. Yeah, it's like 27. So 27, I think, is pretty good, right? That's a temperature where it's still all right, and it's quite comfortable still. You know, it's when it gets hotter than that, especially when it's very humid. And the worst part is, since we don't really have ACs here, right? The worst part is when it doesn't get cold during the night, or, well, cold in the sense that it drops by, like, you know, more than 10 degrees compared to the highest point of the day, because then the heat's never leaving, right? And sleeping in that is not a very good experience, and it can become very uncomfortable if you have that going on for like 2-3 weeks, right? Which thankfully is not really the case currently. It is very, very warm during the day, very humid, but at least during the night you get a little bit of a you know, colder wind coming in, so that's makes it very bearable, honestly. Brown bearable. Mm-hmm. Lived in Santa Cruz, an hour and a half south of San Francisco. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we drove through Santa Cruz. I don't know if we stopped there, though. I mean, we just stopped whenever we felt like it, right? Whenever it kind of looked cool. Since we drove down the coast, there's a lot of places that are just very interesting and very cool to look at. It is really huge. It's really, really difficult, honestly, to like wrap your head around that, because it's so weird when you're used to, because, you know, here and all across, or most of Europe, right? When you just drive for 2-3 hours, you'll be coming by lots of cities, right? Lots of smaller villages and towns. And in the US, it can be like there's just nothing. I mean, the trip from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, it was just, I mean, obviously Los Angeles is insanely big. Technically, it's multiple cities combined, right? But then you start driving and there's just nothing until you arrive in Las Vegas. Absolutely nothing in between. It's still a fairly long drive, right? Even though in those cities are still quite close together, actually, when it comes to the US, right? So it's somewhat strange, yeah, to experience that. And especially then when we were, I think, when was it? When we were driving back to San Francisco, I think. It said like Salt Lake City, 500 miles or something like that on the sign on the road, which was weird, because that would be if you were all the way up in the north of Germany and it would just say, I don't know, Munich, 800 kilometers. It's a very surreal thing, and while you're just there, it's kind of, yeah, difficult to, I guess, understand that space in between cities. Oh yeah, it was very, very beautiful. It's an amazing coastline.
Well, it is. The scouts found a pair of new bearers willing to join us.
Oh, more names for Otto's ledger.
So they're even looking for bearers then. Very interesting. Am I still supposed to be doing something here? Because, okay, we have a reservoir, the faucets, storeroom. That's the cells where it suddenly cut out the music for whatever reason. The white AIDS? No idea how to pronounce that. Okay, so the reservoir, that's referencing wherever the water's coming from, I'd imagine. kind of... Oh yeah, it's just simply the water part here. And this is where they're growing stuff.
Sid once told me, the blight doesn't kill the land, it only makes her forget who she once was.
Oh,
She'll
interesting way of
eventually
looking at it.
remember her purpose. All she needs is a little reminding.
Botanist. I love that little... there we go! Little Moogle! Look exactly like the Moogles in 14. That's cute. Also funny that the oranges, pears, I don't know what they're supposed to be, actually. The fruit that they're growing here looks almost like their palm thing on their head. I wonder if anybody ever confuses the two.
Place is falling apart.
So, the blight... I mean, yes, it's draining the land of ether. Oh yeah, they do have animals here, okay. Just makes me wonder why. I wonder if it's almost some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy in the sense that the land is drained of ether. They cannot use magic anymore, but the worst part is that people are then leaving, right? Because they cannot use magic anymore, and so the land is just, you know, that barren wasteland because nobody's tending to it anymore. I wonder why that happens. It seems very intriguing to me. Altered Carbon, I think I heard of that. I've never seen it though. I want to say I remember watching a trailer of that. That's some time ago though, right? Isn't that? I'm trying to remember. Oh wait, wasn't that Altered Carbon? That was a Netflix series, right? But was that the one that played like 200 years in the future where they can like just reinsert memories and brains into other people? Was it that one? Oh yeah, oh then I actually watched season 1. I was thinking, wait, Altered Carbon? I remember that name. It was very interesting. I thought that, well, ultimately at the very end, it turned a bit too like action-y for my taste. I thought that there was so much cool stuff that they could have done and didn't really go with. But then again, yeah, it's one of those shows that needed a bit more planning in terms of where it tried to go, I feel like. But everything they had was pretty cool. I liked the setting a lot. The characters were pretty cool, I thought. There was a lot of very interesting stuff going on, yeah. I actually liked it quite a bit. I just thought that... Well, I never watched Season 2. There was a Season 2, right? Was there a Season 3 as well? I just heard somebody say that Season 2 wasn't really all that great. Or was it... Wasn't Season 2 very different from the first one? Was that where they, like, changed the main characters or something? I don't really remember, but ultimately I didn't continue watching it, unfortunately. Season 2's not great, okay. Yeah, very Hollywood action movie. That's kind of... I felt like, was it the last episode or something where it kind of turned into that as well? It had so much really, really intriguing stuff going on, and then ultimately it felt like, yeah, they wanted to make it too much Hollywood action movie, yeah.
Your brand
was a bit unfortunate.
Lady Tyre might be able to see to that. You may have been born a slave, but you're a free man now.
Ooh, can she remove those brands? That would be very interesting.
Would you rather you went without?
Oh, wait. Most people still seem to have that mark on them, right?
Leave me be.
Not until you've had your medicine.
What an intriguing place. I find it so interesting that we're just thrown in here. Curse breaker and training?
Strays? What? We all are. Little uns, big uns, and everything in between. We're a damn sight better off here than out there in the world.
Seems like it. Yeah, his mark seems to be somewhat removed, right? I mean, it's very clearly still visible.
Well, it is. The scouts found a pair of new bearers.
I wonder if they have some really strong, I don't know, some sort of acid-like concoction that they can remove that stuff with, or at least attempt to. You love a good mystery? Yeah, I do as well. And we get quite a few here. Okay, let me just double check. Anything? I've been over there quite a number of times already, right? Oh, the faucets. Wait, the infirmary. That's Sid Sola. That's where we were. I love that this is called the Fat Chocobo. I wonder what all these people are doing, though, because as cool as this hideaway is, it's not exactly a big space. I mean, well, it's somewhat of a big space, but if you consider all these people just living here, because they cannot really go anywhere ever, right? Because they're living in the wastelands where the Blight has taken over. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably still better being free in here than, you know, having to...
I haven't had lungfish as sweet and tender since I was a maid.
Having to do other people's work constantly.
If you can read.
Okay, you're still saying the same thing. Why would this be called the Fat Chocobo, though? Where'd they get that name from? It is interesting. I want to say that there are definitely a couple of references in here to Final Fantasy XIV, which is an interesting choice. It makes sense considering who built this game, right? It's the same people, more or less. Same team. But I'm curious. They seem to be... Well, I don't know. 14 has gotten very, very popular, right? So I wonder if they were banking on that a little bit too. And it feels interesting to me. I don't mind it at all, obviously, as a 14 player. I'm just imagining a lot of other people playing this too, and it will go completely over their heads probably, right? And then again, a lot of old school Final Fantasy fans will probably appreciate that as well. I mean, the Fat Chocobo is just a funny name for a pup-like thing, right? All right, let's see.
The gift worked. You have my thanks. Come on, nearly there.
Oh, found a new straggler?
You, blankets, quick as you like.
How do they find these people?
All right, we make them comfortable while the bed's made up. Well, you just gonna stand there? Someone fetch some water.
I'll get the bucket. You go and see if Otto needs out, eh?
Water?
Wait, me?
They all seem like a very helpful bunch. I don't know. I'm still... Considering what we've learned about this world so far, I'm still very suspicious that this is going to go horribly wrong at some point, but... I wonder how they do this. So they do seem to have scout units, I guess, trying to figure out if there are bearers who need help. But at the end of the day, all of that would be pretty dangerous, right? Considering that they also might lead people back here.
Are we safe?
Bring us some water. Yeah. Some very British people here. Yeah, I don't know. I still... I mean, obviously this place is great, but I have a funny feeling about it. I don't know.
Who are they? Huh? They're freed Imperial bearers. Who the hell are you? Shit, at this rate he won't make it through the night. Think you can find your way up them stairs to the infirmary? We need Tyre. Well, go on. Shift your ass.
Was Tyre the one looking after Jill?
Think so. I was thinking for a second, he looks a little bit like... Yeah, isn't he the guy that we saw in the flashback scene? Is this really all coming together again? Like, meeting all the people from 13 years ago all of a sudden? He looks like the dude who let one of the fruits fall down the stairs, right? That Clive picked up. How very weird. It's like some odd hidden force of destiny is bringing everything back together, right? Hello.
Your friend needs her rest. There'll be time for tearful reunions once she's recovered.
I'm not here for Jill. You're wanted downstairs. There are injured bearers in need of attention.
Yeah, he looks like it, but doesn't he?
So?
I did say so.
With all of the commotion going on? Ah, well, maybe she was still tending to Jill. You'd have thought she'd at least heard that.
He's going to be all right. But I'll need to examine them both in the infirmary. My work's just begun.
I do have to say, there is a little bit of awkward stiffness going on in the cutscenes that aren't, you know, main story cutscenes, I guess. Even though technically this is the main story, right? They're a bit
Another fine day.
interesting.
Away. Do many of the bearers who come here arrive in this state?
It's no easy thing, casting off your chains. By the time most pluck up the courage, they're already too far gone.
What does that mean?
These two here are the lucky ones. The name's Otto. You need anything? You ask me.
Well, Otto, I do need some supplies.
Do you now? Then Lady Karen over there will be more than happy to help you.
Right.
Oh. And thanks. Be seeing you.
Not likely. I won't be staying.
Is that right? Well, for as long as you are here, consider yourself welcome. You helped us today, and we won't forget it.
Yeah, it's a very nice bunch of people. Something about this hideaway, like with the shops being set up and the side quests unlocked, very interesting. And the blacksmith and everything. I don't know, I get a bit of a Dark Souls feel from this, right? Or because in FromSoft games you also have your sort of hub. But you don't really, like, it's not, yeah, it's a game hub, if you will, right? With shops and blacksmith and whatnot. It's just so interesting to me that the game transitions from this very linear, fast-paced, cool storyline to this, and then we get more side questy stuff going on. I mean, I don't mind it, I like it. It's just, it's a very interesting choice. Quests. Keep an eye out for the green exclamation mark icon above the heads of certain NPCs. These indicate they have a quest to offer. A list of current and completed quests can be viewed on the Journal tab in the main menu. To-do list. After accepting a quest, quest objectives will appear in the to-do list located on the right side of the screen. Objectives for the main scenario and up to 3 side quests can be displayed simultaneously. Quest priority. Any quest can be prioritized on the Journal tab in the main menu by highlighting it and pressing X. Objectives for prioritized quests will remain displayed in the to-do lists until the quest is completed or another quest is given priority. Priority status for a quest can be removed by highlighting it and pressing X again. It sounds very MMO-like. Reminds me a bit of 14, huh? Following hideaway facilities are also now available. The 1,000 Tomes, an ever-growing compendium of all things Valistea. That sounds very interesting. We need to go there immediately. And the Orchestrion! Okay, so we actually do get music changes. That's very interesting. Personal jukebox for songs collected throughout the game. Okay, very, very cool. Both are located in the Hideaway's Eatery, the Fat Chocobo, and can be found on the local map by opened by pressing the touchpad. All right. New quest is available nearby. Everything all right, dude? You're... That looked strange how he's walking, doesn't it? Maybe the crate's very heavy. Just double check. I think I want to talk to her. So we get 2 side quests, it looks like. Let's talk to her first, though. Karen. Hello.
I need supplies for my journey to Lost Wing.
Oh, what happened to her
Otto
eye?
said you could provide them.
What's that? Does the newcomer think it proper to make demands of a poor old matron before even introducing himself?
It's Clive.
Well, Clive, I hear that dog is yours.
Well, apparently so.
I followed Sid home one night. I've seen to it that his chin's rubbed and his belly fed. Though I suppose that's your job now. Unless you lose him again.
I won't. Not again. Thank you for watching him.
So, were you gonna buy something?
I don't know.
You didn't think I'd shower your lordship with my hard-won wares while you swagger about with a pocket full of gil? Life doesn't work that way, lad. Now, let's see some coin.
Do I even have some? Shops. Both consumable items and gear can be purchased at shops around Valistea. Shop stock changes as the store progresses, so be sure to check in frequently. I wonder if I even need to buy items. So far the game was, you know, giving them away quite freely. I don't know if that's going to continue. Maybe you're supposed to be buying them in the future. Where does it tell me? Oh, I got 516 gil, it seems like. So we can buy a broadsword here. Okay, that makes sense now. I was wondering why in the forge, or at the blacksmiths, it said broadsword +1 immediately. So you can buy the base version, or you can craft a +1. Okay, interesting. So technically crafting is better. Well, obviously, only if you have the materials available. Broadsword. Iron braces, yeah. So I crafted the +1 variant and upgraded to +2 already. Wow, okay. Potions are quite expensive. The tonic, it's more expensive than a sword. Broadsword. Even in the hands of an untrained soldier, the broadsword can prove a deadly weapon, which is why it remains a popular choice for armies across the Twins. It also doesn't hurt that the pig iron blades are extremely simple and inexpensive to forge. And we can finally sell some stuff. Okay, so I'd imagine I don't need this anymore. I mean, I wouldn't know for what. As far as I know, you won't be getting a party or anything, right? I mean, that's at least what they said in their promotional material before the game released, is that you're only going to be playing one character. I mean, maybe that's going to change, but then again, I don't really need them right now, so let's just sell all the stuff I don't need anymore. Also, in theory, right, since I'm selling off the Imperial stuff, I'm selling things that would indicate me being a former bearer or part of the Imperial army, so it might not be the worst idea to sell that off. And then we can also sell crafting materials, and we can sell potions and tonics as well. Okay, very interesting. Your inventory is quite limited, right? I'm pretty sure I can only carry 4 potions and 3 high potions, so it's interesting to me that you're allowed to sell them. What does it mean, sell all valuables, down at the bottom? Maybe there's some miscellaneous stuff later? Do I want to buy the broadsword, or do I want to wait to craft it? I mean, technically it's not exactly much stronger than what I currently have. So let's wait for that. For a bit.
That's all.
Why, you've barely a guilty name.
Hey, Torgal.
You're taking his side now. And after all I've done for you. All right, I can make an exception.
Exception for what?
But just this once, mind. My stores are getting cluttered and I need to make room for the next shipment.
Thank you.
What?
Thank me? Thank your dog.
I don't even know what she's supposed to be referencing here. Was that stuff that she's given away? Is it just me or is that a little bit strange? So if... I mean, obviously we knew Torgal from when he was a puppy, but in theory that dog... How old was the puppy? Not even a year probably, right? From that opening flashback? So... You're telling me this dog... I mean, obviously he would remember us. I'm not saying that it doesn't work at all. It's just weird that a dog who has lived under other people for 13 years suddenly would go right back to the people that tended to him as a puppy. I mean, there's just... I feel like there's way more going on with Torgal. It's just weird that nobody's really acknowledging it or questioning it at this point. I don't know. I feel like Clive would be a lot more surprised that this is just happening all of a sudden. And he's just seeing everybody again. What are these supplies and why are they just lying on the ground like that? Ooh, hello. The Arret Stone. So much is happening! What is going on? Arret Stone is now accessible. This customizable virtual battlescape provides Clive a safe location to test out new abilities and train against all manner of enemies. Additional options will become available as Clive progresses through the story. Okay. Hall of Virtue. Hone your battle skills in a customizable training area. How does this work exactly? So there's some weird phantom realm that we can just train in for whatever reason? I mean, sure, I guess. Training mode. I find it very strange that this is just here, right? It's not really being explained or anything. The Hall of Virtue is a fully customizable battlescape with a training menu. Yeah, we already read that. Okay. Training options. Input display. Invincibility, region, burst timing, recast timers. Enemy invincibility. Select target. Okay, so you can select between everything that you've already fought. Interesting. Okay, so it seems like there's gonna be, you know, challenges later on, I'm pretty sure. Then it just respawns them. And it even shows the inputs that I'm doing. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's just... I don't know what to make of this hideout. It just seems so strange to me that all of this just suddenly gets unlocked and... I don't know. And out there it goes. In training. Like, nobody really says anything about it, right? It's just, oh, hey, go and collect some supplies over there. And then suddenly we're being sucked into some sort of magical stone. And nobody comments on it either.
Leaving already, are ya?
It's you I'll miss the most, Lady Karen. It always is.
Don't stop you going, does it?
This should be fun.
Right.
Why does he have two swords? Wait, can I not? Oh, there we go. I was afraid for a second that I wouldn't be able to pick up the side quests. Fast travel. Use the world map to instantly travel to previously unlocked locations. New locations are unlocked by progressing through the main story or discovering waymarks known as obelisks. Okay. The world map will open automatically upon leaving an area, but can also be accessed at any time via the main menu. Cool. So now we just have this weird story. Yeah, all of this, so don't get me wrong, it's not like I dislike this or anything. It's actually pretty cool. And having a hideaway like this is pretty awesome as well.
There are far too few of us as it is, and I won't risk losing anyone through lack of preparation.
It's just one thing that I'm somewhat surprised by and that I just need to get accustomed to, I guess, is that I didn't expect the game to suddenly be so gamey, and I don't mind that at all. I think it can work quite well. The transition was kind of strange, right? You have this very well thought out, well written story and those cutscenes going on, and then suddenly it transitions into this, oh hey, now you have like a hub and you have shops, but it mostly focuses on those game elements in that point and less so on the interactions between people and the story that is going on. And that sort of transition was interesting. It's been a while since I played a game that does that. Because most games tend to...
Their masters in the Imperial capital. By the look of those bruises, not a moment too soon.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter where they came from. Only that they're here now.
Okay, that's referencing the people that came in. Yeah, it's just... typically nowadays, you... like, this type of... I guess environment and also the different things that you can unlock here is tied into some sort of quest line, storyline, whatever. And here it's just, oh hey, there's a training area, right? So it's clearly just there to test out your abilities, and the game doesn't really hide that. It just says, hey, by the way, you can do that now and you can train. And that's totally fine. I think it's, you know, in terms of choice for a game. But it is interesting and unexpected, I think. For me, anyways. Because most games nowadays don't tend to do that. Most of the time they're just, you know, they're trying to, and sometimes also very unsuccessfully trying to incorporate these types of game parts into side quests, side storylines, side characters, and it doesn't always work that well. So seeing a game just say, hey, you know, we're just not going to bother with that. Here's your shop, here's your whatever. I mean, that's quite all right. Just very unusual nowadays, I think. Geoffroy, head carpenter. What are you up to?
Damn it. We'll be needing more wood. But if I step away to fetch any, this lot will be down around our ears. Ah, you there. Perfect timing. I couldn't persuade you to fetch me some timber, could I?
I don't know. Fetch wood for the carpenter. Make, do, and mend. What does that mean there at the top? Can I decide my own skill reward for that? I mean, sure.
I'd be happy to. Oh, thank you. You'll be helping me and the hideaway both. Takes a lot of work to keep this place standing. More than we can manage, if I'm honest.
It certainly looks like you've got your hands full.
I think I recognize the voice actor.
Again. The Fallen knew their craft, make no mistake, but not even their handiwork lasts forever. That's why the walls need shoring up. Can't have the vegetable patch crushed before our first harvest now, can we?
No, I suppose not. All right, where can I find this wood?
Ask over at the White Ads.
Ads,
point you in
okay.
the right direction.
That's what
Thanks
it's called.
again. I really appreciate the help.
Okay, prioritize. Well, I mean, it should still show up even if I don't prioritize it, right? Yeah, okay. Can I talk to
If
him?
you could bring me that wood, I'd be ever so grateful. The lads at the White Ads should be able to help you out.
It's very funny that you recognize a lot of voice actors from Final Fantasy XIV. I guess they chose to work with the people they already know, which makes total sense, obviously. All right. Let's just go over there real quick.
Escape their masters in the Imperial capital.
I wonder if this place changes as well over time. Maybe that's just my experience with Tears of the Kingdom talking now. But it seems to be a prime opportunity to do something like that, right? Keeper of the stores.
Let me share a word of warning. Keep your hands out of the stores, or I'll cut them off and crate them with the others.
Alright, calm down.
I'm only teasing. We feed the hands to the dogs.
Okay, weird tease there, lady. I don't know what that was about. It is interesting that they have jails here, right? I mean, clearly a community like this would have to be fairly disciplined to survive, so I'd imagine that they're not really, out of necessity, wouldn't be too kind to people, you know, stealing or doing something else, you know, wrong. Could be an option for an interesting dynamic here. I don't know.
Excuse me. The man working over by the garden sent me to fetch some wood.
Ah, that'll be Geoffrey, master carpenter. Luck would have it, we've just finished cutting the timber he's after. You take as much as you need from the stack.
Thank you.
No, not at all. We appreciate the assistance.
Okay. I was expecting to have to take the wood from outside. So the quest is just taking wood over like 50 meters to the other guy, okay?
All the wood you're likely to need is piled up just over there, ready for Master Geoffrey.
I mean, maybe this is just supposed to be introducing you to the side quest structure, I'd imagine.
I better get this to Geoffrey, was it?
Geoffrey? Weird name, honestly. Did I already talk to you?
Already? Well, stay safe.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to say that, I know I keep harping on about it, but something about this is just, it seems so almost old school how this is presented. I don't know. It's strange in the context of a new game like this to see these almost, you know, it's like a small fetch quest here, bit stilted interactions. I don't know. I was just not really expecting this game to have this.
Will this be enough?
This will do nicely, thank you. With a bit of luck, the walls won't be falling in on us just yet.
That sounds ominous.
Oh, it's not as bad as all that. And it's a damn sight better than the alternative. We're safe, we're warm, and we're hidden. What more could we ask for? Now stop fretting and take this. You've earned it. Welcome to the fold.
There's no need to...
That's not a matter of need, my friend. You're one of us now.
Whoa. Okay, very big quest complete screen for a small thing like this. You read Gillbug. Contrary to popular belief, the small insect does not get its name from its appearance, but rather from the fact that it is highly sought after by physicists for use in brewing medicines. In summer, when the beetles are most numerous, children across the realm will spend every waking hour collecting specimens in readiness to exchange them for a handful of coppers. As children have tiny hands, however, this amounts to fewer than one might expect. A valuable can be traded for gill, a gill bug. Interesting choice for an item that you can turn in for money. Okay, we got another meteorite. I feel like I might even be able to craft something with this, right? Yeah,
This should be enough to shore things up for a little while yet. Thanks again.
Weird side quest, right? You'd think that they at least would use that opportunity. Ooh, what's going on with the lighting there? That they'd at least use this opportunity to explain a little bit more about what this place even is, but nope, it was just a simple fetch quest. Okay. Again, very unexpected for this game to do this.
Your brand. Lady Tyre might be able to see.
Oh, right, we already talked to you about
You may have
that.
been born a slave, but you're a free man now.
Let me double check. So there's no way to get over from here to there. Okay. Yeah, same thing with the random NPC chatter, right? That it just repeats whenever you reapproach a given location. That is such a weird choice.
It sounds like Otto has everything under control, as always.
Okay, let's take a look at the orchestra. And I mean, at this point, we shouldn't really have any music, or maybe we do, huh? Background music played in the hideaway can be changed by accessing the orchestrion. The track list is expanded using orchestrion rolls acquired from main scenario quests, shops, or treasure coffers. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot. I think that's also somewhat of a staple of the Final Fantasy series, right? That you're able to change the music like this. Where the heart is. Hideaway. Okay. It's a very beautiful song. When did we hear this? I don't remember hearing this track at all. Was that maybe during the scene between Clive and Jill or something? Interesting. Alright. Another side quest.
Don't think I haven't noticed you stealing sips from that pot.
Who are you talking to?
Ah, a new face. And, dare I hope, a willing pair of hands.
Depends.
The fat chocobo is a demanding mistress, and we are too few to keep her on her feet. Might I persuade you to deliver a meal or two to souls in need of sustenance?
That actually looks very
For
tasty.
trouble, I can offer you the contents of my strongbox and my enduring gratitude.
The hell is Strongbox? Okay, now it says that we will get 500 gil for this. Okay. The other quest, interestingly enough, did not mention that we were getting materials for it, so... Sure, why not?
Why not?
Marvelous. And who exactly do I have the honor of addressing?
Clive.
Delighted to make your acquaintance, Clive. I'm Kenneth, and mine are the weary shoulders upon which the weight of this fine establishment rests. Now, I have 3 hungry customers awaiting their victuals. Take these if you would, and be careful. They're hot.
I can see that. I like the wooden bowls they have. Actually, always a big fan of wooden.
How long has it been?
Oh, I thought we were going to be delivering them here. I'm a big fan of wooden. What are they called? Kitchenwares. I always think they are. I don't know. They just look very good.
Thank you, Clive. Now we have 3 hungry mouths in need of feeding, so you'd best be on your way.
Yeah, facial expressions, that's the other funny thing here, right? There is definitely a noticeable divide between the big main story cutscenes and the side questy stuff. Which... I don't know, that's the one thing that I feel like this is a very, very Japanese game in that regard. For whatever reason, Japanese games tend to do that. Western games, not so much. When I'm thinking back on, I mean, I think one of the biggest accomplishments of The Witcher 3 actually was that it felt like with The Witcher 3, they knew what they had and they made the best of what they had, but they also never tried to go further than what the game was capable of doing, right? And that resulted in surprisingly great cutscenes for every single quest, which is insane considering the amount of quests and voice acting and whatnot that is in The Witcher 3. And you have to remember that game is 8 years old now, right? And was super convincing in that regard, but that was because they designed all of the facial animations and expressions in a way where it was suitable for what the game could display in a very convincing way, but it didn't go further than that, right? It wasn't photorealistic or anything, but it worked very well. here with Final Fantasy XVI, I don't know, it is very strange that there is this. These side quests feel very fetch quest-like, right? Very MMO-like for some reason. And then the facial animations, there's a big divide between like main quests and side quests. They're not necessarily bad. I mean, I've seen much worse in other games. They're suitable, I would say. It's just that you know they can do much better, but obviously that would need a lot more budget, a lot more, you know, people going in and hand animating a bunch of stuff. It's the same with the game suddenly transitioning from these big story moments, these big cutscenes, flashbacks, whatever, to suddenly this hub area. And then also the weird missing voice acting from the Smith. It's such a different approach to game design that I feel like I don't think I will mind it at the end of the day. Obviously, depending on the, well, divide or how much there will be in terms of main story and side quests and what kind of direction it's going. Obviously, it's way too early to look too much into it at this point because I haven't really even seen that much of the game. But it's just, it is very surprising and somewhat strange that they chose to do this, right? I wonder where this is gonna go. Oh, remake of Witcher 1 is gonna be one of those weird things, right? I don't trust CD Projekt Red much currently with the whole cyberpunk disaster, so I mean, I also don't think that it's going to be releasing anytime soon. I mean, Witcher 1 isn't necessarily a small game. There is quite a lot going on there, so remaking that in a way that it's actually good will probably take some years still. Yeah, if it's quality somewhat like Cyberpunk, then maybe not. I don't know. Okay, so Final Fantasy XVI so far, though, interesting choices that they made here. I had expected something else, honestly. But,
Well, there's so much more to farming than just seeds and soil.
Okay, a bunch of people looking into books here.
Your food.
Just a moment. I need to finish this. I won't be a burden. I'm of no use to anyone as I am, but maybe if I can master this.
All right, but see that you eat it before it gets cold.
Of course. Thank you.
You lose one bowl of salt broth, okay? Huh. I mean, it is interesting. These side quests are definitely being used to introduce you to just what's going on in general in this area, but I feel like they could be doing more. And it is somewhat strange that the interactions are so, like, they're very slow, right, compared to what we saw earlier.
Well, doesn't this look fine? Thank you, lad. You're new, aren't you? Kenneth's running you ragged already, I expect, the old rascal.
Well, he did say he'd give me something for my trouble.
And so he should. We're not slaves anymore. Well met, lad, and keep up the good work.
Why would they be paying me in gil anyways? I mean, yeah, sure, there needs to be some sort of reward for this, but that feels strange considering that they're all in the small community. I mean, I guess they would have to have some currency, right?
It's
I
nice
don't
to
know.
see the hideaway finally coming alive. Wasn't so long ago us old hands were ratting about the place like peas in a bucket.
How old is this hideaway anyways? Because earlier he was mentioning something about the first something first with the stuff they're growing, right? That the botanist is growing? Huh.
The Ironblood were quick to sound the retreat once Titan turned up.
Fat lot of good that icon of theirs did them.
Well, I don't think they expected Titan to be there, honestly.
thanks. I hope you do not think me lazy for waiting to be served like a lord. Only my former master did not use me kindly, you see. He left me half lame, truth be told. But Sid took me in nonetheless. The hideaway is the home I never knew, and a mighty fine one at that.
Thanks for just telling us that.
That's the last
okay.
I'd better let Kenneth know.
Canberra. Bit weird of a reaction. So are you typically supposed to be picking up your food? Because they all felt like it was quite normal to get their food. This is... Does it really fit together all that well, it feels?
I presume? Splendid.
They were bearers. All three of them.
Yeah, no shit.
Slaves waiting upon their master's pleasure, but men waiting to be fed like equals.
Indeed. Equality is the very cornerstone upon which our little community is founded. Beyond these walls, we are scorned as slaves, speaking only when spoken to, eating only what scraps our masters deign to give us. The first hot meal here is the first many will have known. In the hideaway, we are free, truly free to speak as we please, when we please, and to eat what and when we desire. More than reason enough to trust in Sid's vision, wouldn't you say? Now, I promised you something for your trouble, did I not? The contents of my strongbox are yours to do with as you will. Thank you, Clive. Do come and visit me again, won't you?
Okay. Boom. Quest complete. These screens are also very strange. I noted that during the demo too, that they pop up at the end of every single encounter as well, like when you're fighting bosses. I don't know. There's just so much the gamey stuff in this game that I didn't expect. It's so many interesting choices. You don't really understand where they took them. Like this quest, it was mainly, or it felt mainly done for the player to get a bit of background information on what's going on here. It doesn't really make much sense for Clive to be saying those things, though, right? I mean, he must have noticed that all of these are bearers quite some time ago when we first got into this whole hideaway, so I don't know. It's just interesting. Countless treasure coffers lie across the realm just waiting to be plundered. If you find one, don't hesitate to kick it open with X and reap the bounty. Go on, no one's looking. Oh, come on. Be a bit more gentle with that. What the hell? That was like Link. Okay, we got some sort of... That was gear, right? Got an accessory. Badge of metal. The strength of a city is defined by the guard that mans its walls. The strength of a city guarded is defined by the pride in their hearts and the laurels on their breasts. This badge provides its wearer with one of the two. Okay. Increases defense for whatever reason. I don't think these are displayed on your gear, right? Yeah. They're not. Okay. Yeah, I think the one thing that I'm currently definitely struggling with somewhat is that this seems to be very gamified in a lot of ways. Like the accessories not being represented on your gear and whatnot. A lot of games just go a very different route currently, right? I think over the last couple of years, a lot of games have tried to incorporate as many of these things into, well, how can I put this? So with Cyberpunk, for example, as you know, we talked about that game earlier, they did that weird thing where your gear was represented on your character, but since gear looked so crazy, if you just purely went after stats, like your character looked like a complete mess, right? So that doesn't really work well either. So I respect the choices they took here in not representing that. It's just... I think what surprises me so much currently about Final Fantasy XVI is that they went with that, right? It feels like they're going against current trends in like a major way in this game, where they're not like forcing or trying to force everything into the narrative and making everything seem like a very immersive experience, right? Because that's what a lot of games try, and arguably most games kind of fail at some point with that, right? So here, they didn't even try, they just said, hey, we're a game, right? So all of these game aspects are still that. They're purely for it being a game. It's not very immersive, like not at all. But on the other hand, it remains to be seen whether or not this is the preferred approach, instead of trying to make it very immersive, but ultimately failing in doing so, right? I have to see, I think. Obviously also heavily depends on where the story is even going,
Yours
right?
is not a familiar face. Are you new to the hideaway, perchance?
You could say that.
Well then, allow me to welcome you. I am Harpocrates II Hyperboreus.
That's,
A very interesting name, yeah.
Quite a mouthful, I know. Which is why everyone here has taken to calling me simply Tome.
Oh, that's a cute nickname.
On account of the company I keep.
Understandable.
Varied company. I'm a collector, you see. Not of bijou and baubles, but of stories. The history and culture of these isles have ever been a source of endless fascination to me. But alas, my days of wandering the realm in search of new tales are far behind me. And so I've taken to sharing that which I've gathered with all who might listen. Perhaps you would care to listen.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's ask about him first.
When I was very young...
Okay, I have to admit, this I definitely dislike a lot. Like, make a choice. Either don't voice act it, or voice act it, but don't voice act the first 5 words and then just stop there. This seems as if we're still in the demo and, you know, they just didn't have time to correctly implement the voice lines yet. What kind of odd choice is this? What happened? Also, this is like yeah, I was thinking that it's a bug earlier. It feels like one, honestly, so I hope it is one, because otherwise this is like majorly weird. Because, you know, a major release like this, not voice acting everything, that would be kind of bad nowadays, wouldn't it? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it is a bug. So, when I was very young and lived beyond these shores, my father would read to me every night from the only book we had, A History of Alastea by Moss the Chronicler. So enchanted was I by this realm and myth and magic that when I was of age, I enlisted as a deckhand on a merchant galley, that I might see it with my own eyes.
Yet, when I arrived...
What I found was a land of war and suffering, darkened by the blight and the evil in men's hearts. Wait, so he is from the outside? That is also very interesting. Okay. So there is like an outside place, and they're studying this place? Odd. Still, I was determined to follow in the footsteps of Moss and record what I could, and so I did, in all manner of places and all manner of roles, until my aging legs could carry me no longer. So how did you end up here, though?
Fortunately.
Sid found me by the roadside, so to speak, and offered me a place here, where I might continue my studies, albeit without the wandering. It's equally strange to me. So they took in a scholar and he just said yes, and okay, very unusual interaction, right? View the 1,000 Tomes.
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
The 1,000 Tomes is a comprehensive compendium of Alastean lore, covering everything from basic terms to important persons, geography, and history. New information is constantly added as Clive progresses through the story. Past active time lore entries can also be viewed here. That is very good.
Entries, if you would like to see them.
Wisdom.
What subject shall we consider today?
Amateur nihilist. See, again, this is very gamified, right? You get a level and you have these funny little UI icons, which I actually like a lot. That says a lot of character. It's just so surprising and unusual. I honestly don't really know what to think of it yet. Okay. Compile knowledge, relevant topics. So we can get quite a few things here. I do love that you can re-access the active time lore because unfortunately from the streams that I watched that went through the demo, there were a lot of people constantly saying, oh, you need to read the lore, blah, 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 right? And I thought it was it was annoying to have people constantly access the different bits of lore within cutscenes. I mean, I appreciate the idea that the game, like if you by yourself go, oh wait, I completely forgot what this particular topic was about, or this particular person, who that was, right? It's very awesome, and I think it's a great addition and idea that the game had here to just make that information accessible to you if you yourself want to check it out, right? But I saw a lot of people constantly be like pushing people to read every single entry immediately when they became available, which I thought was not a great experience at all. So very cool that you can reread them in here, because I think I'll be doing it this way rather than constantly accessing and breaking in between a cutscene. Bob Loblaw? Who's that? Priming icon magic. They even have tags. Okay. Dominant. I mean, we've already heard quite a lot about that. Those within whom sleeps the power of an icon. Though they look and think no differently to any other man or woman, they can not only cast elemental magics without a crystal, but also transform themselves into beasts of world-shattering strength at any moment. A quality for which they are honored, worshipped, and feared the realm over. Well, apparently not by everybody, right? Those Iron Men that we saw earlier, they were treating her icon pretty badly. So they mostly feared that power, honestly. I find it so strange that so many of these dominants were present at the battle we watched earlier. Makes me wonder if... Because at first I thought there was only ever one dominant, right? And in order for that power to transfer to somebody else, somebody might have to die or something like that. But now I'm thinking that maybe multiple people can actually access that power. I mean, technically we do know that Joshua, being blessed by the Phoenix, could also bless others who then were capable of at least using a portion of that power, right? I mean, Clive can still access all of those Phoenix powers, even though, at least as far as we know, Joshua doesn't even live anymore, right? So, very interesting. Oh, fictive lawyer's name. Yeah, that makes sense. Very fitting name, as is Harpocrates for the lawkeeper. They definitely found the right person for the job. Icon. Magical beings of godlike strength who dwell within human hosts known as dominants, only emerging when the dominant primes. Interesting wording. History records 8 icons in total, each with a unique elemental affinity. So we've seen Shiva, Titan, Ifrit, Phoenix. Unless Ifrit wasn't recorded yet. It's commonly held that 2 icons of the same element cannot coexist, but as none has ever witnessed all of these rare creatures together, the conjecture is yet to be proved. I mean, we've seen that. 2 icons of fire. Still a lot of questions left. Bearer, a person with the power to cast magics without a crystal. In Valistia, men and women who awaken as bearers are enslaved. They are marked with a brand upon their cheek and used as tools, a cheaper alternative to the scarce and precious shards. This system of slavery has persisted for centuries and has become so ingrained in Valistian life that few take pity upon the bearer's plight, seeing them as less than human. That is pretty fucked up, honestly. Although it still doesn't fully explain how magic and these crystals actually work. Because it seems like, at least in that opening flashback we got, it still seemed as if they were still using crystals and sort of funneling their own magics through them. The Battle of Nisa was short, yet a bloody clash between the Iron Republic and the Republic of Dhalmekia in the year 873. The Dhalmekians, hoping to force an end to their long-running conflict with the Ironblood, had convened a council at Zernitra Stronghold, that's the big castle thing that we saw in the background, right? And entreated their Valoda allies to aid them in their cause. Okay. However, talks soon broke down, and the Dhalmekians were left with no choice but to rely once more on the power of the mighty Titan, to whom they already owed a considerable debt. Thus was the stage set for a showdown between Titan and Shiva, the Ironblood's own icon, in which losses on both sides were too many to count. Indebted to Titan. What the hell does that mean? To the dominant? The Deadlands, barren wastes bereft of ether where no life stirs and magic is all but unusable. Here both earth and water are stained black, preventing any seed from quickening. In recent years, the blight has spread ever more widely, displacing whole nations before it, driving once peaceable fauna to violent desperation and leaving silent devastation in its wake. So how exactly are these people able to grow vegetables then? And fruits? Sid's Hideaway, a refuge hidden in the blighted lands of Central Storm, from which Sid operates his secretive community of freed bearers. While survival in the Deadlands is widely considered impossible, a combination of near indestructible fallen ruins and considerable ingenuity have led to the establishment of a safe haven, where those who rally to their leader's cause are only just about able to eke out an albeit meager existence. And nobody else ever thought about using these ruins? Or maybe they did, but they're just too difficult to get to bring over to another place, because they're also located within the Blighted Lands. Oh, this is like a new entry? Interesting. A hidden refuge built on fallen ruins in the Blighted Lands of Central Storm. It is from here that Sid operates as so accustomed. Oh, so this is like updated. Okay. So accustomed are most so-called branded to ill treatment at their master's hand that their first experience of something approaching freedom within the hideaway's walls, be it even something as small as a hot meal or a soft bed, can come as a considerable shock. Well, understandable. Persons of interest. Oh my god! Okay, there is a lot of stuff. See, I wish... I mean, as much as I like being able to access this, I feel like a lot of this would be better to implement in side quests, right? Eventually, instead of just, like, pushing all of this information onto you. Clive Rossfield. Oh god, and then you get... How much stuff is in here? He really is watching over tomes, right? Firstborn son of Archduke Elwyn, ruler of Rosaria. From a young age, Clive dedicated himself to mastering the blade, and his practice paid off when he was appointed First Shield of Rosaria, tasked to guard the Phoenix and blessed with the ability to wield a part of his fire. It's also sometimes difficult to see what updated. I mean, now it's easier, but the first sentence is still the same, for example. Though all expected him to inherit the Phoenix's flames and awaken as its dominant, Destiny instead chose his younger brother Joshua to bear that burden. We still don't really know how that works either, right? Because I feel like their mother, or it sounded as if their mother had that inherent ability somewhat, or had it in her blood to grant this dominant power that can awaken to her offspring, but clearly it's not that easy, right? It doesn't simply work like that. In search of a role of his own, Clive dedicated himself to mastering the blade, and his practice paid off when he was appointed First Shield of Rosaria, tasked to guard the Phoenix and blessed with the ability to wield a part of his fire. Though it was his sworn duty to protect his father and younger brother, both lost their lives in a tragedy brought about by his mother, Duchess Annabella. Taken into custody by the Imperial Army, he was branded as a bearer and forced to serve as a slave soldier. Another one of those questions where I don't yet know why his mother didn't kill him. I don't know. I mean, I get that she didn't really care much for him at all, but wouldn't you think that she still knew that he was quite capable? Seems like an odd choice. I would just think that she would prefer him dead. Clearly she didn't. Wyvern. A slave soldier for the Holy Empire of Sombrec? Is that how you say that? Now in his 13th year of servitude. That's a long time. Though drafted as a frontline infantryman, the magical might granted him by the blessing of the Phoenix quickly saw him promoted to an elite squadron of assassins, where he was assigned the moniker by which he is now known. Their latest mission to descend into the Nisa Defile, where bloody battle rages between the Iron Kingdom and the Republic of Dalmekia, and take the head of Shiva's dominant. So they were quite the elite squad then. Because that wasn't really clear either. Clive Rosfield, and now we get the current entry, which is an Imperial bearer turned deserter after refusing to slay the dominant of Shiva, choosing instead to turn his blade on his own sergeant. As a force of crusaders closed around him, his freedom seemed as if it would be short-lived, until the timely intervention of Sid, a man who shared Clive's desire to see the dominant freed from their clutches. Together, they escaped to Sid's secret hideaway. And it seemed as if Sid was using lightning power to do that. So he might be blessed by Ramu? I don't know. God, there are so many people that you can read up on in here. I'm not going to read everything now, I don't think. Might do a couple of the... Holy damn it, that's a lot of information. Valistea. A realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystals stand timeless vigil. At the foot of each, great cities have risen up over the eons, and around them powerful nations. Though the land has been blessed with the light of magic since time immemorial, in recent years a creeping blackness has begun to gnaw at its borders. The Blight. Wonder why. Storm. So it's Storm and Ash. The westerly of Valistea's two great continents. With its frozen northern reaches, its temperate marshy midlands, and the searing heat of the south, it boasts a breadth of climes and cultures not seen anywhere else in the known realms. Okay. Mysteries of the realm. Crystal. One of the most valuable materials known to mankind, thanks to its ability to channel ambient ether from the air, allowing those without an innate power to do so to cast magics. And as most Valisteans cannot live without magic, its supply and distribution is heavily regulated by governments across the Twins. A given shard can only channel a certain amount of ether before it shatters, so the need for new crystals is incessant. Yeah, the one thing that I don't fully understand still is why, if the bearers can just innately use magic, why did we see so many crystals in that opening as well? Because it seemed almost as if they were... This, right? Municipal shards? This scene, for example, we saw a slave master instruct their bearer to fill the well with water, but wouldn't the crystal be able to do that by itself? Large shards of crystal that are entrusted to towns and cities across Valistea in order to serve the populace. Where those shards rationed out to individuals might suffice to fill a cup or light an oven, municipal shards fill wells, fire forges, and light the streets of the great cities of the Twins. Ether. The life force of the land and the source of all magic, the amount of ether a spell consumes depends on its strength, with those manifesting more potent forces over a wider area coming at a greater cost. Larger crystals can channel more ether than smaller ones, and thus can be used to cast more powerful magics. One might use a small ration shard to grill a fish, but would require a large municipal crystal to fire a blacksmith forge. Right. Okay. But we're blessed by the Phoenix. right? Meaning that we can access that power somehow. I mean, we're now also branded a bearer, I'd assume, because they think, like, apparently we're also some sort of dominant of fire, right? And we're blessed by the Phoenix. But through that, we're now also considered a bearer. Still a bunch of relations there that are difficult, or a bunch of questions that are difficult to answer. The blessing of the Phoenix, the boon Joshua bestowed upon his brother upon Clive's ordination as first shield, allowing him to wield fire-aspected magic without a crystal. It has long been custom in Rosaria for the dominant of the Phoenix to share a part of their power in this way, performing this rite of rejuvenation upon those they appoint as their protectors, that they might serve them the better. So in theory, would every dominant be capable of extending their power to others? And I'm also wondering how exactly this works in terms of ether, right? So are they just able to draw out that ether from the land? So is it technically still the same as if they're using the crystals, just that they don't need this facilitating item? Magic. The art of channeling ether to make one's imagination manifest. This can take the aspect of one of the 8 elements. Oh, we get 8 elements. Fire, water, wind, earth, ice, thunder, light, and dark. Ah. So it's the 6 basic elements that are also present in 14. And then light and dark. Okay. So it's a bit different than in 14, because in 14 you get 6 elements and every element having a light and a dark side. Right, so technically 12. Here it's just straight up 8 elements, or at least it's regarded as such. Or more rarely be unaspected, that's a thing too. While bearers and dominants can cast spells at will, others require crystal to do so. Magic is a part of everyday life for the people of Valistea, making it all but unlivable when they are deprived of its gift, but apparently still able to live. Man, so much information. Ah, we get a bit more information on this too. Erect stone, a mysterious ceramic tablet that stands in the hideaway, of a similar construction to other relics of the fallen, yet seemingly not a part of the airship proper. The airship? What? What kind of... what? Its imposing appearance suggests some important function that has been lost to time. Whatever strange secrets lies within it, it seems to react to Clive's presence and urges him to unlock his hidden potential. Are we some sort of descendant of these fallen? What airship were they talking about? What the hell? This is a bit strange that it just appears in the in the lore, rather than being explained to you outright. See, that's what I meant. It's so strange to me that they chose to just... oh, hey, this weird stone just reacts to you and suddenly you can access some sort of tutorial. But then retroactively, they're still giving out information about that in the lore. I would have at least expected somebody to tell us that, right? The Fallen, an ancient yet highly advanced civilization. So once again, we find ourselves in a game that has an ancient yet highly advanced civilization. Definitely something that I recognize from a lot of other games, namely 14, Tears of the Kingdom, you know, and probably a handful of others, whose relics can be found across the length and breadth of Valistea. The material from which these relics are constructed is far sturdier than steel and cannot be worked by modern methods, so the people of the modern day have elected to build inside and around them instead. Very interesting. Because they look like stone, right? The Journal of Moss? What the hell is that? The Annals of Moss the Chronicler, a scholar of Valistean history noted not only for his singular insight, but for the lyricism of his writing, an exceptionalism that earned him the enmity of his fellow scholars and drove him from public life. Such were their misgivings towards him that only a handful of copies of the journal were ever produced, making the tome a prized find among collectors. Wait, when was this mentioned? Why is this here? Weird. Okay. Second icon of fire. A fire-aspected icon that first emerged in the year of the realm 860 when Imperial forces attacked the Rosarian stronghold of Phoenix Gate. Clad in infernal flame, the fiendish creature flung itself against the Phoenix, overpowering the icon with a strength and ferocity never seen before or since. Did people actually see that, or did everybody die? Because at least the soldiers we saw coming in the next day, together with Annabella, yeah, they definitely didn't know that Clive had anything to do with that, so... Although, wait, didn't Sid say something about, oh, hey, it was confirmed that, or rather he was reacting to Clive confirming his suspicions that it was apparently true that a second icon of fire existed. So a bunch of people do seemingly know about that. Yeah, a lot going on here. I feel like I should probably read through a couple of these later on, maybe. Let's maybe read Sid's entry, though. Sodolphus Telemon. Cornered by a battalion of Iron Kingdom Crusaders in the depths of the Nisa Defile, Clive thought his end was nigh, until Sid appeared and spirited him and Jill away to his secret hideaway in the Deadlands. Alright, not much information on that currently. Torgal. First thing, aw, he looks very cute when he's still small, doesn't he? Clive's faithful friend, brought back from one of Archduke Elwin's expeditions to the frozen northern territories. Oh, that's why he looks like that. Where he was found half-starved and shivering in a snowfield, having presumably been separated from his pack. Elwin gifted the puppy to Clive upon his return, and the two became nigh inseparable. Okay, so that sounds as if he was a little bit older at that point already, even though he was still, you know, a puppy. This is weird that you get to these updates. Elwin gifted the puppy to Clive, became until the tragic events at Phoenix Gate tore them apart. Now fully grown, after the tragic events at Phoenix Gate, Clive believed that Torgal was lost to him forever. However, their paths were to cross again some 13 years later when Torgal's new master Sid came to Clive's rescue in the depths of the Nisa Defile. Yeah, all of that very odd coincidences that need to be explained. Despite their long years apart, the two knew each other as if not a single day had passed since their separation. See, that didn't really come through in the cutscene at all, I felt like. Right? I mean, yeah, they recognized each other, but not really like it's described in here. It's weird. In the intervening years, Torgal not only grew into a fine hound, but met with Sid, who trained him to work as a hunting dog. After meeting with Clive again, Torgal gladly returns to the service of his former master. See, a lot of what's mentioned in here, I would have expected to be part of the cutscene that we saw when Torgal, well, when we saw him again, right? And I would have expected Sid to explain that and everybody to react to that accordingly. Somewhat strange, but all right. And this is our lore keeper here. Hippocrates II, Hyperboreus. The Hideaway's resident historian, whose love for books has earned him the nickname Tomes. Hippocrates traveled to Valistia as a youth, seeking to unearth the secrets of this land of legend, and over the years has developed a deep knowledge of Valistian geography, history, religion, and folklore. Very interesting. I wonder what the other continent, or whatever land he came from, actually thinks about Valistia.
It sounds like Otto has everything under control.
Alright. Well, that was a long intro to everything here. So let's finally get back into some gameplay. But before I do that, I'll take a very quick break to reopen my windows because it's really getting somewhat hot in here. So I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's get back into this. Let's finally get back to the main quest and see what the hell is going on and what we're supposed to be doing here. And help Sid. Apparently, I think we were going to find some more bearers that might want to find refuge.
Hungry, are you?
In our hideaway. Am I going the right? Okay, yeah. It's really cool. So the chocobos are nesting in the entrance. Very interesting. Huh. Yeah, and these lines indicating different zones. I don't know, a lot of this feels like it's almost... like a side story of Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know. There's a lot of elements in here that are kind of MMO-ish. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it's interesting. I personally wouldn't have gone for this, is all I'm saying. But then again, I mean, these are pretty much staples of the Final Fantasy series, right? So, very interesting. Okay, so this is our current hideaway. I'd imagine that at some point, a bunch of places will have just opened up for us, right? I wonder how we'll eventually be able to actually travel to all of these places, because, well, are we not going to be regarded as a deserter anymore after a certain point? I don't know. I mean, at this point, I don't even know which one of these places would be considered the Empire, right? So, right, from what we know, this would be Storm, right? This western continent, which is pretty large. And then this is its northern part, I guess. And this is probably where Jill stems from, I would simply guess, because she's the Shiva dominant, right? And then this would be Ash, which it seems as if the blight has spread a lot more here already. No idea what this is going to be. Looks very, very intriguing, doesn't it? Well, I'm sure we're going to be finding out a lot about these different lands and countries and whatever, but first, let's actually do what we're meant to be doing. The Great Wood. So deep and vast is the Great Wood, it serves as a defensive barrier between the Crystal Belt and the Holy Empire, while its denizens deter foolhardy travelers from exploring the forest's everlasting night. Defensive barrier between the Crystal Belt and the Holy Empire. What is the Crystal Belt? Interesting. I wonder once we go there if I can maybe access some new lore that connects back to that. The Great Wood. Holy Empire of Sambrek. So the Holy Empire would be to the north then, right? With the ice crystal, maybe?
Bastard blood flies everywhere.
I told you we should have taken the Crystal Road.
And I told you that we're outlaws. You want every bounty hunter in Storm harrying us from here to the Holy Capital? Besides, what's wrong with a shortcut through nature's splendor?
The Deadlands claim more of the realm each day. That a place like this still exists is a miracle in itself. Bloodflies and all.
We'll be back in Imperial land soon. You all right?
Never better.
Sounds like it.
Hey, Torgal. What's up?
That there is a fine hound. Soon took to hunting. Fearless as you like.
It's good to have you back, Torgal.
Now, we don't want to be caught in the forest after nightfall.
I suppose not.
Fanning Embers. A hero's best friend. Oh, we have Torgal with us now. One thing that I was going to mention, and this is going to be, I guess, somewhat of a criticism of the game. Visually, it doesn't look that great, does it? I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't look bad. But The Last of Us 2 looked better. And that's a PS4 game that released 4 years? No, wait. When did it release? 3 years ago, right? 2020? Yeah. The Last of Us looks better. It is a more linear game, I think. Maybe. I'm not quite sure about that yet. But yeah, visually this game is definitely not that impressive. But I also don't mind it at all. I mean, it has a pretty cool graphical style that I think works very, very well. And one thing that I mentioned during the demo is that it seems like they've put more emphasis on special effects rather than normal graphical fidelity, which is, I think, a cool choice and something that is very unusual. So again, not necessarily a bad thing at all. And not every game has to be cutting edge when it comes to graphics, as long as they actually hit a really cool style and stick to it and it's not all over the place, right? But I think it's just interesting to me, especially with the way it's being marketed, and also from what I've read. I'm always like a little taken aback whenever somebody mentioned, oh yeah, the game looks so beautiful, and I'm thinking, but we've had way more beautiful looking games that are way older than this on the previous console generation. So yeah, again, not a big deal, but it's just weird to me how people are talking about it. Are you thinking the same? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I don't mind them not prioritizing graphics. And I do think that it definitely has something to do with them prioritizing a lot of sort of special effects, elemental effects, especially those with the crystals and stuff. I feel like when you look at it during battle, but also with the big sequences that we saw in terms of, Shiva fighting Titan, or earlier with Phoenix against Ifrit, they put more emphasis on making that look spectacular, but are sort of exchanging that with kind of drawing back on the rest of the graphical fidelity. Not a big deal at all, but I just thought it was interesting to mention, because I don't know from what I'm reading, it seems just other people think differently about that. Oh yeah, Starfield is a weird thing. From what I've watched the whole presentation now. Starfield feels like an upgraded Fallout 4 in terms of graphics. But that's completely understandable considering its scale and the way the engine works and whatnot. So I don't really mind it. I do mind the weird facial animations, because I feel like they should have focused more on, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, clearly other games are struggling with that too. Torgal has joined the party and will fight alongside Clive. Yeah, as I was expecting. So the left side can toggle between that. Okay. Use the left D-pad to toggle between item shortcuts and pet commands. The following 3 commands are available: attack, heal, and ravage. Launch an enemy into the air. Okay, very interesting. Torgal can heal. What the hell is going on with this? Why haven't we heard more about Torgal? He seems like a very, very special dog, but we just simply haven't gotten much info on him at all so far. Timely Assistance. The accessory known as the Ring of Timely Assistance removes the need for giving Torgal commands. When this item is equipped, Torgal will attack and heal automatically based on the current battle situation. Alright, let's see how finicky this is going to be. Because that is one item that I think might not even make the game more easier, but we'll see.
Did I mention
Obviously,
there'll be deadly beasts? There'll be deadly beasts.
Cool. Thanks for the info. Okay, so it's not automatically equipped. That's good.
How reassuring. You're welcome for that and the shortcut.
I mean, it doesn't look bad by any means, though, right? This is a very impressive looking forest. I think what's also, what is definitely something that I really appreciate actually about this game is that it seems they went with, which kind of goes along with what I said earlier about the special effects being a big focus of the graphics of this game. It also feels like they actually designed a couple areas to, on purpose, look more, I guess natural would be a good way of describing it. So it doesn't, like some games sometimes they will make scenes look impressive. I mean, Horizon is a good example of that, where they said so themselves, right, in the developer diary that they released at some point, or maybe it was the NoClip documentary, but they said that they made the game look ultra realistic, or hyper realistic, I think is even what they called it. So their intent was to constantly have lighting and, you know, all of the different aspects of the scene look exceptionally impressive, right? Which immediately, obviously, our brains jump to, oh, this looks good, right? But obviously, it's not realistic. It's a certain style, right? It's stylized in a way to make it look more impressive. And I feel like with Final Fantasy XVI, they purposely went a bit more the realistic route, right? They don't want this to look too impressive, so when the time comes, they can put on the really cool, like, special effects and whatnot. The one thing that I very quickly want to test, though, what does this look like when I put it on graphics? Not much different, honestly. Just a lot choppier. Oh god, that's a bad input lag. Yeah, I think the game is mostly running at a higher resolution, but still not. It's still using dynamic resolution in this mode too. So yeah, I think performance is definitely the better choice here. There we go. Frame rate. I don't know how well this is coming across on stream, but while you're in motion, the game definitely has a little bit of fuzziness, right? And then it takes a moment to increase the resolution once the camera stops moving, which is actually, I think, something that Tears of the Kingdom uses as well, though obviously at a much lower resolution. But yeah, it makes the game look a little bit fuzzy at times, or not as sharp. I think the resolution overall isn't necessarily super high. But then again, at least it's running pretty smoothly in most scenes. Love the music, though. Oh, Worgen. What the hell is a Worgen? Huh? Two bloody hides. It's a bit weird whenever they're like glitching into the environment like that. It's a bit weird to see whenever you're supposed to be dodging. But then again, they're not really attacking that much either way. Oh, that's it. Level up. Level 12. Okay. Oh, hello. What's that? Bloody hides. Some gil. I wonder why they bothered with the level increase and whatnot. Because it's very much not an RPG at all, right? It's a very action-focused game that doesn't really seem to do much at all in terms of RPG aspects, so it is somewhat weird to see those, like, experience rewards and whatnot constantly coming in. Oh, they're running from something. Hello. What are you? I have to say, the monster design, really, really cool. And very impressive. I feel like we're gonna fight that thing at some point.
What in good Grieger's name is he doing this far south?
Looking for food. No more wolves where he's from. The north was one of the first parts of Storm to fall to the Blight.
Poor sod. I'd invite him over for a cup of tea if I didn't think he'd eat the dog.
Yeah, Torgal wouldn't really appreciate that now, would he? Completely forgot to give him some commands during that battle, by the way. It wasn't really that difficult.
Let's try and stay out of its path.
Have to remember, that scene with us fighting the Maw, that was 13 years ago, and at that point we already wondered about monsters coming further south, right? Because of the Blight, so I'd imagine by this point it would happen quite frequently. Okay, let me double check here. Okay. Heal, Ravage. You get a lot of heals, right? I think, considering that Torgal seems to be able to heal as well. For now, let's switch over the Strength Tonic to where the High Potion is currently. Let's see how well we fare through that. Okay. Wait, what was Ravage again? Can I take another look at that? I think it was here, right? Main menu. Oh god, I hate that whenever you get too much stuff to look at. There we go, right? So, Ravage. Oh, right. We can launch enemies into the air. I wonder how that'll work. Oh, well, we can test it now. Vampire Thorn. Okay. Okay, have we not... I guess we haven't really gotten the ability to do anything in the air yet? Oh, it's like a...
Well, that's the undergrowth sorted. I'll take it from here.
Is it like a constant heal? And it only works during battle, maybe? Okay. Wait, that doesn't... Strange, but alright. Definitely have to get used to... Because the problem is you have to take your left thumb off of the left analog stick in order to switch, right? Don't know if I like that yet. Oh, I think we were gonna remove it. Oh, well, okay. Guess we are.
Thank you kindly.
Weird that we're still doing these kinds of interactions, right? I guess it was supposed to just lead us into the cutscene.
They're everywhere, aren't they?
Ooh. Wow.
Some say there was a time they blocked out the stars. Down was the only way left for them to go. There's probably a lesson to be learned from that. But it can wait. Come on.
That looks very impressive. Worgen sounds like a fancy work. I mean, it probably is, right? Or more or less is. I mean, the distance you can see really does look quite impressive. Resolution isn't all that high on the textures, though. That looks cool. It really... Now it looks way more like an airship, right? Which I didn't get at all from the earlier ruins. Wonder why they built it like that. Again, somewhat strange that I guess people are just not capable of using their technology anymore. When did they live? Huh. Equally weird that it's just sort of accepted. What happened? That they just don't exist anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know, it's definitely not using very many advanced sort of graphical techniques here. Yeah, I mean, if you were to put this side by side with a screenshot from Uncharted 4, from that island where you are at the very end, this game really wouldn't hold up that well. But it's serviceable. I mean, it still looks great. It still looks much better than a lot of other games, arguably. But it feels like it's going for a bit of a flatter look on purpose.
Stop admiring the view and get down here.
Hey, you were mentioning the airship. Don't bother me. Well, the thing is, this game doesn't even... It's not on last-gen consoles. It's a PlayStation 5 exclusive, I'm pretty sure, right? Or does it release on PlayStation 4? No. I don't think so. I mean, that's fair, I guess. Although, no, wait. I'm pretty sure that The Last of Us 2 runs at 60 FPS too on PS5 in the upgraded patch. Yeah, for it being a PlayStation 5 exclusive, at least for now, and yeah, it really doesn't look that impressive. Demon's Souls looks much better, for example, right? The remake, anyways. I don't know. It's interesting to me that they just simply, I guess, choose not to focus on that too much for whatever reason. Oh, hey, that's random. Hey, buddy.
A wyvern.
Oh.
I can see that. Doesn't happen to be a friend of yours, does it?
Wait, a friend of us? As in he knows my my secret name from my time as an assassin? Interesting. I'm not entirely sure if I have to press attack on Torgal or if he... Oh, damn it, wrong button. Or if he will sometimes just do that on his own. It is very, very satisfying to precision dodge, though. Oh, that was a very quick... I'm not entirely sure on that heal ability on Torgal. That seems very strange to me that it would only be applicable during battle and not outside of it. And then it seems like a very, very short hot, right? Like a bit of a heal over time, but not much. Dragon Talon. Upon close inspection of a lesser dragon's foot, one may observe that the middle talon is considerably longer than the rest. This extended appendage is used to puncture the fleshy parts of the creature's prey, causing severe blood loss and weakening them for the kill. And a sharp fang. If there is one thing for which the fauna of Valistea do not want, it is more dagger-sharp fangs to line the slavering maws. And so, those Valisteans, fortunate enough not to succumb to said fangs, have conceived ingenious ways of fashioning them into myriad articles of virtue, ranging from cutlery to bijouterie. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't think I've ever seen that word, honestly. Koji Fox coming in with his weird old school ways of writing certain stuff.
Must be a nest nearby. Keep your eyes open.
Okay. Yeah, the Torgal heal, I'm not entirely sure about. It's so strange to me. Wouldn't that be available outside of battle as well? Very strange. That looks very cool. I wonder how much we're going to go into the whole Fallen bit. Is that going to be part of the story? Is it just interesting background? I have to say, the fighting is very satisfying, albeit very easy at this point currently. But the way the abilities flow together, it's just that feel like I still don't really have that many abilities.
Won't be going this way.
Wait, where are you? Oh, you're up there. Okay.
I'll admit I hadn't counted on that.
Counted on what? Can we just cut through? What's going on? Animal instinct. Why trust in your own animal instinct when you now have an actual animal at your side? Yeah, it was very strange to me that they called that animal instinct. If you're lost, hold down L3 and let Torgal point you in the right direction. Yeah, I don't want that. I can find my own way. Thank you very much. Magicked ash. Wait, was that the first time that I found that? Items. I guess not. All creation is possible because of ether. It is what gives the formless form and the lifeless life. When an object is consigned to the flames, whether due to age, accident, or ill intent, the ether contained within is released and returned to the land. There are, however, rare instances in which an elemental charge remains trapped inside the resulting detritus, and skilled weaponsmiths can harness this energy for use in their work. Okay. Bloody hide. When properly treated with urine, lime, salt, and a lengthy soak and chocobo brains. Okay. This ichor-flecked skin will make for a fine piece of leather instead. Or indeed. Okay. Very interesting description there. Get a lot of materials. I wanted to look at, let's see, my abilities again. I have 210 ability points. Is there something that I can upgrade? See, I've never really used this currently. Swiftly close in and attack a distant enemy. I've mostly used the circle ability to do that. Taunt. Why can I taunt stuff if I'm only one person? I don't know. Somehow that seems strange to me. Wasn't I? Oh, mastery. Increases maximum kicks to 2. Okay. Combination stomp on an enemy between consecutive attacks. I know that there is aerial combat somewhat if an enemy gets thrown into the air, if Torgal does that, but I'm still not entirely sure how that's supposed to happen. Magic Burst. Wait, what's the mastery on this one? Extends trigger window, okay. Close range magic burst. Oh, wait, you can zoom in here? I didn't even know that. Do I maybe want to go for this? Summon a projectile dispelling wall of liquid flame before launching several deadly shockwaves. Wave force is amplified upon dispelling magic. I'm pretty sure that I can only have 2 abilities equipped at any given point. But maybe it would still be interesting to test this. So this is kind of a ranged ability, but you have to do it closely before being hit, right? So it seems like, just judging by what we can see here, it almost seems as if it's more use if you're fighting a spellcaster. You know what? I think I'm still gonna save my ability points for now and... Oh, hey, we can pet Torgal? Hey, buddy.
After it.
Oh, we can feed him. All right. I mean, in reality, you could definitely get past that. So, wait, what are we supposed to be doing here?
At least one of us knows these woods. Thank you, Torgal.
Oh. I didn't even... Okay. Didn't even see that. Maybe you do need Torgal's abilities every once in a while, then.
Well, they look not too happy. And for once, you It's not my fault.
Okay. I have to say, there is an indicator for enemies being kind of off screen, right? But it's still very, very difficult to actually do some sort of precision dodge. Okay, yeah, I don't really know how that's supposed to work. Ooh, nice. Ooh, that was bad timing on my part. Yeah, see, I can't really jump after it, it seems.
We did what had to be done.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
No. No, it doesn't.
I mean, it makes sense to deal with these things, though, right? I can see, or I can understand not super liking every encounter, but... Okay, more of these ruin parts. Although, so that explains why they kind of look like stone, but aren't really, if they are some sort of, almost like a hull of an airship. Interesting. Okay, let's heal up a bit. But yeah, having enemies come in from behind you, it's quite difficult to dodge them because you just simply don't know when they choose to attack, right? I have to say, I'm a big fan of this aesthetic of these old fallen bits and pieces in these woods. Very cool design. It seems like we are about to go into one. Yeah, this isn't a boss arena at all. Definitely not. Just beginning to wonder... They feel kind of empty, don't they? It's just a big shell with nothing in it. That is very strange. And then there are also sometimes weird musical transitions where it just cuts off the music for whatever reason. Who would have thought? Hey, buddy. I like its design a lot, though. Looks very impressive. See, they definitely seem to have put a lot of thought into enemy design.
You'd better hope so.
This shouldn't take too long.
So much for your shortcut.
Okay. Very slow attacks.
Quite as quick. But it'll be a damn sight quicker if you help it.
I thought exactly.
Ooh, okay. Nope. Sometimes a bit difficult to see when exactly you're supposed to be dodging. Definitely some different timings here, which obviously is good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, with that, for example, that kind of looked like a double attack as well, but wasn't. Oh, wait. That could probably come in handy here. God. Yeah, I thought he was just doing his normal thingy.
My wounds, boy.
Still a bit spammy whenever they're staggered. Oh god. Spin cycle.
Where he stops, no one knows.
Not this time. Not if we kill him first. Not this time. There's a good boy. My wounds, boy.
But now I can spam heal? Is that really how it works? Okay, that was... I think I just dodged into the wrong direction. Can now it work though?
My wounds, boy.
No, it didn't. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit difficult to see whenever he does his claw attack or the one that's just kind of in front of you. I just now noticed that it's called Fafnir, by the way. There we go. Okay. Fafnir of the North, slain. Yeah, I still... some aspects of the whole encounter design is still a bit weird to me. It's definitely very, very easy. The stagger mechanic seems strange, right? Because it also... It makes it weird to use your cooldowns, or it feels bad if you've already used your cooldowns before you stagger an enemy, and then you're just sort of standing there spamming square for a very long time. I mean, enemies are staggered for quite some time. I don't know. I wish there was a bit more to the whole stagger mechanic, in that instead of it being dependent on just dealing a whole bunch of damage, then they get staggered, you can deal more damage. I wish you could time that, right? So maybe it would be cool to have a certain ability that can stagger enemies, and you'd have to time that whenever they're doing their big attack, so you can stagger them out of it, right? And prevent them from doing something. I feel like that would work better instead of them just randomly being staggered at some point and then you're just standing there spamming attacks on them. But we'll have to see. I mean, I know that there's going to be more abilities later on, so maybe in that way it will be more interesting. I don't know. Gnarled Scale. Covered in countless scars, these scales tell a tale of supremacy and survival, albeit one now ended. Okay. Also, these encounters do seem a little bit random, right? It's just like old school action games. Oh, hey, here's a monster to fight, right? We don't really need to know much about it. We don't need to know who or what it is, except that, oh, well, it came in from the north because of the blight. And that's pretty much all we get. Ah, we're gonna learn about his abilities now. Hello. Okay, calm down. What's going on with that weird cove?
You're dominant.
I am. Aye. But not by choice, mind. Oh, bloody realm of strapping young lads. And it was this sorry sack of bones round who saw fit to home.
I love that nonchalant way of lighting a cigarette.
You say you want to help dominants and bearers. Well, what's in it for you?
Yeah, my question exactly. I feel like we should have asked that way earlier.
What's in it for me? The same as for all of us. What we want and deserve. Save for our knack, dominants and bearers are no different from anyone else. The ability to use magic or summon great beasts should command respect, but instead has left us outcasts. Our kind are used and discarded like tools, yet we are men, so why must we die as less?
I see. So what you're saying is you want to start a war.
You flatter me, lad. But my days as a firebrand are long behind me. No, I only wish to offer our kind of choice. A place where we can die on our own terms.
That's really all there is to it. I wish we could ask more questions here, right? Seems like it would demand a bigger conversation. Or, like, usually, a person like Clive, wouldn't you think that he'd just ask a lot of questions instantly? Because, I mean, I somewhat trust him to really only be in it for helping other bearers and dominants. But at the same time, that whole line about those abilities commanding respect seems as if he does want a bit more, or at least is somewhat bitter about not really getting that sort of respect for him having those abilities. Definitely very intriguing in terms of what he potentially lived through with him being a dominant throughout all of his life, but then at the same time also definitely something that is very I don't know. I don't know what we can really glean from this yet. It's just strange to me that Clive wouldn't ask these kinds of questions, right? You'd assume that he would question this a lot more. I mean, that's this all still seems mighty suspicious to me. Also, can I... Oh, right, I need to hold it. Let's just... What kind of upgrade did we get here? Founder and leader of the Hideaway, where he and his comrades labor to liberate bearers and dominants from servitude. A life that Sid knows all too well, as he bears the burden of being the dominant of Ramu, Warden of Thunder. No longer does he fight for any one nation, but for all the peoples of Alastea. Is he really that noble? I wonder. Also, we still haven't really gotten that much info on how exactly the whole dominant business works, right? Are they just being chosen by, like, how exactly does it work? From what we've seen, right, that weird hooded figure, everything that happened that led to Joshua's death, maybe that is some sort of fire spirit that inhabited Clive. So is that how they all work? Is it some sort of different entity with its own goals and ambitions that is just inhabiting the bodies of the dominants, and they can choose to live in coexistence, but are also definitely separate beings? Or we haven't really gotten anything on that yet. The Great Wood, a vast forest in the southwestern part of Sombrac. Wildlife thrives here, but the delicately balanced ecosystem has been thrown into disarray in recent years by the encroachment of the Blight and the beasts driven before it. So dangerous has it become that travelers rarely venture here anymore. I find it so strange. Why would they decide to give Torgal a heal, but then not make it usable outside of battle? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If he has the ability to heal, why wouldn't he do that after the battle? Unless there was some sort of resource tied to it, but clearly there isn't, so... Odd choice. Wait, where's the... Didn't we stand in front of... oh, there it is. I was gonna say. Also... I wish there was more to look at here with these ruins. They're insanely interesting. But we're just kind of glossing over it. I mean, that's fair because the characters would probably, you know, just take it for granted at this point, having lived in this world for so long.
What exactly do you plan on doing when you find this dominant of fire?
What do you think? I'll show him the mercy he showed my brother, and cut out the tongue of any man who tries to talk me out of it.
All right. Forest dark enough as it is.
True comment. I mean, again, we don't really know what happened there either. I feel like Clive would suspect something about himself playing a part in that, right? Or maybe he just doesn't care or disregards that because it wasn't him who decided to do that? I don't know. Not much going on here. Ooh. Oh, hornets. Okay. I do wish that ranged attack would be a little bit more capable. Oh, now he fights with his powers. So you just didn't deign to use them before? Or what? Okay, sure. Oh, wait, that's where we came from. Feels like we're entering a little bit of a larger area here. Oh, hello.
See that river?
What
Follow
river?
upstream and we'll be in Lost Wing in no time.
Okay.
In no time. Right.
So was this a little bit of an optional area then? Seems weird that this place... I don't know, it seems a bit more open, but then at the same time, we can't really do that much. It's just... Oh, I can go that way? Okay.
This might take a while.
So are these considered optional enemies then, or...
My wounds, boy.
Stay down.
Nice. Level 13. I do have to say, I don't know why the game drops frames. It's not bad at all. Like, it's completely fine and it still feels very, very fluid, all things considered. But it's definitely not running at a stable 60, which, considering the graphical fidelity, is a bit strange. Like, you'd think that it would just keep 60. I don't know. I do like the river, though. Looks very, very, very cool. I wonder what kind of reflections these are. Probably... Could be a cube map, I don't know. Definitely not only screen spaced. Wait, where was that other area? Oh, here. I think they both lead to the same same place though, right? Yeah, it looks like we're just now getting a bunch of optional enemies, which I find interesting. Definitely cool to have a bit more open space going on here. Oh, wait, did I get all my HP back when I leveled up? I think so. Oh, hello. Part of this ruin. Wait, are those... Okay, this is seriously... It's a bit disorienting, because everything just looks the same. So you have to be careful to actually... to make sure to go everywhere you want to go. Ah, damn it. A little bit too late. There we go. I kind of wish there was some sort of combination ability for using both of your Phoenix attacks back to back. Oh, that is so satisfying. The problem is enemies aren't really attacking enough. Like, they only do attacks a couple of times, honestly. And I wish they would do that more, because then the whole precision dodge mechanic would be a lot more fun to use, honestly. There we go. Since it takes quite a while for the enemies to even do an attack, you don't get to precision dodge all that much, so it feels like you're never really getting into that cool flow state of constantly, you know, dodge, attack, dodge, attack. Pretty sure that's maybe gonna happen later on as we fight more capable enemies, but for now it's not happening, so... But you can definitely already glean how it will play out later on. Is this where it came from? Where did it came? What? Where did I jump down earlier? This place is very disorienting. Because it really all just looks the same. I know he said we're supposed to go upstream. Oh yeah, it was definitely chugging a bit there. Weird. This is where I was earlier, right? Didn't we jump down? Yeah, that's where it came from. Where was I that I jumped down? What? Skill issues, yeah. In that there aren't enough. Is this where I jumped down? No, now I'm just back at the beginning. Also, why can I not jump up here, but at the other part? That is another thing that I'm quite a bit bothered by. These random, like, at that point, just don't implement any jumping at all, right? Just make it a, okay, we have an invisible wall around our level type of deal. These random bits and pieces where you can sometimes climb, and most of the time you cannot, is a bit weird. Not very immersive, I have to admit. Okay. I like that part about it auto-using items that you have too many of, though. Ooh. Who the hell are you?
The Royal Scout.
Someone's far from home.
Let's follow him.
Wait, as in from the Empire? Do I think I will ever stop playing 14? That's a good question. Guess it depends on where it's going, right? With the next expansion. Will probably be easier to answer once we get more info in July, the first FanFest. I recognize those pans. What is she doing here?
They're just down that way. All of them. Grieger's my witness.
Excellent.
Well, that's not nice.
I don't understand. Have I not proven loyal?
I wouldn't do that in his case. You know,
It's true my liege values loyalty above all else.
doesn't seem like the most intelligent
Pray
thing
not
to...
quick to betray your countrymen for the promise of coin.
Shouldn't have said anything. Well, that looks very beautiful, though.
That woman.
Benedicta Harmon, commander of Waloed's elite intelligences. if we can capture her.
You! Weapons on the ground, Imperials!
Well, we weren't that stealthy in our approach, huh? Wait, where'd she go? Wasn't she here just a second ago?
Let's get this over with then.
Okay. Just... We're fighting her. Where did she go? What? Okay, that was very strange. Damn it. Okay, his attacks are interesting to dodge. Oh, does Midnight Raven. Does he also have... Did he get blessed by her abilities or something? Ooh, nice. Can he even be thrown into the air? No? Okay. Guess not. Okay. Yeah, it is definitely strange that you can just sort of spam Torgal's abilities a bit. Ooh, get some cinematic here. Cinematic clash. When the screen flashes orange like this during a pivotal moment of battle, repeatedly tap square to either press or fend off the attack. Okay. Quick time event! Cool. Do have to say, these cinematics are pretty cool. Like, they're well done, so I don't mind it being a quick time event. Oof. Well, that was close. At least that way you're not losing in the cutscene, I guess. Ooh. Okay. Now he really starts some interesting stuff. Couldn't he have done so from the beginning? Oh my god, okay. This is getting more interesting than I thought. Wait, what? Oh, there you are. Okay, definitely have to be a bit more looking out for his attack animations here. Ooh. Yeah, that's super strong.
There's a good boy.
Ah, damn it. I always do that. I always press circle and think that... And think that it works the same as R1, but obviously 1 doesn't count as an evasive maneuver. It's very, very difficult to get precision dodges against him, because he teleports so much. No. I also definitely need to assassinate. Ouch. Okay, never mind. This enemy is definitely a lot tougher than the other ones. Mainly because it's more difficult to dodge his attacks. Oh wait, that's our weapon. Was it his or mine? I really wonder if he's being blessed by Garuda's, like, wind energy or something. Okay, 3 times in a row is a bit much, honestly. There we go. Nice. Midnight Raven. Okay, I actually wish that I could... Well, I guess I could do this fight again in the training thing. The Edgelord. He very much seemed like an Edgelord, yeah. I kind of want to do that again. Maybe you can with that training stone of us that we have in the hideaway. I feel like I really didn't... I didn't really find the correct dodge timing there with his attacks. With him teleporting, it was difficult to tell whether or not he was actually attacking or just teleporting. Because sometimes I feel like he just teleported. But I definitely also need to get more used to swap between Torgal and my items. That's sometimes a bit weird. Badge of Might, awarded to soldiers for unparalleled displays of courage on the field of battle. The feeling of accomplishment it kindles in the recipient's heart is thought to enhance further future performance. A bunch of steel silk and another meteorite. Okay. I still don't really understand where the hell Benedicta went. She was just gone all of a sudden, for whatever reason. Which was very weird timing, because with her here, I don't think we would have won, but okay. Maybe it's going to get explained in a second here. It was a very fun fight.
They thought we were Imperials.
Well, you do look the part. Though you fight like a true shield of Rosaria, and one blessed by the Phoenix at that.
Are they not going to comment on him using, like, teleporting magic? Or is that normal?
Speaking of which, I wonder, does the other icon of fire give blessings, do you think?
You don't believe me?
And lo, the Creator did make of the elements 8 icons to serve as keepers of the one law. Not that I've ever set too much store by holy doctrine, but on that point, it's clear. Fire has always had just the one warden, as of all the rest. A new one can't be born until the previous dies. And even that can take years.
Okay, kind of confirms that aspect of it.
The thing is, you don't strike me as a liar.
I mean, why would you lie about something like that if it's so...
There's but one person who might be able to shed some light on the matter. And they're in Lost Swing. As are our Waluda friends, I would imagine. We should hurry before it gets dark.
But what if someone discovers the bodies?
I was going to say, don't...
And they'll be sorely disappointed.
Won't they miss their party of scouts, though? I mean, clearly they know, they must know that something's coming, right? I have to say, it is a bit strange from time to time with the writing here. They very often don't seem to ask very obvious questions. I don't know. I don't know if the game just assumes, oh, hey, you're going to read up on that in the lore, but I feel like it doesn't really strike me as super realistic when it comes to the characters not asking those questions, but I have to see how that moves forward. Stage replay and arcade mode are now available in the Hideaway's Red Stone. Enter the virtual battlescape for details in each of these new options. So I guess that is some sort of replay fight option. That's pretty cool. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. I wonder if that also, if it's going to give you loot for it or experience. Beware, Edge Lord. Yeah, those funny messages in FromSoft games. Oh, man. And then people in other languages just sort of stand there asking, what is that supposed to mean? Like the Fortnite, the Japanese were really confused about, that everybody was putting that down. Love how they still have this magic way of storing their swords on the back. Yeah, it's the swords. He has a thing where you can sort of slide the sword in, right? But funnily enough, those make no sense whatsoever because, well, sliding your sword in on the back doesn't work, right? Your arm is simply not long enough for it to physically work. But still, every game uses it, I guess, because it looks cool to have the sword stored on the back. Then again, Sid doesn't. He has the swords in a normal, thing on his belt. It's just very weird that they're always going for that. Especially, earlier on, like with older games, stuff is just sort of magically glued to your back, right? And because they didn't bother to implement like different storage harnesses, belts, what have you, to accommodate different loot or weapons that you could equip in a game, so they just sort of magically floated on your back. But now with technology moving on and actually displaying that gear, it's even weirder, right? Because they always just, whenever you store your sword on your back, they conveniently cut to a perspective where you cannot actually see the backside of the character. But from a physical standpoint, it just makes no sense whatsoever. So I wonder why they still stick with that. It's a bit of a weird thing, especially since, in theory, they could come up with a funny little, device or something, right? Where it kind of clicks open and then clicks closed. That could work, but they don't. So it's just unrealistic for some reason. Yeah, they get translated to other languages and lose all. I read an article on a lot of Japanese players being super confused what the hell Fortnite is supposed to mean, right? Because obviously in their language it wouldn't translate to the title of the game, so they were really confused. And I also don't know. Technically the game does have servers, right? But I think it can still display those messages either way. So I don't know how that would work, but yeah. Oh yeah, in Ocarina of Time it did. Well, then again, most of the time he's fighting with smaller swords, right? Makes you want to play Ocarina of Time. Understandable. Very, very cool game. But yeah, it is weird. As graphics have moved on, that it seems like for some reason those kinds of things aren't really paid that much attention. It's the same weird thing with characters like storing items or giving items to other characters. I understand that obviously it would be hella difficult, especially in RPGs that deal with, possibly hundreds or thousands of items, to have to animate that so that it works for every single item and model in game. Like, obviously that's not feasible, but especially in like bigger story cutscenes or something, it still doesn't really, it's just, I think it's very interesting that it's just accepted that a lot of the time these items, nowadays people even make jokes about, them just literally pulling stuff out of their ass because it looks like that, right? They pull out some gigantic stone or something like that, and it magically appears in their hand from wherever it was stored on their character, seemingly. So I don't know why almost no game is attempting to make that look more realistic, right? Especially considering that we're dealing with fantasy games, so they could come up with them. D&D has a what is it called? Bag of holding? Or something, like a bag that can just magically store a lot of stuff. Harry Potter does that as well, right? Where you have magically extended bags that you can carry around with you. So why not just use that in a fantasy game? I don't think that would need much explanation at all. So you could just give a character like a small satchel or something that they're carrying with them. And then you could just do like one animation for them sticking their hand into it, right? And then you could cut it in a way where you don't have to animate the item actually coming out of that satchel. I feel like that would work much better than always doing this weird animation where they're seemingly pulling stuff out of their backside to give items to other people. I don't know why. It's those kinds of things. I really, really wish developers would pay more attention to that. Like, I don't need super high graphical fidelity, but that kind of immersion breaking animations, I really, really wish we would focus on that more. And it seems odd to me that that just isn't done. Link also started skiing. Yeah. I mean, but at least it's fine, I think, if you don't bother with it at all, right? So in that sense, for example, Tears of the Kingdom, you just have an insanely large inventory to carry stuff around with, but it isn't displayed anywhere, right? It just sort of magically switches from one weapon to the next, which that is fine. But if you go through the trouble of animating your character, like getting stuff from somewhere or putting stuff somewhere, or, you know, as we discussed with the sword, putting it on his back, if you go through the work of animating that, because they could just cut that, right? They could just have the character hold a sword, then cut, and then it's on their back again. Like, that animation doesn't need to exist, and yet it does. So why not make it as realistic as possible? Very, very strange and weird decision, honestly. Yeah, obviously the taking and giving, that's a compromise. And with that, I'm fine because on that, they actually do cut away, right? They just conveniently place the item below where the screen currently is at. So you kind of see your character extending their hand towards the other character, but you don't actually physically see the item in their hand. That's totally fine. For the whole items magically appearing behind the back of your character, that's a bit more of a difficult thing to do. And then even with the giving and taking, it's still sometimes weird why they even bother, right? Just don't include it. It's fine. We know how it works, giving items to other characters. Yeah, it's just, what I'm wondering about is why it is there in the first place. Because those things could just simply not exist and no one would care. It's another one of those weird examples where just taking stuff out and actually putting less work in, because those animations you could just, not do at all, is preferable to doing it sort of halfway, right? Especially as, technology progresses and makes those things look even weirder. Yeah, it's the same with the weight system. Weight systems in games are a bad idea, right? Never, ever include a weight system in your game. It's one of the worst ideas that has ever existed, and I don't know why games are still doing it, right? It was fine 20 years ago when they wanted to seem like they were a little bit more realistic. Nowadays, not so fine anymore. Either make it a system that has a very, very clear purpose, right? So as an example, the Estus flask in Dark Souls has a certain number of uses that corresponds to how the game's designed in terms of what kind of challenge it is supposed to provide, right? And then you can even influence those uses by kindling the flames and whatnot. So if you have some sort of carrying capacity limit that interacts with the game in some unique way, although even then the way Demon Souls did it, for example, wasn't really that great. In that case, at least it has a purpose, but beyond that, it should not exist. Either make it truly realistic to where your character can really only carry one weapon, one shield, right? So you have to choose what you carry with you, or don't bother at all. But don't do these weird hybrid in-between options where your character can carry 150 potions and 15 swords and 10 shields, 10 armor pieces, but then suddenly they're overburdened. That's the dumbest stuff that I've ever seen. Like, just don't bother. Don't do it, right? Just put that work that goes into that system somewhere else where it actually serves a purpose. Oh, we're just done with this location now. Interesting. Huh. And I really think as games have moved on, you know, technology has gotten better and better. Now we're really in that stage where, especially when it comes back to Elden Ring as well, and I said so during my playthrough of that in quite a few areas in Elden Ring, you could have just cut some stuff and it would have made the game better, right? So we really, I think, developers need to learn to think in terms of like what movies have done for a very long time, right? Where you only keep the stuff in the movie that actually serves a purpose, right? You edit a movie in a way where every single scene, they aren't just there to look great. They are there to serve a purpose. They either for pacing reasons are there, or they tell the viewer something specific. And if you cannot find at least 2 reasons for any particular system or scene or whatever to be there, to exist at all, right? Or encounter or enemy or whatever it is, piece of loot. If you cannot find those reasons for it existing, cut it. It doesn't need to be there. Not every single game needs to be 150 hours long. It can be a much tighter, much better experience if you just cut stuff. I feel like we're still in those early stages in terms of this medium where developers really, really need to learn to do that, right? I think, but that's also due to a number of reasons of how people perceive games a lot of the time, where I think it's still accepted to, you know, more content equals better game. Somehow that notion is still a thing. And so I feel like sometimes developers are also afraid, or companies are afraid to cut stuff because it seems like the game is less or something, because of the public reception their game will be getting if stuff is missing. But then again, it won't feel as if anything is missing if you cut correctly, right? So, yeah. But that's certainly a skill I feel like games still need to learn, unfortunately. Getting me so worked up. Well, I just like to talk about it because it's a very interesting topic, and sometimes arguably it's not that simple, right? I can sit here saying, "Oh yeah, I don't like that system," blah blah blah, but when you then start thinking about alternatives or thinking how you can make it better, that's not always easy, right? And might require a lot of work, which is also sometimes why I feel like certain games just say, let's just do it the way it's always been done. Right, people are accustomed to that, so nobody will, you know, really be bothered by it. I mean, I will, but most people won't. I don't know. I think it's just, sometimes it's just sad to see, right? We're getting all this visual fidelity most of the time, but actually making progress in terms of game design doesn't really happen that often. Which arguably makes it all the better if it does happen. Orable Downs. All right, so according to the symbol, this would be a place that we can revisit as well, right? The idyllic plains that stretch across the southern reaches of the Holy Empire are sparsely populated, unless one knows where to look. I still find it very strange. Benedicta is going to know that something's up, right? Now that we've killed her pawns. Unless she doesn't care. How can we even... It does seem somewhat strange that we would run into her again. That being said, what I maybe hadn't considered was that we were that hideaway seems to be somewhat close to that whole scene between Shiva and Titan, right? So she was kind of still in the area, I guess.
I didn't realize we were this close. Any idea what that is they built the village around?
The Fallen Ruin. I've heard some call it an airship. Though its flying days seem to be behind it. A shame, that.
You truly think a dominant's waiting for us in that village?
My scout has never given me any reason to doubt him, which is why I think we should hurry. Come on.
How would they be hiding, though? Wouldn't a lot of people know about that? Obelisks. Attuning with an obelisk allows Clive to travel quickly to the location via both the world map and local map. Clive need only approach an obelisk to attune with it. Why can we do that? That's not something that people can usually do, though, right? Or am I just getting that impression? That's like the tutorial stone in the hideaway. So the obelisks in this case, they're kind of like the Aetherytes in 14. All right. Why do they suddenly activate? Why can we use them? So there's like a quick travel system that exists within the world, but is only accessible to us, and they're not going to comment on it either. Okay. Oh, right. I hadn't even really considered that the world map looks somewhat like Game of Thrones. Yeah, that's a good point. They definitely took inspiration from that, now that you're saying that. Yeah. Fast traveling array. Wait, what voice? Sid's voice? I mean, I'm pretty sure that a lot of these voice actors have either worked on 14 and probably also a bunch of other games. Make for Lost Wing. Marble Downs. That looks very cool. Especially with the small red moon besides the big one. Small red moons in Final Fantasy games usually, you know, can become quite dangerous. Are we really not going to comment on this? So is this just a thing that we can do?
This isn't the first time I've seen one of these. Perhaps I can use them as waymarks.
As waymarks. Wait, so we're technically not teleporting then? In universe, we just use them as a waymark to get back to a previous location that we've already been to. Okay, that makes more sense then. This looks a bit more open. Obelisk. Let's see what we can glean from this. Ancient relics found across Valistea. The construction closely resembles the airships of the Fallen, but unlike them, they do not appear to have fallen from the sky, rather to have stood in place since time immemorial. They illuminate when Clive approaches, though for what reason, it is unknown. Shouldn't we, talk about that? How can Sid just be okay with it illuminating around us? Or is he used to that as well? Is it around the dominance? What the hell is going on there? After once being lit, they continue to shine with the same blue glow night and day, making them ideal for use as waypoints. Okay. So technically, again, not teleporting, we're just using them as waypoints. Makes it a bit easier to believe, but still, again, very, very strange that the characters themselves aren't really asking questions about this. Okay. And we've entered the Holy Empire of Sombrec, a nation occupying the northeastern reaches of the continent of Storm, with the great city of Oriflame as its capital. Sombrec is the realm's largest theocracy and home to the Mother Crystal Drake's head. Under the rule of the Holy Emperor, the people of Sombrec enjoy a life of plenty thanks to the crystal's blessing, which they believe to be a gift from the goddess Grega herself. Greagor or Grigor? Considering that it's to the northeast, wouldn't they be the ones that usually have the dominant of ice under their rule? Did Jill originate from that place? I don't know if we know that. I don't think so. Why do we suddenly get this, the dominant of fire? A mysterious figure who was first seen amid the chaos of the Imperial invasion of Phoenix Gate, immediately before the appearance of the second icon of fire, the very icon that slew the heir to the ducal throne. Clive believes this man to be the dominant who murdered his brother and is sworn to take his revenge. So that seems to confirm to me that Clive thinks that it's just a completely separate person then, right? It's just somebody else who happened to kill his brother. So maybe it is? It's just, from how it was cut and how the cutscene worked it out to... It just seemed as if it was in his mind. Huh. Very interesting. Okay, the obelisks are a weird thing to me. How do these fallen ruins interact with everything? I feel like we should be asking way more questions about that, and also should be capable of finding out way more about that, but I guess we cannot. There's so many of these ruins all over the place, though. I have to say, these particular scenes when the game's a bit darker always look much better. I think it's mostly the texture resolution that sometimes makes things look a bit dated in terms of graphical style. And also polygon count to a certain extent. It's just not that much going on everywhere compared to, let's say, Demon's Souls. Guess this is just a big field? What? Wait. If I just continue running? What just happened? Oh, okay. Strange choice. Again, something that I haven't really seen any other game do like this. So if you just continue running, eventually you'll start sprinting. Okay. Okay, that's going to become somewhat annoying because I don't really want to sprint. Oh, hey, there's just a bunch of enemies around.
Let's make this quick.
Oh. So I can kind of teleport to the enemy if they're already in the air. I need to learn the reach of this, like, jump and attack thing. Because I never quite reach enemies with that. This honestly looks pretty cool. So whoever lives here just doesn't really care that we're out and about slaying monsters in the area. I do have to say, I find these more open spaces honestly somewhat strange. Mostly because it's so... They're technically still very linear, and there isn't really much in the game that you would...
Are they friends or foes?
Good question. There isn't that much in the game that would necessitate exploration, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's pretty cool that we get more open spaces at all. But, I mean, yeah, there isn't really that much to do or to find. Especially since the areas are a little bit more simplistic in a lot of ways, so... Huh. Pretty sure I cannot turn that off, can I? Gameplay. It's camera settings. I can just switch the controller layout. Lock on move. There isn't even a dedicated sprint button, right? Which makes this even stranger that it's a thing. Because for people who do just want to sprint, you still have that initial wind-up until Clive starts to sprint. That is very, very strange. Do people actually live here? Or... Okay, this time I stayed in the air a little bit longer. still don't exactly know how you can extend that duration, but maybe it's just not possible with my current skills. Is anybody living here? Do they care what's going on outside? Would they check on us? You know, killing wolves down here? Or maybe they're not here. I don't know. Maybe they're also the people waiting down there. So let's check on those. Oh, I guess they are just enemies then, huh? Hello.
Give them all you've got, boy.
Oh, that was the wrong... Bit difficult to change target when you want to throw a particular person into the air.
My wounds, boy.
There we go. Level 14.
More Waluders. Why? What is it they want?
You're welcome to ask the next ones we meet. Let me know how it goes.
I wonder if you can actually grind levels. In theory, yes, right? Because you can revisit areas unless enemies stay dead. Because I'm wondering, with the game being more linear, how that's going to be balanced. If you technically just skip a couple of encounters, will it just overlevel enemies at some point? Are they at a set level? Does it scale? I don't know. I'm a big fan of these overgrown pieces, especially the way it looks, because it seems as if the plants are having trouble really sort of grasping onto them. So the pieces, even though they're broken apart, they still look pretty pristine, even with everything growing over. So I don't know, it's a really, really cool aesthetic. I would like to simply know more about what the hell these ruins are supposed to be, or the Fallen were at some point in the past. Let's stop sprinting. Damn it. Ooh. Very cool. So just like our hideaway, they've just built a city or a town into this thing. Lost Wing. The Holy Empire of Sambrek. That looks very impressive, honestly.
No sign of the Royalists.
Or anyone else for that matter. It's too bloody
Yeah,
quiet
there's just nobody.
for this hour.
What do we do now?
First we look for my scouts. You start here, I'll circle around the back.
How do I let you know if I find him?
Good question. Shout.
Subtle.
I like the music.
I don't even know what he looks like.
Is it really that smart to just be, you know, going into the city like this? We have no clue what's going on here whatsoever. It seems like Benedicta and the others were definitely looking for the Dominant as well, right? I mean, that seems very, very obvious to me. Oh.
The village
Hello.
can't be completely abandoned, can it?
Yeah, that would be very strange if it was. Ooh, hello. Hangman. Okay, this looks like we're eventually going to be able to explore this as a proper city then, right? Because I would definitely like to. Oh, hey, who the hell are you? Wait, that's just... Huh? Weren't we both supposed to come at it from, like, different...
Miss me? I'm flattered, but let's stick to the plan, eh?
I thought I was going along with the plan. I guess I wasn't. What? I mean, it's pretty dark in here, so it's... What is that jump? Okay, that's very weird. I wish the game would...
That sounds like a child.
Definitely be more open in terms of like where you can go or cannot go with your character. Ooh. Okay, it looks like whoever came through here definitely made quite a mess. Where are you? What the hell? It sounded way closer. What? It sounded as if somebody would... Oh, there you are. Never mind, it's the quest marker. That makes sense. Hey. What's going on?
It's all right. I'm not one of them.
One of who?
And I, we're the Imperial Army. And we've come to help.
Good lie
Do
there.
you know where your parents are?
In the church.
That's actually a good cover story of...
And make sure they're safe. Can you stay hidden here?
Being with the Imperial Army, right? Since we still technically look like them.
Church, then.
Okay. Well, the church is inside of that structure, okay. I don't know if it's worth it to really go anywhere else, honestly. I have to say, the lighting of the game is also a bit more old school. A lot of games tended to do that in the past. So if you look at a section that is bright, like here, right, where the light shines, it sort of darkens everything else. And then if you look at a darker place, it takes like a second to get a little bit lighter. Technically, that's kind of supposed to be simulating how your own eyes would adjust to this, but it's not really realistic in that sense, right? Because our eyes are quite a bit more capable than that. So it's a bit weird that it feels like the game is doing a little bit too much in that sense, that it's like over adjusting that exposure a lot of the times, which is why it seems darker technically than it really should be. Can I not like sneak in from here? Feels like it would be a better choice to just sneak up on them from either below or above. I do like the layout of the city though. Oh, hello. Kind of expected a door, but apparently there is none. What kind of church is this? What are they worshipping anyways? I don't think we've really heard anything about religion so far. Other than this empire being a theocracy. Or I guess we heard about this Gregor?
This man's gonna die if we don't get into a healer.
Enough of your barking, dog!
About time.
Well, hello there.
Stand back.
So that's a scout, I'd imagine.
Who the hell are you?
Clive!
Shouting, huh?
Thought you weren't coming.
You still alive, Gav?
Barely. Been doing what I can for the villagers, but...
I thought you were joking.
It's all right. He's with me. Is this everyone?
No, there were others. A pair of royalists came for the bearers just before you arrived.
Nobody heard the shouting though?
Maybe. It's not like he was holding a sign.
I mean, is it really that important at this particular point? Hey, buddy.
I'll give you one guess where he's going. Clive, after him.
Oh. Get a chase sequence? See, now the sprint not activating right away, it seems a bit weird. Apparently it doesn't activate at all here. Can I manually do that? I guess not. Yeah, that's weird. So usually you get a sprint, but where you actually need it, you don't get it.
Not yet, my lady, but we have the Dominant's companion. It's only a matter of time before we seize our quarry.
What was the point of that sequence anyways?
And what of the others?
Could have just cut the cutscene.
Some may still be worth keeping should the Dominant elude us.
All is in hand, my lady. They will not be spoiled. I give you my word.
Gentlemen, a toast!
Will you join me? My thanks.
Clive Sikkim. He's not Torgal.
Lady of the Wind and the King!
Imperials drink this piss?
Well, it would go some way to explain their breath.
Lady Benedicta, Imperials!
Hello.
And instead of killing them, you lead the rats straight to us.
Mercy.
He could have helped you. I mean, she seems a bit too angry.
Look what we have here, boys. An Imperial bearer. But I was getting bored.
Are we actually capable of fighting her? I have to say, the cutscenes sometimes look really crisp. I wonder what kind of scaling the game's doing there from time to time. Well, hi. Oh wait, that's not her?
What is that thing?
Okay.
If this means what I think it does, Sid has some explaining to do.
So Chirada is one of Garuda's ads in the fight in 14. Which, that's pretty cool. So she can actually summon in her ads in this fight too. Oh, damn it. Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to say if that's supposed to be an attack or not. Especially since I was still attacking, I wasn't quite sure if I needed to dodge it or not. Ooh. And that took way longer than I expected it to. Yeah, that I definitely have to figure out still. Oops.
Not this time.
There we go.
Sick of Torgal.
She's doing way less than her assassin buddy, though. I mean, I know that it's not actually, you know, the proper Garuda, but rather her ad. Thought I dodged that. Okay. She was, again, one of those examples where she didn't really attack all that often, but okay. Cleric's Medallion. At a glance, what appears to be a holy relic able to channel the power of the divine into curative energies actually contains the dust of a light-aspected crystal, known to be a catalyst for the restorative arts. Increases healing potency of potions by 20%. That doesn't really seem all that great. I mean, honestly, at least at this point, the game isn't really all that challenging, so I feel like anything that sort of, you know, gives you more defense or improves your healing is really all that worth it. But we'll see. I mean, that one fight with the guy before this was quite a bit more interesting and challenging, honestly. Although this was visually really impressive.
You've got some fight in you, even for a branded.
Clive!
Yeah, just shout his name.
Look who's here to save the day.
Very smart.
Is this how you recruit all of your charges?
Don't recall you complaining, Benedicta.
So, Sidolphus, remind me, why was it that you betrayed your kingdom? I asked you a question, Lord Commander.
What kingdom?
Why? Because I'd had enough of you and your king's antics.
And yet here you are, stealing my branded. What are you plotting?
As if I'd tell you.
Lady Benedicta, we have secured the dominant.
They all really like to shout instead of, you know... Because now we know they have him. And why is she constantly running away? I mean, okay, guess she really is more interested in the dominant than us, but... She could have just killed us, I'm pretty sure. I mean, especially since when it was just Clive. One problem less.
Did she say where she was going?
No.
Then we head back to Lost Wing. One of the villagers may have heard something.
But we can't just...
Which is why I sent Gav. The man has a nose for these things. Trust me.
Okay. Is he also some kind of... Does he have some sort of animal power that he says nose like that? It's so weird how they all just know each other as well.
About bearers at all. They were looking for a dominant.
Yeah, that's right. Thought we were hiding the bastard. Like any of us would keep a monster like that under our roof. Oh, no offence.
When no one talked, they started rounding up everyone with a brand. And then everyone without one and all.
And locked you in the cellar, hoping sooner or later someone would break.
So this is another village full of branded?
You know, things might have been different if you'd accepted my invitation.
Oh, don't remind us. We were all saying the same thing.
Yeah. This is our home, innit? Don't mean we won't out when we can, though.
And that, I'll drink to.
How can they exist if we have to be in the blighted area? In the days, in like the wastelands? Why can they just chill out in a proper city here?
100 full legions the young dragoon led, and watched as a million foes turned tail and fled. His lance levels mountains, it slanders the deep. The skies over storm breaks for
Listen, Clive. Revenge won't bring him back. It won't.
13 years ago, I watched a dominant kill my brother right in front of me. And I did nothing. But now I can. I can kill the son of a bitch.
and bring peace to my brother's soul.
Can you, though?
After that, whatever happens, happens.
Would you really be able to fight it?
Fate. You're content to be its slave, then?
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Whereas this is in Caer Norvin.
Radiance would have us
Okay.
believe the Imperial host invincible. Yet here we find the Empire's cornerstone teetering on the backs of a handful of cowards and cutthroats. Well, Bahamut may lead 100 full legions. Could it be that the young prince defends a house of cards ready to topple at the slightest breeze? Tell me something. Why do you not resist? Within you lies the power to slay gods. The phoenix perished in your flames. Yet you do not fight. You do not flee. You refuse your gift.
How'd she get back here so quickly?
Perhaps you are distracted. My offer still stands. Join us and you will be treated with the respect one of our kind deserves.
Ouch.
Lord Margrace, don't!
What, Margaret?
I'll give you a moment to consider your options.
So he is a completely separate person. Okay.
Do be gentle with them.
But seriously though, how did she get back here so quickly? Because it said meanwhile. I guess it was after our whole kerfuffle and we, you know, drank with everybody, but still. I mean, it's the same night, right?
Wake up. Gav's back.
Tuned to some obelisks. Unless I was just judging it by the, like what we saw in the background. It looked like the ice mother crystal.
Strongholds, though apparently not strong enough to keep out the royalists. The captured bearers are inside. I'm sure of it.
If Benedicta's orders are to stay in the shadows, she won't be traveling with many men. Meaning, she'll be keeping her prisoners together and close by.
Including the dominant.
So, we find a way into the fortress and conjure a bit of chaos.
What about me?
Excellent question, Gav. You will wait outside the care and guide those I free to safety.
And miss all the fun. Why can't he do that?
Clive doesn't have your nose. He'd stumble off a cliff before he even found the men. Come on, Gav. You're the best man for the job.
Well, when you put it that way.
Suppose I better scout ahead for any surprises. Don't you let him down.
I do love their quips with each other. It's pretty cool.
Right. Shall we?
Not so fast. We wait until tomorrow.
But he's right there.
And if we leave now, we'll arrive just as the sun comes up. Maybe join the guards in breaking their fast. Come on, Clive. They only just took the place. They'll be there a while yet. We've got one chance at this. You don't want to waste it, do you?
No.
The dead of night. new stock. As the story progresses, new weapons and items will become available at the Hideaway's trading post, Charon's Toll, as will new forging recipes at the Black Hammer. So are we just supposed to go back to the Hideaway now? That's strange, but okay. Huh. Well, there was quite a bit going on there. I'm still having a little bit of trouble figuring out what these different factions want, right? So the Imperial Army, the Empire, Benedicta and her people seem to be fighting them as well. It's just not quite clear why. I mean, yes, everybody fights for resources and control of the mother crystals, but
Not that settled. There's someone I want you to meet.
At this hour?
He's the owner of the tavern, and our best hope of getting a decent night's kip.
Love the music. Reminds me of Charlian in 14. Oh. That's a weird context-sensitive thing. Good doggo. Do we have here? View. Golden 870. Brandywine Imperial Gold. Huh. Bunch of really cool stuff. I wish the game had way more of this. That you could just view certain things and details and whatnot. Huh. They're very, very selective with that. Okay, let's see. Lost Wing is where we are. A settlement located in central Sombrec, on the northeastern edge of the Great Wood. Having initially found prosperity as a stopover point for traveling traders, it fell from favor when newer, better roads bypassed it. It eventually fell off the map entirely. The village is built both in and around fallen ruins that the people of Lostwing claim was once called an airship. Again, so many questions that I don't fully understand here. Why are there so many bearers here? Wouldn't they... Because if they're treated as slaves, right, in these lands, then I feel like most kingdoms would sort of want them, right? Even though they're technically not worth much to them, you know, in the sense of them being living beings, they're still worth a lot in the sense that they can use magic. At least you'd think. So if I heard of a place like this, where there's a bunch of bearers still living there, wouldn't they send out troops to just claim them? Maybe not. Maybe it's not really worth it. Maybe it's just not enough of them. Or maybe it's because it did indeed fell off the map, so they can just like hide out here and not that many people care. Okay, so we are in Sombrec, right? Which is the theocracy that also betrayed us with our mother, Annabelle. I'm having trouble to really get behind what the others, like Benedicta and the others, are here for, or that they can be here at all. Kaer Norvind reminds me of Kaer Morhen from The Witcher. Also looks like a pretty big bastion, considering that not that many men are now there. I mean, how many was she really traveling with? It looked like maximum of maybe 10 people, right? An imperial stronghold located along the southern fringes of Sambrequois territory, far from its capital of Oriflamme. It occupies a key strategic position adjacent the Crystal Belt and is formidably fortified as a result. Within its walls, there are living quarters, a church, a jail, and sufficient storehouses to see the occupants through a lengthy siege. But that means Benedicta and the others are working for the Imperials now, right? Because otherwise, how could they be there if it's constantly occupied? But why are they doing that? Wait, what am I missing here? Because in that initial battle, right, that was the Iron Man against the D-something. Dithwarnian? I don't know, something like that. Empire, which we haven't really heard that much about at this point. And they enlisted their help, I think. No, wait. They enlisted the help of whoever this Titan guy was, right? But we were Imperial assassins sort of just meddling within that battle. But what's the connection between her and the Imperial Kingdom? Theocracy. Now I wish I could go back to that historian guy to look at everything. Local map. How do I even... Oh, there we go. World map. Vintner's Gate. I mean, this space is actually somewhat large, right? So could I just... I guess I could, yeah, travel to it. All right. Cellar Passage. Color's Gate is still closed. Lost Wing. Okay. See, I saw this crystal structure in the background, which is why I assumed they were already there, but I guess they are not. Suppose the care thing. Where did I already forget its name? But it looked as if the crystal was in the background. Maybe it's not. Bit weird. So could I truly just go back? I guess so. Something about this seems strange, right? That I'm able to just go back to the hideaway to do some stuff there and then just return here. Because looking at the map, okay, there are like 2 zoom things here. This is like a quarter of the continent that we travel technically from the hideaway, right? So how does it make sense that we could just return there and then come back here all in one night? I mean, I guess that's just one of those game things that doesn't necessarily need to make much sense, but kind of still wish it would, honestly. Ooh, hey. Did not know Torgal had an actual stat sheet like this. Normal attack, lifting attack. Lone Hunter. So, is he just gonna level up when we use his abilities more? How the hell does that work? Also, I got the... Let's see. I really wish you could remove these things. It's a bit annoying, honestly. Badge of Metal. Oh wait, I only have one equipped. Able to jump over here. Increase healing potency of potions. Increases attack by 7. So I can just put on both then. Perfect. Cool. How many ability points? Oh, we have a lot of ability points. Let's see. I don't know if this is worth it. Honestly, in terms of the timing of a precision dodge, it really doesn't seem too difficult to pull off. It's just that sometimes I don't really recognize when to do it in the first place, right? So I feel like increasing its timing or making its timing easier isn't really that helpful, all things considered. Magic Burst. I'm not really doing that too much either. I need to remember in my head to always press triangle after a melee attack. Although then again, I also don't know if it's actually worth it compared to the damage output of just a bunch of melee strikes back to back. Increase the potency of a magic spell, release the cast. Okay. Could also improve these. Phoenix Shift. Use the Blessing of the Phoenix. What does Mastery? Increases shift distance. That honestly wasn't much of a problem. Summon a fiery wing that deals damage and can launch lighter enemies into the air. Mastery allows assignment to any icon. Doesn't sound too bad, but I don't have another one. So, mastery, okay. So the mastery of these skills always just refers to being able to use it on any icon. Honestly, the mastery of a bunch of these skills isn't really that great. I don't know. Summon a massive pillar of fire that burns all enemies caught within the flames while also partially restoring Clive's HP. Holy shit. That requires a lot of points though. I don't know. Should I just save up for that? I'm honestly not entirely sure. What does this do? Mastery. Increases launch distance. Ability potency increases with this. Oh, that is actually pretty good. I think I'm going to do that. Yeah. Because I was complaining about the distance earlier, wasn't I? In the air to slice down. Well, I haven't really been in the air that much, so... Still don't know what the hell this is for. What does it say? Provoke an enemy to attack immediately. Recommended for luring enemies into a precision dodge or a parry. Can be used at any time except when recovering from damage. Will have no effect on some powerful enemies. Okay. But if you cannot use it on bosses, then what's the point? And with normal enemies, why would I need to lure them into a precision dodge if I can just kill them outright? I guess it technically deals more damage? But then pulling it off with the touchpad seems equally weird. Kick off a nearby enemy, increasing jump height and duration. Increase the potency of a magic spell. Mastery, reduces charge time. All of those charged things, as satisfying as it is to pull off this one, for example. Or no, wait, not this one. This one, the Burning Blade. It's very, very satisfying to pull it off, but it barely takes too long to where it kind of... It feels like it's pulling you out of combat for a little bit too long. Seeing as how fast-paced the combat is, you know, having to wait for even a second just doesn't feel all that great, honestly. Extends trigger window. Maybe I should, in fact, just save up a bunch of points. I mean, I don't know at what point we'll be able to get another icon, but being able to take these abilities with me is probably not the worst thing to have, right? Actually out of potions. Yeah, this is weird that there are 4 consumables so far and only 3 slots to assign them to. That's honestly annoying me. Oh well. So, what now exactly? Are we supposed to explore? Are we supposed to look for something else? Not that many people around though. Well, that being said, this does almost seem like another hub area, right?
The kind man who saved Mummy. Thank you.
Did I do that? Didn't I save you? Weren't the others saved by Gav? Merchant. There we go.
A friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine.
Longsword weapon, 95. If you can swear you've seen this blade somewhere before, it is probably because you have. Longswords are some of the most common weapons in the realm, so it is no surprise the hot-tempered gate guard barking at you to be gone also has one strapped to his back. Alright. I mean, is there a reason why I wouldn't get this? I have 5,000 gil at this point.
I hope it's to your liking.
Okay, equip it. Wolfskin sash. 25? That's probably not worth it, right? Offering at least something in the way of the warmth, camouflage, and protection that it did the wolf that once wore it. Traveler's bands. It's actually worse than what I have. Oft gifted by a knight's paramour on the day of their beloved's first foray into the wild, traveler's bands are little more than pretty shells, broken glass, and shards of depleted crystal affixed to a leather band. But it's the thought that counts. Okay. Ooh, we can buy these as well. Valley Madder. An inconspicuous shrub commonly found growing near mother crystals. Its roots are harvested to create a deep red dye. But unlike most pigments, madder root extract does more than merely stain cloth. It imbues it with a faint elemental charge that can etherically... Isn't there missing... Ethereally is a weird word. Isn't it typically etherically? With the C? Enhance both bearer and crystal-based magics. Okay. Ooh. Orchestrion roll for 40,000. Alright. Well, that's going to take some time to get. Tattered slip of parchment upon which has been hastily scrolled several bars of music and the title Idols of the Empire. The melody seems familiar, but the author is unknown. So is that what's playing in the background here, I'd imagine? Potion, strength tonic... Archaeid antagonist. Hey, welcome back. What's going on? Hope you're great. I guess I'm just gonna sell some stuff then. Don't really want to. Can I just get rid of this? I'm pretty sure I can.
That'll fetch a good price.
I could sell a bunch of these stuff. I don't really know how much I really need eventually. Right?
Always welcome here in Lostwing.
I still need to figure this out because most of the game so far really doesn't strike me as an RPG at all. Well, it's not trying to be one, but that makes it difficult to ascertain how important these upgrades really are in comparison to how well you play. Like, is it really that important, or, you know, do I need to focus on certain specific things, or do I just need to always buy the strongest stuff? I don't really know. I do really like the city. It's just, it's very concerning to me that Benedicta and the others technically know about this, right? And they clearly had an interest in coming here, although I guess it was mainly for the dominant and less so for the bearers. So I guess for now they would probably be safe. I like that they're also using crystals to, like, as a torchlight in the dark, it seems. Very interesting. Ooh, that's actually... The way the light is shining through his fingers? That's a very interesting graphical effect. It's also not even that easy to see.
Quentin, my good man, it seems we'll be spending the night.
I thought as much. Where do you find that one?
Oh, him? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Quentin here is an old friend, one who is sympathetic to our cause.
As seem a lot of people here.
And he knows about your little sanctuary. I would never have guessed so many people were bent on setting us free. When last I checked, the mere thought would earn you a trip to the gallows.
I am well aware of the risks, as I am of the rewards.
And what could be more rewarding than your very own dominant of fire?
A dominant? Here? Now that I would like to see.
Meaning you haven't?
No, but nothing passes unnoticed in Lostwing. Take your brand, for example. People will see that at once. And I need hardly tell you how they will greet the inquiries of a bearer. You are afraid your words will fall on deaf ears.
Very perceptive, huh?
Ever since the moment you were marked. Happily, I can provide a solution to your dilemma. As a favor to Sid, that is.
Trying to find a good tranquil stream to listen as I work. Oh, I really appreciate that. You found it here, maybe. Seal obtained. Accept the hanged man.
Guide you.
So many strange interactions here.
But here in Lostwing, it's his word that's law.
But how?
Yeah, how?
You don't need to worry about that just yet. Trust me. Everyone in Lostwing knows what that seal means, and what it means if they don't take note. Now we can sit here counting our blessings, or put them to good use and find that dominance. Your choice.
Okay.
Let's see if this thing really works.
It is something that is still... that is just quite strange to me, is how a lot so far is happening to us, like to Clive, or in general. And yeah, not many questions are being asked. Is that supposed to be a character trait of Clive's? I'm just not sure. Why do you think it's strange? It's not, well, not that thing it's in and of itself is strange. It's more so the interactions all seem so... It's like there are these big threats that are going on, right? And we know that the bearers are all, well, not really sought after, but definitely what kind of tools, right? That you suspect would be collected and or oppressed as soon as people knew about them. I don't know. This village in and of itself is weird. Then why do we even need the hideaway if this exists? Unless, well, the hideaway is more for dominance, but then again, that wasn't really the case, or didn't really seem to be the case. If everybody can live out here without really being bothered as being a bearer. Let me double check that item though. The Hanged Man. The seal marks its bearer as a trusted ally of Quentin of Lostwing. Happily, I can provide a solution to your dilemma. As a favor to Sid, that is. Okay, whatever that's supposed to mean. Lostwing. This updated, right? Having initially found presently, its obscurity serves as cover to mask its burgeoning status as a safe haven for bearers who work the nearby vineyards for Quentin, Elderman and co-conspirator of Sid's, while casks of Golden Rouge aged in Lostwing cellars provide the village with much needed income. All right, well, that explains it more. They simply try to figure if they can trust each other, but yeah, they cannot, though. I mean, the trust seems a very, very difficult thing in this world, and yet everybody seems to just simply trust everybody for whatever reason. I don't know. I guess I would just be a lot more guarded than Clive, and for that matter, most other people here seem to be. At least now it's properly explained why the hell this seems to work out. So it's not so much that Lostwing is known as a city of bearers, or where bearers can be free. It's just this Quentin guy apparently seems to have been, or it seems to have figured out a way to, you know, kind of keep that under the rug, I guess, that he is treating them differently. From the outside, he just technically has a bunch of bearers here that work for him, more or less. I don't know if they're over-relying on people using this law system. I don't know if it's that. But so far, while I do think that a lot of the cutscenes are cool and well-paced in and of itself, they also leave out a lot of stuff that seems like you have to read up on. And I don't know if I like that. I wish these kinds of questions and things would have been incorporated in that scene. I don't know. I feel like Clive would ask for that, right? That's kind of a thing you would want to know. And yet it's sort of glossed over, and Sid just says, "Oh, you know, you don't want to know, trust me," or whatever the hell he just said. Why not just explain it? I find that quite strange. The inscrutable landlord of Lostwing's Tavern and the leader of the village. Again, a very, very suspicious person that I would not trust at all. So it's, But I guess at this point we cannot really do much more than trust, at least Sid. And I mean, to be fair, Sid has shown that he is trustworthy to a certain extent. Marks. Emblems that Sid's allies distribute to those in their circle of trust. It is common for the rich and powerful of Valistea to pin such marks to the bearers in their possession, that the slaves might go about their master's business unmolested. Ah, okay. See, again, that explains it much better, but if you don't read this, you're kind of losing out on a lot of very important information that I wish would have been included in that scene. Aliens. Those who do not call the Hideaway their home, but nevertheless lend their strength to Sid's cause. There are many in the Twins who balk at the persecution of bearers, but cannot find within them. Also, some of these seem to have some missing words in them. That's definitely like the third or fourth paragraph that I've read. Shouldn't it say, but cannot find it within them? But cannot find within them. Oh, no, never mind. But cannot find within them the courage to oppose it. It's just witty written. Okay, never mind. That was just me. Knowing what fate awaits them should their sympathies be exposed. Others take that risk, aiding Sid's bearer liberation efforts with information sent by Stolas, monastery assistants, or direct action. Okay. I mean, I like that a lot. It's just also a very fragile system, isn't it? What if somebody would infiltrate this? Because at the end of the day, even though technically bearers aren't considered worth it, worth much, I'm pretty sure a lot of powerful people would not like this to happen, right? And bearers to be freed, or somebody working towards that cause. So I feel like a lot of people would be interested in striking down on these kinds of villages, but maybe they have found some sort of way to get past that. I don't know. Yeah, you are very correct in that trust has many levels. It's not so much that they, that those level of trust, like obviously that's a thing. It just doesn't really come through all that well in the cutscenes, I think. I don't know, I don't know if they're just not as subtle, or if they're not really capable of displaying that properly. I don't know what it is. It just feels like maybe the cutscenes are also too short to really display that, or they're just missing a bunch of information. I don't really know what it is, but so far that's been a thing throughout multiple cutscenes so far, that it just kind of failed to really transport this whatever idea it wanted to highlight very well.
Ah, Master Quinton took a liking to you, I see. And there I was, thinking you were in bed with Sid. Wonder what Gav will have to say about this. Speaking of whom, if you see him, tell him thanks for looking after us. Now, what can I help you with?
I'm searching for a dominant of fire. Gav seems to think he might have taken refuge here.
We see a lot of bearers around these parts. But I do seem to recall one who commanded the flame. Now, whether or not that makes him a dominant, I can't say. But the Waluders certainly took a keen interest in the poor sod.
Did you get a look at him?
Didn't have a chance. One of the other bearers might have, though.
Thank you.
How would you even be able to differentiate between that? If the bearers are all capable of using magic, certainly they would also be able to use fire magic then. So unless a dominant really goes into their sort of primal stage, how would you even be able to see that? Unless, well, I'm guessing Benedicta has her ways, I'm assuming at least, but beyond that, especially for normal people, it would be very, very difficult to figure out whether or not somebody is a dominant, right?
Tiny village anyway. Surely they have bearers enough of their own back in Ash.
Okay, so the Waludas come from Ash. Interesting. I mean, yeah, once again, how can Benedicta, how can they suddenly be in this care thing, bastion that we saw earlier? Are they just let in? Are they, like, working together with the Imperials? Surely not, right? Because she was immediately saying that we were one?
Mind your step. The royalists didn't do us the courtesy of tidying up when they left.
Okay, that's not a bearer. Guess that's why he's using the shard. They have a lot of crystals that they're just using as torchlights for whatever reason. Feels like that's a bit of a waste. Then again, maybe they want to rebuild as quickly as possible. Oh, that's the cellar, right? I don't think we can access that yet. Oh no, never mind. Maybe we can. Oh, the inaccessible point was beyond this. Okay. The mysteries of vinification. While some winemakers will remove the skins of the grape after pressing, leaving both the skin and seeds in the juice to commingle creates a must that is better suited for extended aging, ultimately resulting in a more refined wine. Then, once the wine calms and settles sufficiently, the skins are removed, and the must is then transferred to wooden barrels of oak or chestnut, which, by allowing air to leach into the wine, impart deepened levels of complexity, introducing rich aromas and improving texture, all while lessening bitterness. Okay. Random wine fact. Weird. Wait, I thought this...
Nothing down here but dust and cobwebs. Unless you're here to help me get rid of them.
Why does it say we're not allowed through here on the map? Or... Wait, did it just indicate that it wasn't unlocked yet? God, this is pitch black. What the hell? Oh. Really? My battery's already low. Are you kidding me? God, this PlayStation 5 controller is really bad, huh? Yeah, I guess... No, it says inaccessible. Maybe that's referencing something else? Didn't I just run through here? Oh, no, never mind. The entrance is here. Oh, yeah. Never mind. That's something else entirely. Okay, weird. I don't think there's going to be much reason to go here yet, though. Oh, this is where we fought them. And now we're just... Okay, invisible wall. Interesting. Huh. Somehow I get the feeling that I was not supposed to come here again. Why is there an invisible wall here? At least let me enter the arena again. Okay, that's very strange. Yeah, that... I mean, it's kind of true with the resources. It's just, you know, so far we've been told that those crystals are exceptionally valuable and they just seem to be using them as torches in the night, even though they have, you know, a bunch of flames here. So it's just difficult to pick up on what the difference is supposed to be, right? Because, like, if you're being told, oh, hey, these crystals are super rare and very expensive, and a lot of people want them, and then you just see them being used for something they don't really, like, it just doesn't really seem to make sense that they would be used for that. Or, well, we simply haven't, like, heard about a different use case for that. But then again, the game also hasn't really explained yet how they are... what exactly the difference is between the bearers and the crystals either way. Because in theory, the bearers can just use magic. Which again, considering that a lot of bearers are here, why would they even use crystals in the first place? If they could just, I assume, conjure up light as well? I don't really know. The Hymns of Gregor? Interesting name for a female god. And thus did Gregor summon together her 72 spirits of light, and tell them of the holy heralds she would send to the world below, where there was much strife and suffering, for which she wept. Rejoice, she said, for my heralds, who are a part of me, and who are me, shall be as bread unto the starving, and as water unto the thirsty, and shall bring a light where there is only darkness. My heralds. That almost sounds like the blessing they're doing, right? As if the gods are also just technically very, very capable dominants who then bless others with their power. Another one. That's a very intriguing thing. If dominants exist in your world, but they're not really treated all that well, or even as outcasts, yet you still have gods that almost seem to resemble the same thing, but just don't really physically exist, seemingly. It's a very interesting...
I ask that you pray with us for the deliverance of our brothers and sisters from evil.
Okay, she's not even waiting for an answer. Just turns around again. Huh. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That is a very interesting thing that typically worlds don't really have, right? Is that they do include seemingly very, very powerful people that, on the other hand, well, they kind of resemble gods or God-send to a certain extent. Yet gods still also exist, but the one of them is highly well regarded. Well, at least from what we can tell currently. The others are not. Very, very interesting. I wonder if they're going to get into that at some point. Sadly, we don't really get much. I think I've already read the entrance for Gregor at some point, right? Get not much additional information on that. God, I love these structures. That looks so cool. Can I even go up there? I wish it would tell you on the map whenever there are points that you can go down or up. Yeah, that's strange, right? Inaccessible. Weird invisible wall. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of context to a lot of stuff that is still being omitted. I just wish we would have the opportunity to ask those questions. Then again, we have to consider that Clive is used to this world, right? Also, I haven't read through all the lore entries because there was like 100 of them.
That a hanged man, I see. Master Quentin must think you're important. It was a good thing you done today, getting rid of those bastards. If you hadn't come when you did, I'd be on my way to Ash by now, along with the others. Poor buggers.
These others, was there a dominant among them? A dominant of fire?
Might have been, yeah. Royalists seem to think there was, anyhow. A thin bloke all swallowed up in his robes like one of Great Grieger's churchmen.
Grieger?
Do you recall anything else about him?
Only that you weren't alone. was a young maid who went wherever he did, including the church, and wherever the royalists dragged them both off to before you got here.
I see. Thank you. I wonder if Sid's found anything.
Also makes me wonder if they really would have taken all of them with them, right? Because it seems like they were very eager to just get away, which makes sense. They got what they came for.
Bloody cowards! Setting upon us after dark! I'd like to see them try again when the sun's high.
Yeah, I don't think that would have made much of a difference at all, honestly. I'm sad to have to say that, but yeah, they are quite capable. Oh, hello. Random bit of loot. I wish it wasn't quite this dark, but then again, pretty sure we can just come back here when it's light out as well. Maybe, hopefully. Can we go up here? We can! Okay. Honestly, didn't entirely expect to be able to do this. Seeing as the world seems to be somewhat restrictive. Oh, hey. Piece of food. Oh, hello! That's an orchestrion roll. Cool. Well, I'd imagine it doesn't really say it all that much, right? To slip of parchment. Yeah. Just tells you the name of the song. Huh. Wonder which one that is. Considering that the one that I could buy at the store is probably the one that's currently playing in the background. Can I not go further down? Where the hell am I? You'd think there would be another ladder nearby. I have to say, the world's traversal is very, very restrictive, especially coming from Tears of the Kingdom. This seems very old school to me.
Tell me that scowl means you've got good news.
It's not really good news if the Dominant isn't here anymore.
So, a shady lad with a hood, and his equally shady lass. Not much to go on, but... I've been thinking, if our friend is a Dominant, why not just burn the Royalists to a crisp? There's a reason he's holding back, and I reckon it has something to do with his partner.
What makes you say that?
One of the villagers I talked to said the two were separated. If the Waluders have her, our Dominants like to think twice before starting any fires. Whoever he is, he's shown himself to have a level head. He's careful, cunning, and he doesn't want to be found. This could spell trouble. For us and the Royalists both. Still, it'll be a whole lot worse if we set off after them with bleary eyes and empty bellies. There should be a pair of pallets waiting for us back at the inn. Shall we?
I mean, we met who has them, right? We also know where they are. Don't entirely understand what the Royalists are possibly doing or wanting to do here. Oh well. Let's see.
Now, about those beds.
Beds? I seem to recall your request being to spend the night. And for that, the floor will more than suffice.
Better than a wet rock, I suppose. My thanks, Quentin. Next time you're at the hideaway, our floor's all yours.
No need for thanks, Sid. This isn't an act of charity.
You don't say.
In exchange for my floor, I shall be requiring your services.
Yeah, I don't like him.
The Royalists saw fit to erect a barricade across the road south when they occupied the village, and failed to remove it when they left. I expect it to be gone before you leave.
As you wish.
So wait, they seem to be using the word Royalists and Waluders interchangeably for some reason, which also strikes me as odd. Aren't they different people to a certain extent?
Well, that took longer than expected. First time dismantling the
Wait, the
barricade.
following evening?
It gets easier, don't worry.
All right, we wanted to go to the fort
If we leave now, we'll
at
arrive
night,
at Clare
right?
when the shadows are at the deepest. Unless you'd rather wait.
No more waiting.
Yeah, spending an entire day here? Wow.
Unless I know of another shortcut. You should be so lucky.
Did my sword change, by the way, when I bought the other one? It might have, but I'm not entirely sure. All right. I was just considering whether or not it would be worth it to maybe return to a hideaway. I would like to, but it technically doesn't make that much sense, right?
We'll see the rest.
Yeah, it seems like they're part of the others. It's just, once again, it's one of these things that it feels like, I don't know what it is. Sometimes the writing just feels odd to me. I don't know if it's that they expect you to just know everything that's in the lore already. Maybe it's done on purpose. But something about it is weird. Because I feel like they wouldn't refer to them with different names all the time if they were talking about the same group of people. And that happened quite a bit earlier as well with other themes and people and things they were talking about. Oh god, the game's pretty chugging along a lot here. Oh, why does it have that much trouble with... It's not exactly a complicated scene. I have to admit, though, the sound here is great. Or rather, the music. It reminds me so much of old Charlie and 14. It's odd how similar the music is. I mean, obviously it's the same person creating them. But it is quite interesting that they chose to take those same themes and instruments over to this game as well. Yeah, it might also be a bunch of just Final Fantasy, right? I would actually agree with that. There is a bunch of stuff in this game that is just very Final Fantasy that just seems odd. Maybe because we haven't really gotten a new Final Fantasy in a very long time, or maybe it's because other games have sort of moved on to do things differently. And now we're sort of back to this almost... I want to say this game feels very old school in a lot of ways, and I'm not quite sure yet whether or not that's a good or a bad thing. It remains to be seen. Obviously, I'm still very, very early on in game. But it seems to do a lot of stuff in kind of an old school way almost. Even though it's difficult, I would have trouble putting into words what that even means. It's just this feeling of, I don't know, kind of glossing over certain things. Not in a bad way necessarily, but in a way that just strikes you as odd, as if the characters in the game are aware that they're characters in a game, and that the game will explain that stuff later on. But it doesn't really make much sense for the characters, it feels. I don't know yet. Remains to be seen. It's a bit of a weird thing. Either way, I'm going to take a bit of a break here because I definitely want to eat something. And when I come back, we'll continue. And we see what this care has to say for us. I'm still very, very kind of afraid of Benedicta. She seems, well, I think, let me put it this way. We've definitely gotten insanely lucky so far that she had other objectives as us. Or rather, she also probably doesn't really know Clive. Seems to know Sid, though. That being said, considering that she knows Sid, she probably does know of him being a dominant as well. So maybe that's why she didn't really engage much with us. I don't exactly know what it is yet, but I want to say we've gotten pretty lucky that she was mostly concerned with getting the dominant of fire and also getting that person out of here as quickly as possible so that she would be able to interrogate them. Because otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty sure if she, at this particular point in time, would have just brought out her full power, she could have just annihilated Clive, I'm pretty sure. Unless his Phoenix powers are capable of more than we currently see, but I don't think so. So, yeah. It's interesting. I wonder if they expect us to come, right? Because technically Benedicta knows that we're sort of after her, but maybe she thinks that we wouldn't be stupid enough to engage with her again. Alternatively, it's why they fled? I don't know. Well, we also don't know yet how important the Dominant of Fire really is for them, or why they're looking for him in the first place, right? It's a big question that needs to be answered. Oh, did Final Fantasy Tactics do that? Very interesting. That's a very old game, though, right? Either way, I'm going to take a bit of a lunch break here, eat something, and then we are going to be diving more into what Benedicta is up to and go to Caer Norvrent and hopefully do a bunch more very interesting battles, because those are insanely fun. Battles are really, really quite a big highlight so far. So I'll be back in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's get back into this and see what the hell is going to happen at Caer Norvrent. That looks so cool. I love the moon and its little red counterpart. Alright, where the heck am I even supposed to move? Let's see, Cutter's Gate. Alright, so that would be that way. Oh, wait a second. I need my chat back. There we go. I really do wish we would have gotten a lot more information here, though. Also, I wish we could go up there, but I don't think all of these parts are accessible, or maybe it's just kind of difficult to find in the dark. Hopefully we'll be able to come back here when it's light out.
Back to me, my darling. I can't bear another night without you.
Is your darling standing not next to you? Who are you talking about? I was gonna say, I am somewhat surprised that the game is having trouble with its frame rate here. So far, the performance mode has been pretty good, I want to say. I know that it has, you know, it's definitely not keeping a solid 60 frames. And that's totally fine, honestly. A couple other games don't really do that either. But it is somewhat strange that it seems to be chugging so much. So I don't know what that's all about. Again, the graphics don't really...
You're not thinking of heading that way, are you? The road here cuts through Lorbert's Pass to Caer Norvrent. You're not thinking of heading that way, are you?
We are, very much indeed. But yeah, the graphics aren't, you know, that detailed that you'd think they cannot hold 60 frames, but I don't know.
That have posted sentries to prevent any unwelcome surprises. At least I would have.
Well, You should know.
And once again, I don't fully understand. So the people the care belongs to are not the ones that we're currently chasing, yet they seem to be in that care. So I don't really know what that is all about. That was 2 gil. Wow. Okay. God, stop sprinting, damn it. God, that's an annoying mechanic. Why can you not turn that off? Or why is it not a manual toggle? Who comes up with that stuff? Why would you have a sprint that happens after a while instead of it being a toggle the player can choose to do or not to do? Oh, hey. There's a couple guards already. You weren't very far from the village we were just in. That was precision dodge into an attack that didn't hit. Ooh, hello, what are you? Bloody, oh, okay. Sometimes I think, like, sometimes loot has different colors and you think that it's something really, you know, special or rare, and then it simply isn't. I guess it's just an indication of there being more loot, like when it's multiple items. I think that's what that's supposed to say. But yeah, a bit weird that they would be so close outside of the city.
What are the royalists thinking? Why take a stronghold they've no chance of holding?
Oh yeah, now we're getting into this.
The king is up to something.
The king?
Well, you don't think they're acting on a whim, do you? This is one of His Majesty's cunning stunts, and he sent his best to execute it.
The king of what? See, once again, that's kind of what I was talking about. Is this... We're talking about the king as if we've just talked about him, right? But we haven't. And there are multiple kings in this world. There are multiple kingdoms that all sort of fight each other and try to take over different parts of the world. So why would we ever refer to something as the king, right? If there are multiple. Unless there's only one kingdom that has a king. But it didn't really seem to be... It is... I don't know. I really should have read through all the lore entries, because I feel like the game kind of expects you to for whatever reason. Stop sprinting, damn it. So that did confirm the question that I had earlier, that I didn't really understood why we weren't talking about it, or that, I don't know, maybe it seemed so obvious, yet now we're still talking about it, is that the stronghold they apparently took, they have no chance of holding. The weird part about that, though, is that when we read the entry here, it says an imperial stronghold, right? Located along the southern fringes of Zomborqua territory, far from its capital of Oriflame. It occupies a key strategic position adjacent the Crystal Belt and is suitably formidably fortified as a result. When you read this, wouldn't you think that it's also like there are a bunch of guards, a bunch of people from the Empire stationed there? So how can these royalists just come in and use it as an outpost, even if it's just for a night? Like, how does that work? Unless not as many people as you'd think are stationed there, but then if it has a key strategic position, maybe it's written weirdly. I don't know what it is, but it's just, you're getting all this information that sometimes just simply seems to contradict each other for no apparent reason. And that just is quite strange to me. Because it also doesn't really, it's not like it's trying to, you know, confuse you, or it's trying to hide certain secrets. It's just simply contradicting sometimes. That's a weird plant. Where's that light coming from? Wait. Okay. Very intense music. I wish that it would sometimes shift. As good as the music can be, it doesn't really, it's not very dynamic, right? It always is just kind of one track that is always there. Bye-bye, dude.
That's enough.
Whoa! That was a cool finisher. Or half finisher. I wish you could trigger those on your own. They look so cool. I mean, I guess you kind of can, right? In that they happen whenever your enemy is low. Well, I saw them standing here earlier when I was coming in. I mean, obviously the music is kind of we're chasing them, right?
Hard nut to crack, even when it isn't crawling with royalists.
I don't care who else is in there.
We're already here. Huh. I expected this to be an entirely separate location, but it's literally located right next to the small village we were just in. That's makes it even stranger that the village wouldn't be, you know, more on a list of places that, unless it might really be the description that is strange here. Maybe it is that the lore is rarely telling you the full picture, because they seem to have admitted that this is possibly not always occupied, or isn't anymore. I don't know, because it doesn't really make much sense otherwise that the city would be not on anyone's list or map if it's located right next to a very key strategic position. I love this though. The ruins look really good in the moonlight. They have their ways with water in this game. I mean, it's not the water itself, but I feel like how the scene is coming together whenever there's water on screen is very well done. I thought the same earlier when we were following the small little, not river, but the small little stream to that small wyvern boss fight. This looks pretty cool. Wonder who left these ruins behind, if there's also a big, like maybe this was a former outpost and eventually they decided to build a new one that's just much bigger and much stronger and much better fortified. Cloud and Barrett? Okay. Oh, well, I can see it. Clive definitely has some resemblance towards Cloud. In some good and some bad ways. 3 pinches of that. Oh. It might also be that the color indicates something else, like the type of item. Ooh. Yeah, I wish the combo with triangles, whenever you do an attack and you do the triangle thing, your technically your ranged attack, I wish that was a little bit stronger. I don't know, that's not very satisfying. It's way more satisfying to do the melee attack after the Phoenix teleport thing. Don't really know where the triangle combination would be there. This does look very impressive though. I love the way these things are built up. Quest destination nearby, you don't say. Would have never guessed that. So yeah, they really seem to have taken over the entire thing then. Maybe they're traveling with more people than I assumed they would.
Much as I hazard this endeavor will require a bit more tact.
There's an old sluice that empties under the bridge. It should see us through to the lower levels of the care. Sid. We both know why I'm here. But what is it that you want? Why would you risk your life for a handful of outcasts? If anyone ever learned what you've been doing with their property...
They'd have my head in a box. But this isn't just about dominance and bearers, it's about all of us. What I want is to build a place where it doesn't matter what you are, but who you are.
Still doesn't really answer the question.
But our world isn't ready for a place like that. So, until it is, I use the power I've been given to show people there is hope.
Something about him still kind of strikes me as too good to be true. Then again, Barrett would slam through the front door. That is also very true.
So, tell me about this, Benedicta.
The best and worst decision I ever made.
Oh, do tell.
Don't underestimate her, Clive. A fight with her icon is not one you're likely to walk away from.
Garuda. Warden of the Wind.
Hey.
Hmm?
Oh, now it's a separate location. Okay. How odd. I would have changed locations way earlier. Because it does seem very odd that it supposedly is so close to the city, but oh well. Caer Norvent. Once used as a stronghold, the Holy Empire has since disgarrisoned the strategic position along the neutral crystal belt and now employs it in the training of Imperial Army recruits. See, okay, this does shine a lot more light on it, so it's not really in use anymore. Well, that makes a lot more sense as to why it's just that I'm wondering why the lore just didn't outright state that, because now we're just getting that, right? It's not something that was a secret or anything. It's just, it's almost as if they forgot to add that to the lore entry or something. I wonder if I assumed this continent to be bigger than it actually is. Well, then again, we have different climates here, right? It's cold in the north, temperate in the mid, and warm in the south. So it is supposed to be kind of a continent, but yet it feels quite small in terms of how quickly we're getting from one place to the next. I mean, obviously the world map isn't entirely to scale, I don't think. So technically the Caer and Lost Wing. I think a couple of things might also be somewhat, condensed for the sake of the game. Although then it would strike me as odd as to why it's not an open world game, but rather separate locations. Because the advantage of using separate locations is that you can make it seem as if there is much more distance between them without having the player actually walk through a bunch of boring nothingness, right? I wonder what this place is. It all looks so intriguing. All right, then. Let's do this, huh? I imagine at the end of the day, we're still going to be fighting Benedicta. Because she's not going to be very happy with us just taking her dominant, right? Wonder who that belonged to.
The land has fallen. The Eastern Territories all but belong to the orcs.
I'll have my men ready to depart by noon.
Don't bother.
But what of the mines? Without adamantite...
The blight would have engulfed the mines ere long. Besides, you already have your orders.
Yes, my liege.
The dark swallows more of the realm with each passing day. The land starved of the ether that gives it life. And as the fringes fade, the people flock to the mother crystals, desperate for their blessing. The war we wage for possession of that blessing, it breaks us from within, hastening us to our own destruction.
And so you do what must be done.
I unite the dominants, that we may bring an end to the strife, and found a new order to see us unto tomorrow. The world must be restored, and I will see it so.
You might have already had Sidolphus not betrayed us.
Him again. Lust you still for his embrace?
But... of course not. My liege. I serve you, and you alone.
Highly doubt that.
I remember well the day you first entered these halls. Your pale hand pressed into his, as if it would never let go.
That was a long time ago. Yours is the only hand I need. Now and always.
Maybe we saw her with the Titan guy, right? So...
Soon, my dear. Soon all will know.
And he was there too.
That is that keeps them from falling into the darkness.
Hold me, my liege. Never let me go.
One of our sentries has failed to report, milady. Your orders?
Pull the men back inside the care, Geralt.
He is here, then.
Have them lead Sid and his little pet to the chapel. I shall entertain them there. So you've come for me after all.
Does she still have that from... Is that Sid's? What she's holding there? I mean, it didn't really have any sort of symbol that I recognized. Or that we've seen so far, I don't think.
All clear.
Go. All right. Well, that was very interesting. Headwind.
That's a nice trick. You'll have to teach me sometime.
Oh, we can do that? I didn't even know. It's continuing with the music. Can assume that at the end he'll be flying around on the airship. Yeah, kinda, right? Well, technically it's 2 continents as far as we've been told, though everything seems to suggest that that's the entire world map. I don't really... I mean, there might be, considering that there are fallen ruins / airships all around the place, right? We might go into the sky at some point, although I failed to see how that's really going to be part of the story here, or how that would work. But it seems, or so far at least, it's more or less been told to us that that's the entire world. The entire world that matters anyways, right? Because it's all about the 5 mother crystals and the blight sort of extending. So that is very interesting, though. It seems like the dominants are actually kind of congregating together here to more or less maybe create their own kingdom and fight everybody else. that I'm sure the other established kingdoms and empires won't be too happy about. Makes me wonder what happened that Cid betrayed them. But I guess he potentially realized that their vision for the future wouldn't be so different from what we currently have. It seems like it's mostly reliant on power, right? They consider themselves to be the most powerful beings all around, so they just kind of, they figured, hey, what if we just stick together instead of fighting each other, and so we could potentially just take over the world and everybody would be beneath us. And I don't think that Cid liked that very much. Which also now explains why he seems to be looking for bearers and therefore potentially finding dominance as well, because I think he might want to spare him that kind of destiny, where they're potentially joining Benedicta and the others to create a fairly violent nation without even really knowing what the hell is even going on, considering that most dominants probably, or not most, but at least at the start, they don't really know all that much. I mean, Jill, for example, she's still not really a kid anymore, but definitely somebody who might not really know all that much about the world, except for just having her powers available to her. Very interesting. Now it makes me wonder even more why the hell Cid was talking about them as the Royalists. Maybe because they are technically still part of that kingdom. But then they just said that the orcs are taking over the eastern continent. So much going on. So many different factions to keep track of that all not only want different things, but it seems like allegiance or well, the individual factions seem to not really matter all that much to the true people in power most of the time. Which is even more interesting that it was focused so strongly on that part up until that point. Oh yeah, I should probably, that might be a good idea to put this on. I don't know if I can still get potions even before we're beginning our fight here. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of intrigue going on, a lot of... which is why I said that the individual, I guess, parties don't even really matter all that much anymore. At this point, it seems to have become such a struggle for survival, or a struggle of control over those mother crystals, that even really assigning people to a certain side or a certain kingdom seems to be difficult. With that first cutscene of seeing Benedicta and the Titan guy in the same room was also quite interesting in retrospect, because it originally seemed as if we saw the battle between the Iron Men and the Dalmakians, I think they were called. So two entirely different factions that we haven't really heard that much about, aside from the Iron people fighting Rosalia 13 years ago. Whereas now, and it seemed at that point as if we had those two factions sort of fighting each other, with the with Benedicta and the others coming in to debate whether or not they should help, and then Titan being an entirely different thing from that also was somehow brought into the fray to help or to fight because the others had Shiva, and then we as the Imperials were also there, right? So a lot of different factions that are all fighting for their own goals rather than with each other, yet somehow still waging those wars in the name of some sort of kingdom that only ever still exists on paper, I suppose.
We should start with the dungeons. They may be holding the bearers there.
Sound plan. As long as we keep ourselves on this side of the house.
It looks like Dragonstormer. I've never actually played Dragonstormer. I think I saw a trailer once.
In here.
Seems like we entered through the cells.
And you're gonna give up?
I mean, why wouldn't they be empty, or did we expect to find all the bearers down here?
This gate.
Maybe?
Need some help.
Isn't this gonna be very loud?
What do you think?
Oh, I forgot that the game has this weird mini game as well. I feel like that would have made more sense if it was only one R2, but it was difficult to press in the trigger. Yeah, seems like they took a lot of those names. I found it especially interesting that Sid was only ever referenced as Sid at first, and obviously Sid is there a lot in a lot of Final Fantasy games, but then Sudolphus being the one from, you know, Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy XII.
Unfortunately, yes.
Which is another thing that I'm not entirely sure about yet. I feel like, especially in comparison to Final Fantasy XIV, this game, so far it just seems like they took those Final Fantasy names simply for taking Final Fantasy names, rather than it making sense within this particular universe. But then again, that might also just be my perspective now, coming in as somebody who's now much more knowledgeable about Final Fantasy as I was when I was starting out with 14, but we'll see.
Find him and kill him.
I want to say we're probably just going to kill you.
Your search is over.
Stay down.
So, where to next?
I still wish these normal enemies would do attacks more often, especially when there's groups of enemies. It feels like you very rarely ever get to use your precision dodge. And that's so far been the most satisfying thing to pull off. I know that maybe I should go for the taunt, but then again, that seems like a thing that would just overcomplicate fairly simple combat encounters, right? Which is a bit of a weird thing. I don't know. I just wish they would attack more often to actually make it a bit more difficult.
This door only leads to more royalists. We better find another one.
Take your pick.
That was a funny sound. Okay. Where are we going then? God, it's dark in here. Can you not put on your light again? Right, that's where we came from though, right? Oh, we don't get a map. Is there even another door? God, this is difficult to see. Maybe I should turn the brightness up somewhat. Then again, I feel like other scenes would be too bright. And technically, this is supposed to be this dark, right? I mean, it would be in reality anyways. Oh. Okay. Why this one and not the other one? Seem to be very particular about the spots where they want you to go. I mean, there were like 3 windows that were the exact same size, right? But I was only allowed through one of them for whatever reason. Oh no, never mind. The others one. Why is that window wider? What? That doesn't make sense. Okay, sure. Just have a randomly wider window. Okay, up or down? Can we continue this way?
We found the Imperial garrison. Right where the Royalists left them.
So they did take this place. They did take it over. I guess it's still one of those things where I'm just not quite sure about the scale of the world yet. Because at first we were told, hey, they probably wouldn't have taken that many men with them, like Benedicta and the others, to not really arouse too much suspicion and also be able to travel quickly. Yet now they do seem to be capable of taking over this garrison. Then again, it's also very probable that not that many people were actually stationed here. Ooh, wait, do we have... Oh, what the hell? Suddenly I'm allowed to go up here? But I'm not allowed to go down? Or wait, no, never mind. That was weird. Didn't see this earlier. Okay, so I could go that way or up there.
Damn it. They're everywhere.
Let's just fight him. What? Oh, holy shit, there's a lot of people. It also feels like, as cool as that Phoenix move is, that is essentially an AoE ability, I feel like it would be cool if I had a normal AoE ability. Like one that you could just spam, sort of. But maybe that would make it too easy. There you go. Huh, this place is much bigger than I expected it to be, in terms of where you can go. It's a very dark corner. Another courtyard? I don't want to go back to that earlier place where it was. Well, is it though? I mean, in real castles, at least the ones I was in, like typically the idea was that you could not go through those windows, right? So they were just barely wide enough to be able to shoot out of them, but not actually to throw anything into them or to, you know, have people fall through them. To be fair, I'm not a castle expert. It just didn't really make much sense to me that there would be windows right next to one another that had different sizes to them. Like, typically they would have windows that aren't, you know, big enough for people to fit through. Where did I go originally? This way. Although admittedly it's just one of those things where I wish, you know, the level design leaves a lot to be desired, unfortunately. But then again, it also, I guess, doesn't really focus all that much on level design. It's more so about the encounters, right? Oh, hey, you're still alive. Why are you still alive? Oh yeah, I love that the charge now goes way further. Or the Phoenix Shift, I think, is what it's called. Okay. Well, this is pretty cool, though, that they give you a bunch of different encounters here. Bunch of different paths to go in, though. Hi, buddy. That was an awkward musical transition. Oh. Huh. Cool. It's just the same space. There's two different doors leading here. That's neat. And a chest. I mean, to be fair, I haven't played too many FF games. It's just, I'm definitely surprised how much they stuck to a lot of more old school design decisions with this. Because it feels like it contradicts their statements that they made earlier about the game, but maybe then again they wanted to have those elements in here, I don't know. I guess I'm just constantly surprised at how much of a different route they actually went with here. Because as cool as I think the game is, and as much as it will, as much as people who like Final Fantasy will enjoy it, it's not exactly going into a new direction here, right? Or it's not exactly bringing the series back to, you know, a must-buy for everybody. If it ever was that. I mean, technically, no game ever has been that exactly, right? Oh, hey, buddy. Chogan Valder? Oh, one of you guys. Thought I evaded you, but okay. Huh. Yeah, these guys are definitely way more difficult to figure out than the others. I like them a lot. They're very cool enemy design. That counted as a precision dodge, even though it felt like I dodged way later than last time. Oh, I probably should have, damn it. You should have used this one. Kind of always forget about the tonics and whatnot. Damn it. Thought I timed that correctly. There we go. First stagger, nice. Carton. I need to look out for that cast, I think. Oh, they're actual ninjas. I just realized that they were using the ninja abilities from like Final Fantasy ninja jobs. There we go. Oh, they're a really, really fun enemy. They're definitely the best enemy that I've fought so far. Super fun. And I feel like this time around, I figured their dodge timing's way better than last time. Still not perfect, but I think it's getting there.
Never were one for half measures, were you, Benedicta? These poor sods didn't know what hit them.
Statements mean virtually nothing. Well, I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. I mean, in the sense that people are constantly lying, yes. Although, the people that are making this game, I would definitely say are very, very different to your typical developers these days. Favor of Fire. Maybe not the people that are funding it, but the people that made it. But that being said, it's not even really about the statements. It's just that what they said made sense, right? It's not about what, like, whether or not there's statements that are made by anybody or those people are lying or whatever. It's about how much sense does it make. And it is somewhat interesting to me that they went with things here that I just wouldn't really have expected them to do. Or rather, I would have expected them to do something else. Residual fire ether that, having failed to dissipate on the battlefield, has instead manifested into a solid form, not unlike crystal, but with an elemental purity that renders it far more potent, if not highly specialized in its applications. Increases Scarlet Cyclone damage by 8%. Which one is that? This is Rising Flame, Scarlet Cyclone. Okay, that's the AoE ability. Well, I definitely want to have that, right? I don't need the healing potion potency. So let's equip this instead. Okay, still have more than enough high potions. Strength, I'm out. Stone Skin is still equipped anyways. Okay. Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. They definitely did a number on these inhabitants here. I don't think the Empire is going to like that much once they know what transpired here. Oh, hey buddy.
Bloody running. After them.
If only I could choose to sprint. Where the hell did he even go? Well guarded. Attack an opponent from the front while it is guarding will deal no damage. Cycle to the rear to penetrate its defenses. Okay. Interesting. Breaking through. Certain basic abilities such as Burning Blade and Charged Magic, as well as iconic abilities such as the Phoenix's Rising Flames, can instantly break an opponent's guard, even when delivered from the front. Oh! Hey! We're finally getting a reason to use those charged attacks, it seems. Can I also break through if I make Torgal throw them into the air? Oh god. Did I miss that? That was weird. Oh, they have a lot more health, I feel like. Nice. I do enjoy those finishes a lot. Didn't really get to use the guard much, though. Or guard break, rather. More enemies? Whoa. A lot going on here. Ooh. Always the spellcaster first.
My wounds, boy. That's enough.
Okay, yeah, I need to learn to remember to use the Phoenix Shift whenever they're down on... I want to say it's about 1/3 of their HP, or less. Less than 30%, something like that, and then we're gonna make the finisher, which is pretty cool. Definitely speeds up the battles quite a bit. Alright, level 15. There we go. I'm guessing we're supposed to go the way they came from? Ooh, that looks interesting. Yeah, see, that's already their capital city, isn't it? The one that's on the map. Huh. That is very interesting. Still, the scale of this continent does seem to be fairly small. I mean, it's pretty cool, actually, if that's indeed the case. Not only because it gives them the ability to more or less show you different locations from other locations without having to connect the map in its entirety, but also because it just makes everything... As I think I said that this morning, actually, that I enjoy these small scale like skirmishes and battles way more, right? There's a lot more space for intrigue and people betraying each other and whatnot if it's not those huge armies constantly fighting each other. So I think that's actually a really cool choice. Although, once again, quite surprising, because initially you think that this is a gigantic continent, but seemingly it's not really, which doesn't mean that it's small by any means, it's just not, you know, continent big. Yeah, that is another thing that I've constantly been wondering, because we've interfered with her plans now, if that really was her plan, a number of times, and well, to a certain extent, I think, at least the last time I encountered her, it could have been down to the fact that she captured the Dominant of Fire she wanted to capture, and probably wanted to interrogate them, and so she wasn't really that interested in us, and or also assumed that we would be coming for them either way, so she didn't really care. But it is somewhat interesting in that I think she could have pretty much just killed us right away if she really wanted to, and instead she was kind of playing with us for a bit. That being said, they are all very, like, all the Dominants seem to know each other, right? And they have a lot of history together. So I'm assuming that she wouldn't really want to kill any other Dominants, right? Or people that she might deem useful, which I think Clive in this particular case could still be. I mean, in theory, we're the only one currently, as far as we know, that potentially has Phoenix abilities, right? Because we were blessed by the Phoenix, but the Phoenix itself died. So I'm beginning to think that she wants to use us for something. And that's why she doesn't really care all that much.
The only way is through the chapel.
Then Gregory must have plans for us.
This looks pretty cool. I do have to say, and I think I mentioned that back in chapter 1 in the demo in Rosalia, the kind of graphical style that they chose, especially with not including actually a lot of details, like the spaces always seem to be quite empty, but it still works quite well in how it all comes together in the end. Definitely a very different choice to what a lot of games typically tend to do, which is just clutter the place to make it seem as if it's really, I don't know, realistic or something, which most of the time doesn't actually work that well. And it seems way more cluttered than realistic. It is very interesting here, and that's they purposefully seem to focus on a few particular elements. Like the statue. Is that the same one we saw in the church in the town we were in? What was it called? Lost Wing? That's clearly some sort of wyvern dragon thing at their feet, right? Let's see. Are we going to be fighting Benedicta now? Because this does strike me as a potential boss arena.
What the hell happened here? Little late for prayer, isn't it?
Do I seem so desperate as to grovel at the feet of a false god?
False god, huh?
I was waiting for you.
Not for too long, I hope. All this for a midnight chat. Well, let's chat then. Where are the men and women you took from Lost Wing?
You mean where's the Dominant? Well, Luke shall be requiring his services indefinitely. Come back to me, Sidolphus. I need you. Think of all the things we can create together. The world that we can build.
You need me? Your king needs me. I'm all for building a new world. Just not his. That bastard's dreams are as twisted as his promises are false. And I want no part of them.
King Barnabas saved you, and this is how you speak of him. Have you no shred of loyalty?
What? To a leader who'd use me? Like he uses you.
You know nothing of me, Sidolphus.
You're right. I don't know who you are anymore. Or what you want. I only know what you used to say. That you were tired of running. That you just wanted to be free. Free of it all. You weren't lying to me then, so what changed? What made you think you had to sacrifice who you were to get what you wanted?
Sacrifice. I use my talents to my advantage, and you would tell me there is shame in that?
If there's no shame, then why do you feel so sorry for yourself?
A rousing speech, Lord Commander. I was a fool to believe you might have changed. The only person I feel sorry for is you! I can't do this anymore.
Why is she so angry all of a sudden? She felt so
Stand between our leash
calm all the time.
Then you leave me no choice. Goodbye, Sidolphus.
Stand back, Clive.
Are the two gonna fight? They feel like they're sort of half icons at this stage, right? Can they not willingly change to their full prime power then? Oh, this is an incredible scene though. Feels like he's struggling to maintain that power way more than she is though, right? Ouch. Ooh. Surely that doesn't just kill him.
Finish them.
Yeah, I don't think that she sees us as much of a threat, right? She knows that we're no dominant, so...
At least it's not three against one.
Oh. Okay. It's gonna be more interesting. I do love a lot that we're getting these two together. That's really awesome. So she is definitely, it feels like she's also testing us or messing with us at least a little bit, right? First sending only one of her ads towards us, now both. Yeah, they've used those same names a lot throughout their history, I think. Well, especially also with... Well, I can mostly tell from 14... Well, then, 14 was also pretty much a retelling of the story of Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Give me a... Damn it!
Not this time.
Nice. Small stagger. Can we get rid of her? There we go. Okay, inheritance. Yeah, it seems like she doesn't... Oh, she's getting more abilities now. Damn it. That's pretty cool. Do I still have... I have a stone skin tonic still. Oh, nice parry. Nope. I should have just shifted right away, I think. Man, the precision dodges in Paris are really, really satisfying to pull off, though. Yeah, definitely need to... Ah, damn it. Need to utilize that shift more. I might as well heal. Nice. There we go. That was a fun encounter. Partner and Sharada slain. I find it so funny that they're knowing them all the time, just as ads that Garuda summoned in, and then suddenly see. I mean, they're kind of the same thing here as well, but it's just such a different thing to see them in an action game like this compared to a MMO-like tap targeting an encounter. Clouded Eye. To see the pattern on the surface of this spherical gem shift and twist, one would think a churning storm trapped within. Though it must surely be a trick of the light. I don't think it is very much. Although, how does she even do that? How is she able to summon in, like, ads to fight for her? Where does that power come from? Is it just something that ethereal, like some ether gathers and creates other beings? Or maybe my original theory is actually true, that they, their dominant abilities, or rather the sort of the primal form within, would be almost like a separate entity that is contained within them. So they are technically real things or real entities that we're fighting here, and she's just able to control them. Because it is odd, because one of them we already fought, right? And they are still here. It's like they can be replenished through ether or something. She paid for help, yeah.
Sid, are you all right?
Do I look all right?
Did he crawl out from under the rubble? Yeah, seems like he shouldn't have used his abilities, right?
Benedict II will be on her way to collect the Dominant, if she hasn't already. You can't afford to let them leave. Remember, she has wings, you don't.
What about you?
Before or after I catch my breath?
Sorry. Come on, Torgal.
Is he gonna make it on his own? I don't know. Is that... What does that effect on us? What? Oh, is that some sort of cooldown? It's very weird that they don't even let you jump over this. So many invisible walls in this game that are kind of unnecessary. Oh, well.
You grow wings yet? Then you'd better start climbing those stairs. I'll sit guard here.
All right, you do that. I'm beginning to wonder if whether or not Benedicta is maybe not so sure of herself after all. Like, maybe she isn't actually 100% sure whether or not she would be able to beat us. And that's why she's constantly just biding her time. Because, well, technically she has an entirely different goal here, right? She wants to do something with the Dominant of Fire that she found. So, maybe it's some sort of combination between her not really being too sure about whether or not she would be able to deal with us, yet also at the same time, yeah, just wanting to get more time to achieve her goal. I don't know. I am pretty intrigued though, right? When it comes to Faith, like obviously she wasn't praying for anything here or for any help, but as I mentioned like a couple hours ago, I think, I find it very, very intriguing that what we would probably consider to be some almost godlike powers through these primal ability or iconic abilities, yet there is still other gods, and she also said false god, which makes me think that maybe these are more or less our typical religions, right? So people are just praying for something that they believe in for whatever reason, because it's been there for potentially hundreds or even thousands of years, and it's sort of tradition. And now the dominants kind of questioning that idea because they're actual, capable people. Especially considering that, for example, Joshua with the Blessing of the Phoenix was even able to, like, he had very, very strong healing powers, right? Something akin to, godlike healing. So I like these smaller rooms. I wish there was more detail here to look at. Oh. Just a chest. Favor fire heat wave. Defense by 10, attack by 7. Okay, it's the same description. Increases heat wave damage by 9%. This was Scarlet Cyclone. What is heat wave? That's rising flames. I think I don't have that yet, right? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Honestly, I'm still very unsure as to what I'm even supposed to do with my ability points. It feels like, and obviously it is, like it's very much an action game. So all of your upgrades and stats and whatnot don't really matter all that much compared to what you're actually, I guess, physically doing in battle.
The withdrawal has been signaled.
Cure. Some opponents will cast cure spells to heal their allies. Defeat these spellcasters first to prevent drawn-out battles. Okay, makes sense. Technically, I feel like spellcasters are always the best idea to fight first. Especially since they can also kind of pelt you from a distance, right? Like that guy. Bye-bye. Wait, is this where I came from? Is it? Everything looks the same. It might be. But yeah, there were a lot more people here than I originally thought. So the text about this being somewhat of an important outpost was actually correct. It's just that I don't know. Maybe that was just Sid's assumption that Benedicta didn't actually travel with that many people. It seems like she did. Also, I am still wondering, considering that We've heard, we're seeing that scene with her and the king, I presume. I guess their kingdom really is about being bringing the dominants together. It's not some like secret organization or something inside of them. Why can we not go over this? Inside of their nation, but rather really something that they're sort of built upon, or their kingdom is rather. It does look rather impressive, doesn't it? I like the way it's built up. It's just very interesting to me that all of this seems to be very, very close to, like, all of the locations seem very close to each other.
Our lady wants us gone before sunrise.
My wounds, boy. That's enough.
That's so satisfying.
It's over.
There we go. I do wish the game, or rather, I wonder why the game hasn't really told me about how those mortal blows work. Or if there's like a very, very specific threshold when they activate. I mean, it seems like round about 25%, something like that. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter all that much. It's just interesting that the game never tells you. Does this go on? Boo! Hey guys!
That'll help.
Okay, the healers don't really have all that much HP though. Which is understandable, they typically don't. There we go.
A little help.
Okay, both the finishes and the precision dodges are really, really satisfying. But, as I keep repeating, I really wish normal enemies would just attack you more often so that you actually had the chance to pull off precision dodges. Wait, which... These doors all look exactly the same. Okay, that's where it came from. It was pretty funny how we barged in here, though. Hey, everyone. Just here to quickly kill you. Okay, I think this is where it came from, right? Maybe? Or I guess not. And I definitely still wish I had the ability to conjure up that light we were doing earlier, but at will. Would be cool if you could choose to illuminate a couple of places. I mean, they still could have made it so to where you, like, enemies would see you more easily. Hey, hey, buddy. I always underestimate how quickly they hit you back. Oh my god. Alright, buddy. Now it's just us. Yeah, still underestimate how quickly that happens. Okay. There we go. Nice. Still wish that would be quicker. Oh, my...
There's a good boy.
Is that always after he does the AoE stuff? I guess it might be, right? Yeah, now he's doing it. Okay. Well, that's easy enough to dodge then. I have to say, they're also dishing out way more damage than you'd assume. There we go. Oh boy. Yeah, still not a very clean thing. Although what he mostly hit me with is the flamethrower. I don't know, I kind of forgot that they were using it every single time after doing their, like, AoE Thunder Strike, whatever the hell that's called. Is that right, Ton? They're ninjas, right? Completely glossed over that as well. But yeah, afterwards they always do their, what's it called? Their flamethrower thing. Which I just... It's actually quite easy to dodge once you just wrap your mind around the fact that it, in fact, happens at the sorry, at that point. There we go. Let's just equip that real quick. So I think it might come in handy right now. We found a bunch of high potions earlier. Oh, there we go. There's one. The Green Tower. That was a normal potion. Honestly, I don't know whether or not I should keep spamming the toggle heal. I don't know, but it really, as long as I still don't really have a reason for flinging enemies into the air, I don't necessarily think that Torgal's abilities are going to be too important. We're also really beginning to deal with a lot of enemies numbers-wise here. Which is another one of these things where I'm just not entirely sure about... I guess I underestimated Clive somewhat. The game made it seem as if he isn't, like... Okay, he's definitely super capable, no doubt about that, but it always seemed like he wasn't exactly... Well, he's no one-man army in theory, but now it seems like he kind of is, which is quite interesting. Okay, it feels like we're approaching a boss fight here. Maybe Torgal's heal is more of a last resort, right? In case you do run out of potions, you can just heal more. Well, are we finally going to fight you then? Or are you going to run away again?
I confess I expected more from the old man. And less from you. This is the second time you've bested my sisters. Men of your talents are rare indeed. Why cast your lot with such undesirables? If it is the hearth you long for, you will find more than enough warmth under my wings.
As I'm sure have many others.
Exactly what I want. Hand over the dominant, and I'll leave you in peace.
You would dare to make demands of me. Know your place, little lamb. Fool is the shepherd who heeds every bleat of the flock. And I will suffer yours no longer. Must I spell it out for you, Branded? No one is listening. No one at all! Ah! Come, little lamb. To the slaughter with you.
Makes me wonder if she was outcast at one point as well. I don't know, she really... It seems like she wanted to make something of herself... Maybe because people weren't taking her seriously either? Definitely need to time that better. Ah, damn it. Nice. Is Torgal attacking on his own now? Or do I feel like I have to say that everything. Maybe I do need to spam his stuff more often. There we go. She wasn't really difficult, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be another phase to this. I still wonder why they not always just do that. There definitely has to be some sort of downside to becoming an icon that I still don't really know about. Ouch. How did we survive that when Sid in his Ramu form didn't? Or, well, he survived, it was just... He was pretty fucked up afterwards. Oh boy.
Cry all you like. There's no one to save you now.
You think? Nosedive, okay. Ooh, that looked awesome. Ooh, okay. Did not expect that. I wonder if it's worth precision dodging this. If it does anything. That probably would be. Oh, okay. Sometimes I'm dodging way too early, I think. There we go. Obviously now we don't have Torgal's abilities anymore.
Time to join your pet.
The fuck? Can she just... She kind of extends... I didn't even really notice that before what she was doing. She just grows her hands out. It's kind of insane. Rammelfall.
Stay down.
Nice. Nice, that was a lot of damage. Ooh, God. Okay. Oh God, that stays on the ground. I didn't notice. Oops. Oh, this is really fun. Nice. Okay, that's a bit weird. I don't really know how you're supposed to evade that normally. Because I don't think you could just run away from her, right? Oh my god, that was very quick. Nice. I don't know if it's worth it doing that shift every time, because obviously it takes a little bit away from your ability to just do damage to her normally. Oh, hey, there we go. Deadly Embrace, okay. Let's see what this is going to be. These fights are insanely cinematic and super, super fun. It's super satisfying pulling off all of the like dodges and whatnot. Oh, hey, Torgal's back. Oh, he's much bigger than a fuck indeed, huh? There we go. I do wish there was a bit more of a point to like pulling those quick time events off more quickly or something like that. Maybe like bonus damage or something. I don't know if it's really worth it like spamming Torgal's attacks like this. I guess it kind of is, which is weird, honestly. Oh my god, that's a lot of tornadoes. Oh my god, okay, I think she's getting angry. Nope. That was very bad timing on my part. Come on, do it. Because sometimes it's a bit weird in terms of how quickly you can pull that charge off. Oh god. Wrong ability. There we go. Woo! Okay, that happens way more quickly than I thought it would. Twister? Ah, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, she definitely got angry. Oh god. She's doing a lot more stuff back to back here. Ah, damn it! If you miss one of those parries, or not parries, but rather the, what's it called? If you miss one of those precision dodges, it gets really, really difficult to pull off the others. Which is typically the case in a lot of games, honestly. There we go. Whew. Alright, that was an insanely fun fight. That was really, really cool. I do have to say I enjoy that she's not dealing an insane amount of damage, right? So it's not being bogged down as much by stuff that you typically would get in a FromSoft game, for example. Obviously, that's a very, very different game, and it requires a lot more skill to defeat opponents, right? This is supposed to be a lot more cinematic, and I think the idea is that you know, while it's somewhat challenging, at the end of the day, this is definitely designed to where you can just deal with her and kill her in one go, right? This isn't a thing where you're supposed to reload because you didn't manage to get through the fight, which I think you know, I do appreciate. It has, well, through her not dealing an insane amount of damage, I think it works quite well in that regard, right? It's pulling off this really, really cinematic, epic feeling battle where it's really cool. If you do manage, and that I think is very, very interesting in terms of its design, or in terms of the game's design, it's insanely satisfying to pull off the precision dodges and to pull off like chain attacks and proper combos and whatnot. But even if you don't, it's not like you lose or anything, or it's not like you're not going to deal any damage or whatever, right? You can still do stuff. It's just that it's super satisfying to pull it off, quote unquote, the right way, I guess. And I think that's pretty cool in terms of game design, and it works very well with the cinematic presentation. Just makes it really, really fun. Honestly, I do wish that that last phase would have been a bit longer and maybe the first phase a bit shorter. Because her constantly dishing out her attacks would have been really, really cool to properly learn their timings, but it was kind of over before I could. But anyways, still very fun. I enjoyed that a lot. The Will of Fire. Oh, we're getting a lot of these by now. Increases Rising Flames. Rising Flames will damage by 10%? What? Is it just me, or seems like a couple of these words don't really make a whole lot of sense? Increases Rising Flames damage by 10% is what it should say, right? Or is it supposed to be will damage in the sense that it staggers for 10% more? That could be it. It's a very weird way of, like, shouldn't there be a I don't know. Yeah, it might be that. It might be increasing the stagger damage of it by 10%. Okay. No sort of unique item that we got from her apparently, though.
You are but a branded. How?
I mean,
How did you do it? How did you even survive? How?
Aren't you kind of the same?
Answer is simple, Benedicta. He was fighting for something he believed in.
Shut up! Why aren't you dead?
We've played your games. Now tell me where he is.
Who? What are you?
What?
Why?
That wasn't on purpose, was it? Nope. The hell is going on? There you are. What is even going on? What was that all about?
Enough of this.
Well, I think your power's gone. And I think we have that now, but I don't know why or how or who even did that. Was it just us sort of trying to touch her?
She's gone.
What's happening?
Give her back. Give her back. Give her back.
My lady!
Where is she? Where is Garuda? What have you done to me? What have you done?
Look at me, my lady. We need you here.
Who's attacking? Is it the Empire who originally owned this place, or is something else coming?
Her power, you took it from her.
Seems like it.
How'd you do that?
How is Clive supposed to know that?
I hope the bearers found a way out. This place is ready to collapse, and I'd rather not be here when it does. If your dominant started this fire, and I'm betting he did, he'll be long gone.
Damn it all.
Oh, is it the dominant of fire that is doing this? Is he trying to escape? I guess so.
What was that?
I created a diversion as commanded, Your Grace. The villagers escaped in the confusion. As should we.
Yes.
Who the hell is that guy? Honestly, he doesn't strike me as someone who would, like, kill the Phoenix, right? I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know the person. I don't know who it is. I don't know what allegiance they have, if they have any at all. And yet they don't really strike me as somebody who would potentially kill Joshua.
Oh, look. Morning has broken.
Hey, guys.
Cavalry, itching to butcher the bastards who made them miss their morning gruel. Come on. If they catch us leaving a burning care, people might jump to conclusions.
Oh, you don't think?
Right.
Wings of Change. Okay. The obelisk is activated. So we can come back here at any point. I'm still wondering about this whole coming back to any place at any point thing, but whatever. The power of wind. Well, there we go. Clive has claimed a portion of the icon Garuda's essence. A portion? Okay, not the entire thing. Attuning with Garuda not only changes the elemental aspect of Clive's magic spells, but also allows access to several new iconic abilities such as Gouge, a deadly flurry of talents that can tear into an opponent for multiple hits. Ability details can be found on the Abilities tab in the main menu. Garuda's Feet. Garuda's iconic feat, the Deadly Embrace, can be used to draw smaller, lighter enemies toward Clive. The action can also topple larger enemies that become partially staggered when their will gauge reaches 50%. Toppling an enemy in this manner can deal significant damage. Okay, so you want to time that to happen whenever their gauge reaches 50? Okay. Changing icons. Press L2 to cycle between currently attuned icons in real time, allowing for a more varied assault. Cooldown times for iconic abilities are displayed around the corresponding icon in the ability widget. Ability availability for all attuned icons can be confirmed via the colored dots on the widget's right. So you kind of see all cooldowns at the same time.
Said you'd taken her power. You don't still have it, do you?
I think I do.
I do. I can feel it. It's inside me. Along with the flames.
Well, are you not keen to try it out? What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, like nothing ever goes wrong when you use your abilities, right? Okay, so how do I decide what I switch to? Oh, it just toggles between the two. Kind of wish there would be an option to choose those more directly. Oh, of course. Damn controllers. Just quickly grab the... Where is it? There we go. Just need the cable. Not drag anything down with me. Okay. Yeah, that sounds very interesting. Let's see. I'm slowly running out of potions, although, you know, it's not a big deal. Let's see. Attributes. Gear and icons. Icons, 1, 2, okay. Right, so I definitely need to wrap my head around this. While you have Phoenix, you have the Shift, and that has become such an ability that I constantly use in order to just get around the battlefield. But technically, it's not one that you always have, at least not when you're not always on Phoenix. So Phoenix can bring you towards enemies, while Garuda can take them to you. That's very cool. Right, you just need to keep in mind what you currently have active. But then you also do have other abilities that can make you jump to enemies, although those are also icon specific, I think, to a certain degree at least. Right. Summon twin claws that relentlessly tear at a target, can be used in mid-air. Oh, with Garuda, we might be able to finally have some more mid-air combat. Perform a rising attack, striking all enemies within range and lifting them from the ground, can be used in mid-air. Okay, so same thing as with Phoenix, we have sort of a single target and an AoE ability. Which I actually realized during the fight, it probably would have made more sense to maybe use another single target ability when you know that there's a boss fight coming up. I hadn't unlocked one at that point, so I couldn't actually change it, but yeah, down the line, I think that's kind of a good idea. Garuda channeled. Okay, so these basic abilities seem to still stay the same. I like that a lot. Wait, so can I use Burning Blade even when Garuda is active? Because that would be awesome. That also means that my charge, where was it? Not downward thrust. Which one was it? Oh, the lunge. Yeah. X plus square to swiftly close in. So I can, or rather have to use this whenever I'm in Garuda stance. So I need to remember that. That's pretty cool. And what did it say about the stagger? Can be used to drag airborne enemies down to the ground. Can be used to pull grounded enemies up if used in mid-air. It's called let the deadly heavy and while it. See again, using Deadly Embrace on a heavy enemy while it is partially staggered. There's so many just things that are written in a wrong way or have added words or words omitted. That is strange to me. Didn't they say that this game went gold like a month ago or even earlier? Honestly, it doesn't seem as polished as people made it out to be. I mean, it's not buggy or anything, but still far from perfect. When it's partially staggered, we'll topple it to the ground. This is called Deadly Takedown. Okay, so yeah, I really, really need to remember that. So when I'm fighting a larger enemy and I notice that his stagger gauge is close to the midpoint, I want to get to Garuda and use the grapple thing. Interesting. I wonder if I'll remember that. And then what else can we unlock? Jump back, then deliver a punishing counter. If the jump evades an attack, counter potency is increased. Can be used in mid-air. Wait, what button would this be on though? I can decide which one, right? Summon a tornado that slowly hunts down nearby enemies and upon ensnaring them inflicts multiple hits. Yeah, honestly, these big abilities, both for the Phoenix and Garuda, sound insanely cool. So I think I'm going to save my ability points to unlock them. They're just really, really awesome. These seem more like sort of tactical things, right? If an enemy attack is dodged while jumping back, Counter-Strike is intensified and ability cooldown time is reduced by 1/3. Ooh, well that sounds pretty awesome though. Ability can be cancelled by pressing R1 while jumping back. Cooldown is reset if ability is cancelled in this manner. Wait a second though, so... Wait, I actually want to try this. So if I wanted to use it, I'd have to switch it in, correct? Yeah, okay. Wicked Wheel, Gouge. Honestly, I kind of wish they would just make it able for you to access all abilities at the same time. There would even be enough buttons on the gamepad, right? Considering that it's just... You could just use R2 plus something. But I can, if I change it, yeah, it's going to change. Okay. Well, I want to use the basic ones first, so. Why exactly are we traveling this way, though? Why aren't we just going back to where we came from? I guess we just so happened to come out this way, the castle. This is a very open area, though. Hey, guys. Why quiet? Okay, that's really awesome. That was a bit weird. Clive? Oh, yeah, it's already awesome to just use all of these abilities in conjunction with each other. There we go. That is very strange. Feels like Garuda's abilities are way less targeted than the other ones. To where the like Phoenix seems to hone in on whatever enemy you're currently dealing damage to way more, rather whereas Garuda you need to be very, very careful to actually be next to the enemies you want to hit with it. It's very interesting. The one thing I'm not the biggest fan of is actually the UI of the game. Not in terms of how it looks. I actually think that it looks pretty awesome. It's just that a lot of this stuff is very often to the corner. So, I mean, obviously, after a while, you'll just get used to whatever buttons you need to press to activate certain things. But at the same time, I just... There we go. How long is this going on? What the hell? That was awesome. Ooh. God, I love this already. This is so cool. It's also crazy to me just how much you gain simply by now having Garuda's abilities, right? Because it's not just, oh, hey, you get another ability that you unlocked or you mastered one ability. It's literally, oh, hey, here's like 5 new abilities all at once that you can now utilize. What the hell is my CPU doing? Why is it doing that? Stop it. Seems like the stream is sometimes losing a couple frames for whatever reason. I don't really know why. It's strange. Might be Twitch though. Yeah, I'm chugging along a little bit. What the hell is going on? Give me a quick second here. It shouldn't actually be the case. It's also not really stopping, just annoying me. Okay, give me one quick second here. Why are you doing that? That is very annoying indeed. Maybe that's gonna help someone? It should in theory. I feel like that's OBS though. That for some reason decided, oh no, I'm gonna start chugging for whatever reason. Oh well. Hopefully it's going to be fine. I won't be going on for too much longer anyways. God, this looks awesome though. I do have to say though, I love this look in the trailer. When I saw that for the very first time and I saw the kind of design they came up with for these crystals and whatnot, I thought that was insanely awesome in terms of what the game was going to look like. Because I feel like that's a very unusual and cool and unique sort of way of displaying this. Also, it is pretty insane to me how big these castle structures are. That, you know, it's not exactly what you typically see in these kinds of scenarios. Okay, anybody else we can fight here? Anybody still around? I want to fight some people. Oh, well, obviously on the way where we actually need to go. But I just wanted to make sure nobody's around here. It's even crazier looking when you see these airship things in the background as well. Though it also means that these big castle structures, they were probably built after the airships fell, right? Because otherwise we'd probably also see the airships just being stuck within some of these castle structures.
The bridge is closed. Turn back.
Oh yeah, the bridge is closed? I would tend to disagree on that particular thing. Oh, wait, what? Oh, right, I cannot. All right, calm down. It just said precision sick. That's weird. Yeah, it's not super easy to keep all of your stuff in mind, right? Because as I said, it's sort of just down below in the corner. There we go. That just kind of goes on for forever, doesn't it? There we go. Yeah, that's really fun. It's just, you definitely have to keep all of your cooldowns in mind and actually use them at the appropriate situations. It's like now I have so many different abilities that I tend to try to use them all, but the problem is that way I'm sort of running into issues in terms of, you know, in terms of potentially just trying to get out of my all of my abilities out so that they're not, you know, on cooldown anymore, or rather that I put them on cooldown. But I need to be careful to not overlook whenever I have to dodge, right? Because against stronger enemies, that's probably going to be to my detriment. It's also interesting that while Garuda's abilities look very impressive and they go on for quite a while, enemies can still do something, you know, in between those. So you do need to be careful not to forget that and dodge accordingly if you have to. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Oh, it's only me.
Hey, buddy.
Damn it, Gav. Are you trying to get yourself killed?
It's not me who's been playing with fire. You don't do things by halves, do you?
That wasn't us, though. Also, I just noticed both Torgal and Sid just look perfectly normal again. As if the fight never happened against Benedicta. That's interesting. Okay, have we...
If it wasn't you or him who freed the bearers, who was it?
Good question. Someone who didn't have their hands full fighting a bloody harpy, I guess. But what matters is they're safe. Something they wouldn't be had it not been for you, Gav.
Just doing me job, like. So, what about his dominant?
Gone. And after we were so close.
Well, I can track him.
Why would you?
Sid told us about your family. Lost me on to Imperial Steel. Sometimes vengeance is the only thing that keeps you going.
Thank you.
Go safely, brothers.
I reckon he likes you.
A lot of people seem to. Once they get to know him anyways, and aren't after his abilities, maybe. Although now that really brings up the question of why we were able to take Garuda, right?
Going to get you.
Gone.
Yeah, she doesn't like that at all, does she? Understandably so.
What am I going to do? Barnabas?
How long to the coastal road?
At this pace, we won't make it by sunset.
Oh, hello.
He'll cast me out like all the others. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
My lady.
Carol.
I wonder if the others even, like, if they think that she doesn't make sense or something like that, right? Because I don't know if they would believe that she didn't actually...
What do we have here?
She lost her power.
Fetch a good price, I reckon.
But we'd be doing the slavers a disservice if we didn't praise her work.
Stay away.
Are these just normal bandits?
It's all right. They can't hurt you anymore. Come on. Let's go home.
So we actually saved her life once?
Mr. Adolphus. My punishment for not listening to you. This wretched world.
Oh, does she now turn into Garuda proper? See, so she wasn't that right away, I guess. Well, that's not good. So how does this work then? We can receive blessings from others in a way, or even take them, but they still stay their icon, more or less, I guess.
By the flames.
too much ether. She can't control it. If Garuda isn't stopped, that vortex will swallow this whole forest, and us along with it.
I'll stop her.
You'll stop her.
I heard it again. Someone is calling me.
Damn it, lad. That doesn't mean you have to listen.
Yeah, that's it. He's kind of right with that, right? I mean, knowing what happened last time, or I guess maybe he's counting on that this time, that he's going to be able to kill her?
Clive, I don't think you understand.
But Dragon's Eyrie.
It's not just windy weather you're wandering into. Benedicta's rage knows no bounds. And that's on a good day. I don't want to know what's waiting inside that.
But I do. I have to find out. And I'm not turning back.
Why do we have to find out, though? I guess it's because of the voice. He's thinking that, oh yeah, I kind of need to hear that again. Or I need to figure out what it actually is. What's going on here? Or are those her sisters? Are they back too? We'll probably heal up a little bit. Oh, that's a lot of things here. Wait, did she just create a bunch of Charadas and Tupanas? Wait, that's where we came from, right? I am very intrigued by how these abilities all work, honestly. Like, because I really thought we drew out her ability to turn into Garuda. We kind of did, yet at the same time also kind of didn't.
So many. Aye. One for every fragment of our mind.
Oh, so these are considered wind elementals, okay. Can I not draw them in, really?
A little help.
Clouded Eye. That is pretty crazy. That there are so many of them and they retain those same abilities, right? From the ones we already fought. Max Scott Gamer, hi, welcome in. Cloud or Sephiroth? Neither, I would say. Although, apparently a few people have already compared Clive to Cloud, I think. So I think I pretty much want to be careful not to, you know, gauge them all at the same time. Oh, yeah. Definitely need to be careful because I don't have that much healing anymore. Yeah, that's it's a bit unfortunate that it so often can end in your abilities not actually hitting them. Oh, that was okay. There we go. I need to be very careful with my healing here. I do want to fight them all in a way. Don't know if that's necessarily intelligent. Oh, you've only played FF7 original, okay. Well, so far I am having difficulty telling. I mean, it's by no means a bad game, right? It is pretty fun. The action combat is really, really good. I want to say it's really satisfying. It does take a couple of approaches that are somewhat unusual, I think, in that they're almost a bit old school to a certain degree. Ooh, nice. I'm still trying to figure out how the healing with Torgal works. There we go. This is a very, very good opportunity to learn how to fight them, though. I have to admit. Okay, so you didn't play through it all the way, okay. Yeah, I haven't really played that many FF games either, except for, obviously, 14, which I played for way too much. But yeah, so far, I mean, this game is really, really fun. But it also has certain elements that are probably not going to be for everybody. And it also draws quite a bit on, you know, names and abilities and other things that are very, very typical to Final Fantasy, which I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how that would actually fit for somebody who is maybe not that much into the series. Did that not hit? I feel like I'm sometimes missing some abilities here. Oh god.
There's a good boy.
I have to see whether or not there's a way to make that deal more damage, because it feels like that takes way too long. The Garuda ability with the multiple slashes. Should I use that potion? Kinda have to after a certain point, right? Oh, you watched the movie? Well, I don't know if that's really that great. Well, Elden Ring's graphics were kind of... they were alright, I guess. I've never watched any Final Fantasy movie, so I wouldn't know. I know that there was one weird movie that you had to watch before you played 15 for whatever reason. That not a lot of people... Well, it wasn't that much that the movie was bad. It's more so that... yeah, that definitely does not work. It's more so that it was very, very strange that you kind of had to watch it before even playing the game in order to understand what's going on within the game. Thing is, if I'm doing that attack, it's just very difficult to tell when the enemy is starting their own attacks. I'd also kind of hope to find, you know, a couple potions here, because it's getting more and more difficult to get through all of these. Yeah, making a movie set before a game is very strange. I don't know, they had some weird idea of doing some multiverse stuff for whatever reason, and yeah, I don't know who came up with that. Not necessarily a bad idea to do a movie in conjunction with a game, but having it be a requirement and not really being able to, you know, get that information from within the game itself is a very odd choice. Oh, there we go. Nice parry. Ooh, that didn't count, okay. And that still hit me as well. Sounds like we're getting close to some wind things here. There we go. Really wish they would drop potions. I hadn't considered that there weren't that many potions around here. It's typically I found like one or two. Do you really consider Final Fantasy to be a Zelda competitor? They're so insanely different to one another. I don't know. They're like very, very different series with also, I would say, very different audiences. That being said, would really anything be a true competitor? I don't know. Can I get a potion? No. Damn it! I need healing! Maybe I should unlock a healing ability. Oh no, wait, I can't, right? How many ability points do I have? Because one of those Phoenix abilities can heal. Was it this one? Yeah. Well, partially restoring Clive's HP. I'm still definitely lacking points for that. Well, to be fair, yeah. In terms that they both have a lot of games and have been around for a very long time. But then again, you can probably say that about a bunch of other series as well, right? I mean, the Zelda timeline is sort of an added thing. It's never really fully been, you know, properly part of it, I don't think. There we go. I think I'd need to be a bit more careful in actually doing precision dodges here. There we go. Man, the game is insanely more fun when you suddenly do have a lot more cooldowns to play around with. Pretty awesome. I mean, we got a bunch of clouded eyes. If I did get a level up, that would definitely help with healing, but I don't know if I still can. I don't even know if we're going to fight Garuda again, considering that we've already fought her and her sisters 3 times now. Almost. God, this does look very impressive, though. I mean, if you go by they're both fantasy games and they're both popular, that would still probably apply to a lot more series than these ones. Pokemon is a weird one. I don't even really know if they rush out their games as much as they're kind of refusing to go along with the times, right? They're sort of refusing to acknowledge that they would vastly have to, like, improve the size of their team in order to keep up. It's a bit weird. Pokemon has always been... There is some weird decision-making that has been made around Pokemon. Yeah, but I mean, there's been other companies that put out a game every year and it wasn't rushed, right? If you do that correctly, it would still work. And honestly, at the end of the day, Pokemon games aren't as complex as maybe something like Tears of the Kingdom. So you're not super forced into... well, it's more a thing of... And then technically, they're also not putting out a game every year, right? If you only count the sort of mainline entries without the remakes, it's not exactly one every year. But yeah, it's a bit more about their team size and kind of refusing to move on, which is something that I've noticed a bunch of times with Japanese developers in particular, although arguably Western developers are doing it the other way around, like the other wrong way around in terms of constantly bringing in new people. But with Japanese games as well, I mean, that's been a thing in Final Fantasy XIV, for example, where they have one very, very trusted team that is dealing with their most difficult encounters, right? And they're kind of... It sometimes feels like they're refusing to let other people into that because they want to make sure that the quality of those encounters is up to par. Or I guess that's not really the case with Pokemon then in that regard. So maybe the comparison isn't entirely working. But I mean, for a very long time, especially considering the insane amounts of money Pokemon makes, you kind of have to come to a point and say, well, clearly it's not about making more money, right? Because they make so much money that they could easily afford introducing more people into their team. I feel like it's been more a thing of not really like having their own team that has always done things a certain way and sort of refusing to move on from that, which is problematic if you then suddenly get outside of your comfort zone, right? And you suddenly have to deal with way more modern hardware and hardware that needs a lot more work put in to function, right? While still maintaining that same sort of schedule is a little bit of a problem, unfortunately, in that regard. It sucks a lot that it had so many problems and lagged and whatnot, because, well, the other thing is, though, they also never had to move on, because no other game, they never had a competitor, right? for whatever reason, nobody ever truly did a game that was like Pokemon, and I never understood why. Because it feels like such an easy thing to get into, especially nowadays, in terms of just making a better game than what they have. Obviously, Pokemon has that thing of, well, it's Pokemon, right? Everybody knows the Pokemon, the 1,000 whatever we now have. So competing against that, obviously not that easy. That being said, the at least the gameplay style and the I guess world design, world building, story, you know, everything else in accordance with that is something that I want to say. I'm just wondering why nobody ever tried going up against them. And yeah, it seems weird to me, but it is what it is, I guess. And then there have been other franchises like Digimon, for example, who could have potentially tried that, but never did either. I don't know. Somewhat of a weird thing. And also, I wouldn't say that Pokemon just wants money at all. I think they make a lot of money, but especially when it comes to Nintendo and their franchises, I really don't think that's their prime concern at all. I think that's just sort of a byproduct. Like, I'm not saying that they don't want money. Obviously, they're a company, right? They still want to make money. But Nintendo does a lot of things in a lot of different ways. And they're not just about making money. Actually, I would rather say that that's one of their kind of... It's not that much of a priority for them. I think it's more about the brand in and of itself, and potentially like establishing a certain position as well. Although, you know, no matter how you look at it, they could make way more money if they really wanted to. Which, again, that is sort of what it comes down to. It feels like in some ways, it's like the Japanese music industry that for a long time has refused to move on. And they were sort of content with saying, oh, well, we're popular within the country. Why should we care that we could, in theory, make more money by branching outwards? Like, they just simply didn't care, right? And it kind of feels the same with Pokemon in that they could make way more money, they just don't want to, because they're content with what they have and don't really want to move on, or are afraid that it could go downhill from there. Or it feels like they make a certain amount of money that is obviously very, very good for them, and decided, hey, let's just make the same thing again, because then we can trust in that we're going to make the same amount of money again, instead of taking a risk and making more money, which is fine to a certain extent, although, as we've seen, that definitely makes them run into trouble quite a bit. Do I just want to move on here? I feel like in theory it would be a better choice to grab a couple of healing potions, but then I'd have to go back. Technically that doesn't really make that much sense. Let's see, maybe I can get through this. If I can't, I can always go back and retry, I suppose. Also, can you... No. While you're on the map screen, you kind of pause. I wonder, though, if Tears of the Kingdom could really be crazier as what they've built. At the end of the day, some portions of that come back to the fact that they are limited by the hardware. Honestly, when it comes to games over the last 20 years, I don't think any game has ever succeeded because it was on better hardware. I would say that, in theory, better hardware actually inhibits game development to a certain extent. Or rather, it makes them not try as hard. So, that's not always necessarily a good thing. Digimon? You really thought that it was a shameless ripoff? Digimon, the first season of Digimon was way better than Pokemon ever was. Way better. And they actually had a good idea that they just never went anywhere with. For whatever reason. It just kind of stopped. It's still around. And there is actually a Digimon game that I was interested in that sort of goes into the more sort of Final Fantasy Tactics approach. But But there's a lot of those tactics games coming out for whatever reason. It's like the new thing nowadays. Yeah, Nintendo, it's that thing, right? With the especially when you're saying they make a lot of money with those like remakes and whatnot. And to be fair, like Wii Sports was an insane game, right? That game sold more than most other games ever did. And a lot of people actually enjoyed that. Switch Sports, I don't really know. Though a lot of people like the fitness thing, right? Where you have the funny wheel-looking thing you can put controllers in. That's actually really good. So they do have a lot of stuff. It's just that I think Nintendo is very, very... They don't want to risk much. I think they're very content with the position they're in and don't really want to give up that sort of comfortable feeling of their home turf, if you will. And they don't have to, right? I mean, if you're making tons of money and people keep buying your stuff, why would you want to change, right? I think that's a very Western approach of, oh yeah, we constantly need to innovate, we constantly need to grow or whatever, which is kind of bullshit in its own right? Although, sadly, it means that you're typically not going to get much innovation from them in a lot of ways. And then, honestly, both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are insanely good games, but they're not perfect by any means, right? There's a lot of, especially the combat, for example, in Tears of the Kingdom isn't really great. And people still keep praising their games as if they were absolutely perfect, right? And if you never receive any criticism whatsoever, well, obviously you won't really be inclined to move anywhere else, right? And it's the thing when you're saying they're afraid to change. I wouldn't say that they're afraid to change, right? If I'm very, very comfortable where I am, I'm not afraid to change. I just don't want to. And don't have to either. I mean, technically, it's a very, very enviable position that they're in, because, I mean, I would want that. Imagine being in a line of work where you can just be comfortable with where you are, know that you're doing good work most of the time, and just be fine with it, right? I feel like that's actually an approach that a lot more companies should take in general. Although, yes, it obviously still doesn't excuse them from sometimes doing other weird things or releasing remakes for like $60. That isn't that great. But then again, it's really not about the money. If they wanted to make money, they'd have released, they'd have re-released Wind Waker HD on Switch. They'd have re-released Twilight Princess HD on Switch. They'd probably also have re-released a bunch of other things that, quite frankly, they didn't. So, I don't know. It's definitely not necessarily about the money. What video game? Well, video game movies have always been bad, right? So they can only move up. Video game movies are always going to be crap, I guess, until we get people that actually care. Marvel is sort of a weird thing, because they're also very comfortable with the position they're in, because their movies are still getting watched, and I don't understand why, but I guess people like them. I don't know if Tears of the Kingdom could. I would disagree with that. Well, it could be crazier on other consoles. It wouldn't be, though. It would actually be worse, honestly, if it had been developed for those. And then also the graphical style that they went with Tears of the Kingdom very much suits the Switch. It's like the graphical style is built for the lower resolution, right? So you'd have to change it up quite a bit with higher resolution in mind. Even though, well, admittedly, emulators do look good, but they're far away from what I would want a 4K presentation to be if it really came down to that, right? Tears of the Kingdom, well, something can either be perfect or not perfect, right? Tears of the Kingdom is lacking a lot in terms of combat, but I feel like that's almost on purpose, right? They don't actually want you to fight anything. They want you to use your abilities to be clever about it. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's a difficult choice, right? Put a bunch of development time into improving the combat, or don't do it, but rather want your player to actually engage with the other abilities. Then again, arguably, there are a couple of things in Tears of the Kingdom that make it so you kind of want to fight as well with the weapon fusing, right? And a bunch of other stuff. It's a tough call. Well, and I mean, in terms of franchises, Mario and Pokemon are just way easier in terms of franchise, right? And you see that with most other games. Typically, the best games and the best movies, the best books, they don't get big franchises, right? Because the better something is, the more niche it'll be for the most part, right? Obviously, there are exceptions to that as well. But for the most part, the more intricate and complex a game is, and the crazier it gets, or the cooler it is, the better built it is, it means that, I mean, there's a reason why Pokemon makes so much money. It's not because they ever had a really, really good game, or they had a good anime series. In fact, neither of those was ever true. They all had their fair share of problems. But it was just an insanely... It's like Star Wars, right? It's just perfect for marketing. It's perfect for introducing a billion different things that you can sell to people and sort of build a franchise around it. Whereas other things that are way... Zelda just doesn't really fit that mold at all. Yeah, sure, you can sell some figurines and stuff, but nothing that will ever really make money, right? At the end of the day, like normal people, they'll buy a Pokemon plushie to just put like on their bed or whatever, right? They don't care. Or maybe even a t-shirt. From Zelda, not so much. No normal person would ever really do that, right? In a normal circumstance. And Pokemon kind of transcends that to the point where everybody can get something out of it, even if they don't know the franchise at all, right? It's that perfect thing where they can also just sell plushies to people that just want to have a cute plushie, and they possibly don't even know that it's Pokemon. So yeah, and Zelda obviously doesn't have that. So yeah, it's just one of those things that, and then also the volume is something else. But then Zelda games would be Zelda games if they came out every year, right? So it's whereas Pokemon is just a very, very different approach, completely different combat style. It doesn't really have a story at all. It's also alongside an anime that has been running for arguably way too long, although they kind of revamped it recently. Yeah. Let me know when you see this. Well, it's just because I need to vent my own thoughts on that. Well, Ganon wants to... I did see it. Yeah, I'm trying to read everything. I would be... I mean, Ganon, yeah, it's one of those things where I think Zelda, both of those games, they don't entirely know what they want in terms of combat. Felt like partially they were afraid that people weren't going to use the abilities for combat if the combat in and of itself was very, complex, or more complex than what it is. But then on the other hand, they also were afraid to potentially not have traditional combat in it at all and requiring you to constantly use your abilities, which I think would put a lot of people off as well. So they went with sort of a hybrid solution that struggles here and there, especially when you then consider that there aren't actually many encounters in Zelda that you're supposed to go into, right? I mean, I'm in it for very different reasons. I'm not really that interested in the combat at all, so it's fine for me, but people who are more into combat, they won't be getting that much out of the game. They're probably better off playing Final Fantasy XVI. Which, that being said, let's just go here. I don't really want to I don't really want to buy potions at this time. Because technically we're following her, right? I don't really want to suddenly just travel to my hideaway. I feel like that doesn't really make that much sense. Yeah, I'm trying to use both as well. It's just, I'm saying that the game doesn't really have the focus it would require to make either one really good. Hey, there we go.
Wait! Clive, was that
the Dominant? The man who killed my brother?
Are you absolutely certain?
He's wearing the same cloak?
I've seen him every night for the past 13 years. Watched as the flames of his icon took Joshua.
Now!
Sid!
I'm here, and so's Torgo.
Oh, conveniently cut off, huh?
Don't worry about us.
It's not like you could just climb over that, you know?
Go! Sid!
It's not particularly high. I mean, we can literally jump that high. Almost. I guess we'll have to do this on our own then. Hey, buddy. Awakening. What exactly is he going to do here, though? Why are you even here? This looks cool, though. Next time you see a friend Cora, take him really far away. Oh, they won't like that, won't they? Will they? Oh yeah, they always point you in the direction of where their friend is, right? Huh, that is interesting that they can respawn. Yeah, I feel like even a normal person could climb that, right? That's a bit weird. That is also a thing that I actually really dislike in Tears of the Kingdom, is that
Where did he go?
they didn't really have a solution for the player just taking away a bunch of stuff or taking a bunch of things and moving them. They're always just getting respawned in the exact same location. And I feel like there would have been better solutions for that. But then again, I can also see that sometimes going with a very simple solution might be a better thing. Seems like he wants us to go into this battle. Hello!
I'm not here for you, Garuda.
She's really lost control, right? It feels like she doesn't even really properly want to fight us anymore. It's almost as if he wants to show me something. No items around, though. I really halfway expected potions. Tornado looks really impressive, though. Do like this quite a bit. Oh boy.
She's toying with me.
Yeah, feels like she is. To be fair, these impressive scenes, especially with the ground shifting and everything, probably wouldn't be possible, at least not to this extent, if they had made the graphics, or if they had included a couple more details graphical-wise. I think they just went more for set pieces, which I do appreciate. Funnily enough, the scene is running way better than the village earlier, so I feel like there's just a bunch of weird optimization that they weren't quite capable of doing. Hey, buddy.
You called me. Why?
How would be the better question. How can you communicate like that? Still don't even really know. Is he a normal person? How can he suddenly disappear like that all the time? It's like he can theoretically teleport, I guess, but then chooses to not always do that? Oh. Hello. We're actually fighting her? Yeah, I really need to be careful here, because no healing. I don't even have Torgal at this point. Oh yeah, God of War definitely also has pretty amazing graphics, especially for... Well, then again, not... Like, they're still not... They're also definitely holding back on certain aspects of their graphics to facilitate certain, you know, things. Much like this game, actually. Takedown. Larger enemies will become partially staggered when their will gauge are reduced to 50%. Using Garuda's Deadly Embrace on a partially staggered enemy will topple it, leaving it vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Interesting. Alright, see you next time. Thanks for stopping by. And I will try to deal with this thing. She definitely seems to not be in full, you know... How do you say that? Like, she doesn't seem to be able to fully control her powers yet. Because she's just kind of sitting here, right? $9,000. Nice. Because, I mean, the fact that she's just crawling around on the floor seems to suggest that she's not really capable of utilizing all of her skills. Aerial Blast. God, I love how all these abilities are coming in, though. Oh, God. Okay. I guess I should just do this. By the way, what happens if I change... Oh yeah, that changes to wind magic, doesn't it? Okay, am I just supposed to sort of evade these? Maybe? There we go. That's an interesting perspective. Ooh. That was not good. Oh God. Something hit me. I need to be more careful with all the things on the ground, actually. Okay, it's not really helping that now my screen's all getting all red at the edges, right? Having healing potions would definitely have made this fight easier. Okay, there we go. Indeed, yeah. Somebody definitely wanted to have their opinions heard. There we go. Come on. Take it down. I think she's... Oh, God. That actually looks pretty crazy, doesn't it? I think we were stabbing that into her eye. You're always here lurking in the shadows. I could see that, yeah. Whew, level 17. Okay, that was a really, really fun fight. As I said earlier, these fights are insanely cinematic and it's really, really awesome. They're not super difficult, but I think that's kind of the point, right? You're meant to do them, or meant to clear them right away. Sharp Fang. Houston crafting. God, I'll have so much stuff once we finally get back to our hideaway. Is she really just dead, though? Seems crazy to me that we would be capable of taking down Garuda just like that, honestly. Well, there she is. Oh, wait. She can regenerate her stuff?
You're nothing. You're a monster.
I guess she is just drawing on the ambient ether to do that.
Let you stand in my way!
But then it was it us? Who was Ifrit? I still don't understand. Did we draw in that power from the other guy eventually, like we did Garuda's? How does it even work that we're Ifrit if we also have Garuda's abilities? God, that looks so insane. Garuda Sandstorm. Yeah, I like that song a lot too. Actually surprising, I don't think Koji has ever made a joke about that. Or maybe he has. Well. Now we're fighting on even turf Garuda. Melee attack, ranged attack, evade. Okay. It's more or less kind of the same thing. Circle can be used to charge an enemy, covering great distances in a short period of time, as well as dealing damage if the enemy is struck. All abilities available. Okay. That just always... Oh, that's really cool. Holy shit, that looks brutal. What kind of wrestling match is this now? 68,000 damage. I just now realized that we're like in the tens of thousands in terms of damage numbers. Ifrit just doesn't care, just jumps through the tornado. 83,000. There she goes, Skyfall. Yeah, I think now we know that it's Ifrit. I think that's the difference. Because we were just called Ifrit by whatever weird power is facilitating our change. And last time, I'm still not quite sure if we were Ifrit last time, or if the dude that we saw on the cloak was Ifrit, and he just now gave us that ability. Ah, damn it. That looks so insane if both of them just hit each other like that. There's really a lot of weight behind these attacks. It's really, really satisfying. It's like the, whenever you're doing precision dodges, sort of feels like that, but all the time. Bad. Oh, this is insane. Ouch. Now she got me. But the music's going equally crazy, isn't it? I love the damage numbers coming in. I mean, it's kind of a Final Fantasy thing to do, right? But it's actually pretty satisfying here. Like, sometimes in other games I would say that it's kind of breaking the immersion, but here it's really, it does just feels like this epic wrestling match between these insane entities. Oh. Wait, she cut off our arm. So I guess as an icon we can just freely regenerate all the time? Is that how it works? Seems so. What an insane battle. Now, this is definitely where they put their, you know, graphical punch into. In a very literal sense. Oh god. This is somehow... Now we get to do what happened to his brother, which is kind of crazy to think about. This looks so insane with them constantly like breaking their bodies apart almost completely and then just regenerating. Come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, we're literally burning her. 197,000 damage. Holy shit, that was a fight. Whoa. I mean, to be honest, right? Say about the rest of the game what you will, but that kind of spectacle, not that many games could do that. It reminds me a little bit of God of War in terms of, you know, fighting those big monsters, but this time, two big monsters are fighting each other, and not just little Kratos fighting one. Holy shit. This was one crazy battle, a wind shard. The power of the icon Garuda made manifest. This shard of crystal is light as a feather, and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. I wonder what I can craft with that. Maybe there's like unique, holy shit. Unique gear for every icon? That just looks insane. It's also crazy how it can facilitate that entire sort of space. Yeah, we still don't really know. Kinda, but maybe not. Or maybe not entirely.
Stop this! Now!
Is he fully gonna turn now? So, he can do that on purpose, it seems. Whereas both Benedicta and Clive needed a strong emotional reason to do it. I mean, maybe he's also doing it to protect, you know, people, but still. Mighty Beard Ramu, there we are. Good.
I said stop!
Alright, that worked. I wonder what stopped it last time, right? After we killed Joshua. Well, we, or whatever controlled Clive? I don't know.
You're too nice is your problem. Bloody mess, this.
Yeah, we kind of just tore a whole country apart, it seems like. Interestingly enough, Clive has never actually, you know, coughed up blood for whatever reason. Oh no, you missed the... That was a spectacle.
The ghost you've been chasing, it was inside you all along.
Oh, thunderstorm. Well, okay, then do be careful about that.
Damned if I know what that means.
What's that? Oh. That's the, like, necklace thing that Benedicta had. Is she still alive? Because in theory, she just burned to death, more or less, right? But I guess the person...
Why did you have to listen to him? Benner. This can't be what you wanted, can it?
Wonder what that locket represented. Benedicta, the person who turned into Garuda, the wind icon. At least I think she's dead. Pretty sure she is. Maybe. I don't know if we can really be sure here. Because I don't know how that interacts with... Ooh, what the hell is going on? Sometime later, okay, good to know. Belenis Tor, the Holy Empire of Sombrac. Oh, is Odin the icon of the darkness? That would be awesome. I love Odin in 14.
Will you engage him personally, Your Highness?
The game just doesn't stop, right? Just had that epic battle. Oh yeah, here's another one. Just right into the next war. Because don't tell me that's Bahamut. I mean, they mentioned him earlier. Invisible helmet. Oh my god. Okay, these are my two favorite monsters from 14. Well, I sure hope we get those abilities at some point. Everybody's just dead. It's very over the top, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much all the iconic FF characters, more or less. So far, a bunch are still missing, but I'm sure they'll come in eventually. Oh, he just... okay. Well, he seems to be able to control that quite effectively. Nice ass shot. Okay. Was he the guy that was in that opening cutscene to...
Reform the cohorts. At once.
Because there was... I don't know if it was him, though. It might have been. Considering that the... like, Benedicta, the blonde woman who just died, they were, like, planning something together with all the people that can turn into these monsters. I don't know if he was part of that. Considering that they both just fought each other, I'm imagining at least one of them wasn't.
Attacks are frequent and widespread, even in the holy capital.
The capital? What of my father?
His radiance is safe. He has ordered the city guard strengthened. We can expect no reinforcements.
That is of no matter. The Emperor's safety is paramount. I shall deal with our enemies here. All of them.
Does he need to rest for like a minute and then he just turns into the dragon again? Or what is it supposed to mean? Okay, that was a crazy scene from nowhere all of a sudden. Holy shit. What happened? Oh, wait, were we... I guess they chained us up because they couldn't be sure that we weren't going to turn into Ifrit again.
I killed Joshua.
Was it really, though? That's the big question here. Yeah, it seems like they all have different levels of control over that. Clive here, for example, has no control whatsoever and didn't even realize that he apparently was the person killing his own brother.
Then whatever the hell that other thing was. Didn't know you had it in you.
I mean, the scene with the dragon and the thing riding on the horse, that was completely new. Those were factions that we haven't seen yet.
It was me. I killed him. I killed Joshua. I killed them all. I'm a monster. And I deserve to die. So end it. End it now. Please. Please. Ah!
I reckon I can take you, if that's what you want. But first, I thought I'd give you the benefit of my...
I think he only realized that now. But that being said, I am not entirely certain about that.
You see, that since you're still breathing, you might as well make yourself useful.
Because there's definitely that other hooded figure that's an entirely different person.
Pretty as you are, you're not my type.
And other people seem to think that he was actually the dominant of fire that has these powers. So I don't know whether or not he was able to transfer his powers onto Clive, or if he took over his mind, or we don't even really know if they were the same person or the same monster in that instant, or if there's something else going on. Clive also seems to be able to do something that nobody else so far seems to have been able to do, which is we drew out a bit of the essence from Garuda, the wind monster from earlier, into Clive. Like, he drew out that power somehow and is now able to use a portion of it. So, yeah. Bunch of different questions still left open here. Well, that was a crazy scene. The wages of guilt. Quest log. There are certain times during the game that side quests will become temporarily unavailable until progress has been made through the main scenario. At such times, quest builders will be indicated with a lock! Exclamation mark.
May as well hear what he has to say.
Yeah, considering that we haven't really been in our hideout for quite some time now, I'd imagine there's a bunch of new stuff to do here. Whoa. Alright, that was a lot, honestly. He did think it was someone else. The interesting part is that whenever he was screaming, right? Obviously he didn't want his brother to die, and he was kind of screaming at Ifrit to stop it. And for whatever reason, we saw it from another perspective. At that time, it almost seemed as if we saw it from the dog's perspective. So I don't really know what is going on here. And well, he didn't know this entire time. He didn't know either. We still don't really know. They like to make it very confusing. That is true. Though in this particular case, I think it's quite intriguing, especially since it comes with this. Well, essentially, at the end of the day, with the question of who's responsible for his brother's death, right? And well, the thing is here, there's still a whole lot that we don't know, right? So apparently, only one icon of fire can exist, right? Which has already been disproven, because technically now there were two. There is the Phoenix and there is Ifrit. And then he seems to have this power of being able to draw out the essence from icons as well. And then there's also the power of being able to be blessed. So he was blessed from his brother with the fire magic that was going on. So it seems like there's all kinds of different weird abilities interacting with each other here. To the point, yeah, where you really don't know what the hell happened. And then, as I said, the roped figure we were following up the hill before fighting Garuda for the last time there, before he turned into Ifrit, he seemed to want us to follow him. So it definitely, it might have been Clive, but the fact that he could transform at all seemed to depend on that roped figure to be there, which we don't really know. And then earlier we saw, after the first fight with Garuda, where at the end, he drew out her power to a certain degree. We actually saw the roped figure, or we assumed it to be that person, kind of destroying a castle with a lot of fireballs, which at that point, so it means that the roped figure in and of itself has a lot of destructive firepower. Yet he seems to be able to take over Clive as well. I don't know. At the end of the day, a whole lot of stuff. I am playing Clive, yeah. That's him. It's just that roped figure has some role to play in how we can turn into Ifrit. Or yeah. Which we still don't really know. Yeah, I don't really understand either. There's just a bunch of, I was sort of trying to illustrate all of the different avenues that this could take. There's clearly a whole bunch of stuff that still needs to be answered. And in general, in terms of how the magic in this game works, there's definitely still a bunch that wasn't quite clear. In terms of Benedicta, though, the woman who died, it just makes me wonder what exactly her goal was here, and why she didn't follow Sid, because Sid seemed to have been the person who rescued her initially. And then she still seemed to now be in allegiance with that other king from the east, who also seems to be a dominant and capable of transforming, and wants to unite the world under the power of the dominance. It's kind of like watching Game of Thrones. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different factions involved here, and it is quite difficult to keep track of them, especially because within those factions sometimes there are people who want different things as well. Very, very interesting so far, although for a long time now we've been we've been on one certain thread, which was Clive here wanting to avenge his brother's death, and now with him realizing that it might have been him all along, I wonder where the game is going to go next with that information. I have heard of The Expanse, haven't watched it though. I don't have Prime Video anymore. There really wasn't that much to watch. I might actually look into it though, because eventually I do want to see the second season of The Legend of Vox Machina. So for that, I would probably have to get Prime back. We'll see. At some point, I'll probably be eligible for 1 free month again. So I might just do it then. Or if it concluded, even better, because that means that I don't have to worry about additional seasons releasing that people don't like and break the show. Oh, it's getting its own game. That's cool. Oh, they upped the price again? Yeah, that ultimately made me cancel it because I really don't order much stuff online, and so it just wasn't worth it for me anymore. The video service, there wasn't much to watch on that I hadn't watched yet, and they didn't really add much stuff either. And yeah, the whole ordering bit of free shipping, I never quite used, at least not to the point where it would have been worth it. The 1 free sub on Twitch was nice. That was the main reason why I kept it for a long time. But when they started upping the price all the time, I stopped paying for it. And then, funnily enough, eventually they granted me another free month of Prime, like the free trial or whatever the hell. I didn't even know that was possible on an account that has already existed since, I don't know, for 14 years now. But that made it possible for me to actually watch the first season of Vox Machina for free. That was nice. Oh boy. I do want to say though, considering that I have rate in about an hour, well, 90 minutes, I think this is kind of a good stopping point for now, especially since there are all these crazy ideas and things that have just happened that I need to wrap my head around. The one thing I am going to take a look at though, before I talk to anybody else here.
Don't making me throw you back in there now, eh?
Hey, don't worry. I don't really want to start another cutscene here.
Did you see the girl Sid brought back with him?
I did. Poor thing, all dressed in dirty rags. I'll have to make a new dress for her.
What girl are they talking? Yeah, maybe this is not a good idea. The problem is the lawkeeper is on the other side of the hideaway, so I don't want to run into a billion different people on the way there. What I can do, though, very, very quickly is this. I mean, it only updated these 2 entries, it seems like. So we'll be able to dive into the other entries. I think at the start of the next stream, I will just go through all the new information that we got. And maybe we're able to put together a bunch of new bits and pieces there with all the updated information. And I'll also be able to view, because last time I was here, I didn't actually look into all of the entries because it was like, I don't know, 30 or 40 that I hadn't read yet. But at least a couple of those will probably be very, very interesting to see what is going on moving forward. Yeah, Clive Rossfield, Imperial bearer turned deserter who joined forces with Sid to hunt down the second dominant of fire. However, after being drawn into a fierce battle with Benedicta, dominant of Garuda, the power of the mysterious icon Ifrit awakens within him, and he discovers that the dominant of fire he has long been searching for, the one who killed his brother, was none other but himself. Which, again, kind of excludes the fact that there was a robed person who clearly is not only in his vision, because we saw Benedicta interacting with him and actually torturing his sister or something like that. Sodolphus Telemon, leader of the Hideaway and dominant of Ramu, Warden of Thunder. Born in a land beyond the Twins, Sid journeyed to Valistea as a sword for hire. It was here that he entered the service of Waloed, awakened as a dominant, and was finally elevated to Lord Commander of the Royal Army. However, he was soon to abandon his post and Benedicta that he might instead create a world where bearers and dominants can die on their own terms. Makes more sense to me now. At first, he seemed like too much of a good person, right? Too good to be true. But I think it's more so. It's not necessarily that he wants to free slaves or whatever. It's more so that he wants, well, as this says, right? He wants to die on his own terms. He doesn't want to be controlled by anybody else. So I think, and he doesn't want anybody to have control over other people either. So I think that's sort of his, which ultimately is kind of a good goal, yes, but it's a very different thing from just being a quote-unquote good person, right? It's much more complex reason, I think, which is good. It is very interesting. So again, Waloed being mentioned as this royal kingdom type of thing makes me wonder what they were before. Like, how did they turn into, or how did their kingdom or their king turn over to this idea of bringing all the dominants together to rule over the entire land? That I find very, very interesting. Also, we definitely see more and more characters coming in from the outside. And considering that this continent isn't as large as I originally thought it was, or it doesn't appear to be so anyways, I wonder how much other sort of nations and continents and parts of the world are going to play a role at the end here. Oh boy. Well, that was a lot of information, a lot of cutscenes, a lot of things, and I think it's probably going to be a good thing for me to go back through all of this, really think about what we learned, think about what all of this means. Sorry for not watching your... no worries. It's just kind of how I started out streaming, and it's also just a good thing for me personally to be able to rewatch whenever something happens, right? But I don't mind that at all. Don't worry about it. I realize that they're not necessarily, it's not the same thing as sort of going through a single player game and just having fun speculating about a bunch of stuff. I also realize that it's just not that entertaining to watch or anything. So, I'm still doing them mainly for myself to also be able to see, our progress and various other things. But I think I'll be returning, well, as I have to work tomorrow and Saturday, unfortunately, I'll be returning to Final Fantasy XVI on Sunday. Don't worry about Tears of the Kingdom. Obviously, I will come back to that as well. But I do want to focus on 16 a little bit because I'm really excited where this is going. And I do like the story. I still think there are a couple of minor gripes here and there that I have with the game. Especially sometimes it's sort of losing me in terms of immersion. It seems like it's more in it for the spectacle sometimes. The story is very, very interesting. It's just that it from time to time, it feels a little bit as if the characters assume that you've just read through lore entries instead of actually talking to each other about those certain bits and pieces. Maybe they wanted to keep the pacing of the game very quick, which I do appreciate as well. It's definitely cool to see, especially a game from a Japanese developer that doesn't repeat the story beats 5 times for you to understand them. So I like that a lot, but I do think that certain scenes could have been extended somewhat. Also, the 2 side quests that I did do were kind of lame. And that was a bit weird. But in terms of spectacle, brilliant, really, really cool and crazy fights. The story is really interesting, well-paced so far. Really looking forward to where it goes, what it all means. There's a bunch of stuff to discover, a bunch of lore to read through. So really, really great. And yeah, I'm very, very excited to see where this is going. And we're going to do that on Sunday, hopefully with another fairly long stream, as I do have some time after the 2 days of very long work, potentially, to go back to 16. And yeah, as I said, in about 90 minutes, we're going to raid. and have a, I think we have a new trial today, so hopefully that's going to go well, and we're able to at least get the reclears. That would be great. And then more Final Fantasy on Sunday. I don't know when I'm going to be starting yet, so if you do want to know that, keep an eye on my schedule. I'll try to update that in terms of the start time. It's round about my usual time, but might be half an hour earlier or late. I started half an hour early today just because I wanted to, because I was really excited to play 16. But yeah, let me actually see. How the hell do I... It's the first time. Is there like a... Oh yeah, we should probably do a normal save. I mean, the game does autosave, but I haven't saved all day. So let's overwrite this save data. Level 18, the Wages of Guilt. Still a big fan of your party there. Especially Torgal, with the cute little wolf dog animation. Let's see. Should be able to just return to... Yeah, that's what I just... Okay, return to title. Just so that we have some background music here going on. So, yeah, as always, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. It's been long and fun and exciting, and that's all that I wanted. So, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting, and hopefully we'll see each other next time. So have a great rest of your evening, morning, or day, wherever you are. Until then, bye-bye.